Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 801, How Modern Young People Get Along. Behind the palace, in a separate room, Lee Su sat here, Guo Yuan sat there. The distance between the two was less than half a meter, and their knees were almost touching. If they breathed a little louder, the other party could feel it. At this moment, Lee Su's expression was very serious and solemn, as if he was not here to exchange ideas, but to fight desperately with others, and to engage in the most dangerous hand-to-hand combat. Are you kidding? Do you think that, if you are familiar with this sister, and she smiles at you, she will be lenient? No, it won't. She will only be heavier and more ruthless. For example, now, they are playing a very crazy game. It's a turn-based game, that is, one person comes at a time. What's the danger? It's because one is attacking, and the other is defending. This is not a game. It doesn't mean that you can't be killed if you have 3000 defense, 2000 health, and 5000 attacks. It's nothing. This is reality, and the logic of this game is that the output is usually greater than the defense, and no matter how high your defense is, the opponent will always find a way to break the defense. If you are not careful, it is not as simple as dying, but you will be directly evaporated on the spot. Guo Yuan's eyes lit up, and her hair was slightly vibrating, and two magnificent worlds were projected on it. She stretched out her jade hand and flicked it. With a ding-dong sound, a ripple exploded. That is the mass of two whole worlds, carried on a strand of hair, whipping the void to form ripples. What kind of concept is it? Within the range of the ripples, a scene of doomsday collapse was formed, and billions of tons of energy flashed and sprayed inside. Lee Su stretched out his palm, and the Teikai diagram floated in his palm. It was pure yin and yang, which could transform all things in the world, return all matter to nothingness, and return to the original state. He clasped his 5 fingers and grabbed directly towards the ripples that were cut out. At the moment of contact, the void in front of them collapsed. The range is not large, and it is well suppressed. It is only between the two people, but it can form a starry sky wonder. On one side is the black and white galaxy, and on the other side is the wave of power. At the moment of the impact, Lee Su's body began to vibrate. The ripples penetrated his yin and yang energy and radiated to his body. Flesh and blood were collapsing. Bones were like flying ash. The amazing regeneration power continued to erupt. Lee Su's broken body was reorganizing and regenerating at an unprecedented speed. What was sprayed out was a thick red mist like blood, covering and wrapping him. At the same time, the yin and yang energy was also constantly rotating, constantly eliminating the power in the ripples. Under the simultaneous use of the two supreme powers, it took a full quarter of an hour for Guo Yuan's attack to be completely consumed by Lee Su. He exhaled a breath, and a lot of sweat came out, directly soaking his clothes. His eyes dimmed a lot, and his spirit was exhausted. He supported his knees with both hands, and kept gasping for breath. The loss was great. Hundreds of millions of lives were taken away by the opponent. How is it? Guo Yuan's face flushed. Lee Su smacked his lips, as if he was savoring the taste. After a moment, he shook his head. So. Tell me what you think. The power is strong enough, but the problem is that it can't form a hole. It's a bit loose, which makes it easy to be caught in a flaw, leading to collapse at the touch of a button. Moreover, this move itself is very exhausting for you, senior sister, right? Both the physical and mental burdens are very heavy. Guo Yuan frowned. Indeed, judging from the effect just formed, although it actually took the junior brother more time to digest it, but calculated in terms of consumption, the effect of this two-pronged approach is far less than concentrating a little. Wrong direction? Should we continue to increase the mass? Lee Su heard this, and shook his head. From my personal experience, senior sister, it is already perfect. Bigger or more will probably not work well, otherwise senior sister would not have changed direction and carried the power of the dual worlds. Guo Yuan nodded. Yes, this move of hers was not developed in a day or two, but after countless years of practice, Countless attempts, and countless times of thinking, it finally took shape. It reached an excellent point, and dealt unimaginable damage. I personally think that the growth limit of Senior Sister's move is very high. As the strength increases, its power should become greater and greater. Senior Sister has no need to develop stronger moves. There is a saying that a new move can conquer the world. Guo Yuan's move seems simple, but regardless of its power, the upper limit is very high. In Li Su's opinion, there is actually no need to further study the overclocking level of Taoism. After all, super quality means holy realm. In terms of skills, the height of this move is completely imaginable. It is still unknown whether this move can still maintain such power at the Dalo realm, but it is definitely a groundbreaking move at the Tai level. It is already very amazing. However, Senior Sister's enlightenment talent must be at least 90 or above. To be stronger than that, to be honest, it is not very realistic. Of course, nothing is absolute. We can only say that it is difficult to achieve anything at the current stage. Li Su thought for a while and said, I think Senior Sister may change her direction or idea. Oh. For example, change. Change? Well, the power of this move of Senior Sister is unquestionable. It is very powerful and pure and extreme. The yin and yang cannot be digested quickly and will be penetrated by it. The height is enough to make people look up to it. However, being too pure also makes it too single and loses its change. It is strong. If you see it for the first time and don't know the inside story, it is easy to be seriously injured by it. But on the contrary, once you are on guard and don't intend to confront Senior Sister in this regard, there is a saying that no matter how powerful the move is, if it can't hit, it is naturally meaningless. So compared to being stronger, I think what Senior Sister should pursue now is change. The idea of dual worlds is not bad, but there is no need to be so extreme. Take 19 as an example. The big world is inside the small world. It does not pursue higher power, but makes it into a cover, to cover the small with the big, or directly divides the power into several layers of damage, and superimposes the explosion. Li Su thought for a moment, and gave his own opinion. You don't have to maximize your attack. Sometimes, as long as you can hit the opponent, whether it is a serious injury, a medium injury, or a minor injury, as long as you can keep hitting, you can always kill him, right? Guo Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and there seemed to be a strange light in her eyes. She immediately analyzed the feasibility of Li Su's words. She was very straightforward. After thinking for a while, she immediately started to try. Soon, her eyes were burning, and she looked at Li Su and said, Junior brother, come, let's try again. Come again. No. Li Su shook his head without hesitation. Just kidding. Why did he talk nonsense for so long? Give the other party advice and excuse his thinking? Isn't it just to delay time? Although it seems that he only thought about it for a moment. In fact, this kind of idea is very time consuming and requires simulation experiments in the mind. Now 2 hours have passed. If you want to continue, wait until tomorrow. Oh, by the way, it seems that today is the last time. In such a dangerous battle, he only received 100 stars. He was losing money. If he had known, he would have directly bid 200, no, 300 each time. Guo Yuan was stunned for a moment. Help me finish it, and I'll give you 2000 stars. Li Su, who had already stood up, sat back down without hesitation, stretched out his hand, and said without hesitation, Senior Sister, please make a move. The competition began again. Half an hour later, Li Su took a breath. Senior Sister, wait a moment. HMM. Guo Yuan looked puzzled. As her thoughts changed, she was in the process of continuous inspiration, all kinds of strange ideas that could not be stopped. Li Su's face was a little pale, feeling that she seemed to have made a bad start and made things complicated. Let me rest for a while. He had brought this upon himself, and he had to finish it, no matter how hard it was, but before that, let him rest for a while. Seeing Li Su, who was obviously exhausted, Guo Yuan's face was filled with anxiety. Although she was impatient, she also understood that the opponent was defending while she was attacking. This was not something that everyone could do. Even the senior brother of the Chan sect could not bear such a high intensity. Okay. Close your eyes, rest your mind, and practice at the same time. And this rest lasted for 7 hours. After all, his realm was far lower than the opponent, and he was still the defensive party. Fortunately, he had an unparalleled foundation, and mastered the sage's Taoism. If it was someone else, he would have died long ago. The next morning, Lee Su finally opened his eyes. He let out a long breath, and his eyes were a little bright. He broke through, from the second realm of the galaxy period to the third realm. Not only did the number of stars directly become 39, but the fourth realm also bred more than 1/5. Unexpectedly, resisting the tricks of the senior sister actually helped him consolidate his own foundation. Because of the impact, the galaxies in his body were like water mixed in the soil, which made the gaps closed for him. This was something he didn't expect. At this moment, Guo Yuan was still sitting in front of him, not moving an inch, obviously guarding him for 7 hours. Lee Su couldn't wait to speak. Senior sister, come on. Guo Yuan nodded without hesitation. Okay. The competition began again. 1/4 of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, 3/4 of an hour, 2 hours and half an hour. Lee Su closed his eyes with a pale face, fell into exhaustion, and began to practice again. Guo Yuan lowered her head with a flushed face. She was more and more excited, constantly thinking about her own moves, summarizing the shortcomings, digesting the situations encountered in the performance, gathering the necessary experience, and improving its proficiency. After about 8 or 9 hours, senior sister, come again. Okay. Just like that. Once, twice, 3 times, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. At this moment, outside the room, a figure was seen standing quietly. It was the immortal Master Wanhe. She couldn't help it. After all, for several days in a row, a man and a woman were alone in a room, and no one came out. It was already amazing that they could endure until now. However, when she came to the door, she originally planned to persuade both parties not to indulge themselves too much, but after asking inside, she couldn't help but bow her head and ponder. Was it because she had been secluded for too long, and hadn't been out in the world for many years? To be honest, the way young people nowadays date is really a bit scary. Chapter 802 Lowly. In 1 week, the progress was amazing. With sufficient resources, Lee Su directly broke through the 5th level, and approached the 6th level. From the 2nd level of the Tai Galaxy stage, he directly reached the 5th level. It can be said that he was only 1 step away from the 6th level. Although anyone can quickly complete the galaxy stage, as long as they have energy, Lee Su's speed can be regarded as unprecedented. After all, his first level has 13 stars. 3, 4, and 5, which is equivalent to 39 stars. Adding the original 26, his current number of stars has reached an astonishing 65. It has exceeded the 15 fire myths by 2 full stars. This improvement is not small. The strength has more than doubled. The most intuitive manifestation is that now he can use 3 sets of Saints Supreme at full power at the same time without the problem of insufficient galaxies in his body. It is not impossible to use 4 sets at the same time, although it will consume more and cannot last long. But you have to know that even when facing Guo Yuan, who has reached the middle stage of perfection and has already formed the middle path, Lee Su only led 2 sets of the highest at the same time. This is the 15th Fire Celestial Pride, and it is still in the middle and late stage of Tai. If 3 sets are used together, it will be a bit difficult to defeat senior sister Guo, but if it is just to win, it is not a big problem. Although the Saint's highest will not form a superposition effect, as a Taoist magic derived from the super-grade fairy art, it is enough to attenuate the opponent's attack. In addition, he is not far from the perfection of the 6th realm. As long as he practices for about 3 to 5 days, he can basically complete the breakthrough. Undoubtedly, this result is a soaring achievement for Lee Su. Originally, he was prepared for a protracted war. Maybe he would have to use the special cave to extend the time in the outside world after returning to Guo, so that he could complete the breakthrough within 6 months. Now, it is undoubtedly much easier. I really didn't expect that sparring would improve the practice of the star system so much. Of course, according to his inference, such obvious progress should be more due to their dangerous competition. No, to be more precise, it should be said that Lee Su's own situation is very dangerous. After all, if you are careless, getting injured is a small matter. If the great Dao is seriously injured, it is tragic. In order to fight, although Lee Su only used one supreme power on the surface, in fact, whether it is the body, soul, or the great Dao, almost everything was protected by him with the supreme power of the saint. Flesh, soul, and diamond. The first to ensure that his soul and body will not be completely seriously injured, while the latter ensures that the opponent's power cannot pierce his core and hurt his great Dao. Unfortunately, in a week, the senior sister's practice has basically come to an end. After all, she is the one who created that special magical power, and her understanding is beyond imagination. In a week, she not only created the corresponding 4 Taoist magical powers according to her own suggestions, but also adjusted them to the best degree, making up for the lack of her own Taoist power in combat. Talent. It can be said that he has never met anyone with the highest talent. This woman, if she continues in the current situation, as long as she doesn't die, there will be basically no problem for Daluo, and it is only a matter of time before she reaches Daluo. It is estimated that only the realm of Saint will be a little troublesome. After all, that level is really too exaggerated. The Tai realm doesn't even have the ability to watch the opponent's attack. It is hard to imagine what kind of height a saint is, and how much it costs to reach this height, and even how much it costs. Reviewing his own gains and losses, Lee Su couldn't help shaking his head. Fast progress, faster consumption. In a week, he used up almost 2,000 star crystals, and the stars that senior sister Jiuo had just promised to give him were used up by him in an instant. You know, senior sister Jiuo's stars have about 2 layers more energy than those outside. 2,000 is equivalent to eating a full 400 more. Even though Lee Su made money quickly, facing this consumption, he still couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and had a new understanding of his ability to swallow gold. To feed him alone, it would almost starve to death all the people on several planets. Thinking of this, Lee Su stood up and said goodbye without hesitation. After all, the other party's cultivation has basically come to an end. The next thing to do is undoubtedly to find a place to retreat, and Lee Su basically has nothing to do. Facing Lee Su's farewell, Jiuo Yuan couldn't help but raise her head and put down her work for a short time. This is rare. After all, Jiuo Yuan's enthusiasm for cultivation is so enthusiastic that even Lee Su's scalp is numb. He can spare a little attention, which can undoubtedly be said to be very serious. That's right, these days, the two have undoubtedly established a very deep friendship. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. The number and content of verbal exchanges are almost more than the amount of conversations Jiuo Yuan had when he was alone in the past. No, 5 years combined. Now in the ranking of senior sister Jiuo, in terms of the number of chats, he estimates that he can be ranked in the top 3. Seeing Yuan nodded, she quickly closed her eyes and continued to practice. Lee Su didn't feel disappointed about this and turned around and walked out. After all, the two sides are really familiar with each other, especially Lee Su, who has known the person in front of him thoroughly in a few days. Of course, it is mainly in terms of personality, especially in terms of cultivation. She is obsessed with cultivating immortals. It is already very rare for her to give you a look and a nod. It is no less than helping you to participate in a big battle. No, if you really drag her to fight, it will be easier. What a pity. As she walked out, Lee Su couldn't help but sigh. God has no eyes. He likes to give good things to people who don't need them. Such a beautiful face and such a good body, growing on Jiuo Yuan, in a sense, is quite a waste. I couldn't help but recall the TV I watched in my previous life. Obviously, he had billions of wealth, but he shouted that this was not the protagonist I wanted. Lee Su really wanted to say that you don't want it. That's not right. Leaving the room, Lee Su was quickly greeted by a wave of eyes. For a whole week, a single man and a single woman. It is really hard to imagine what can make the two so obsessed. For a moment, the male disciple frowned, and the female disciple looked shy, and was really curious. Don't say that immortals and mortals are different, or that there is a difference between immortals and mortals. If there is really a difference, How could there be so many troubles in ancient times? What about the Yunhua Palace Master marrying Immortal? What about the Langji Princess marrying Immortal? What about the three Holy Mothers marrying Immortal? What about the Weaver Girl marrying Immortal? My friends, I don't know if you have noticed that it seems that the family that violates the most rules in the heaven is the family of Lord Haoshin, that is, the Weaver Girl. I remember that she is also a female fairy under the jurisdiction of the Queen Mother. Knowing the law and breaking it, knowingly breaking the law, reading novels is quite moved by these stories, but now when I think about it, I always feel that it is not right. Poor Lord Haoshin, others are officials, and someone in the family has committed a crime, and the relatives cover up for each other and start to deal with it. When it comes to God, his sister is suppressed by Kunshin, his daughter is calculated, his niece is also suppressed by the mountain, but his wife's Weaver Girl is not suppressed, but she can see him once a year, and she will live forever, which is even worse. So, this is a heavenly version of who dares to be more miserable than me. Lee Su couldn't help thinking, and soon he quickly slapped his mind that liked to let go of himself. He is now also a party involved. How can he complain about his uncle's family like this? He took a long breath to gather his divergent thoughts. Lee Su raised his head and greeted the senior brothers and sisters of the Chan sect, and then rolled up his sleeves and left quickly without any nostalgia. Hey, you are still Yuking disciples, 1 or 2, what are you thinking about? My senior sister and I are Taoist friends, comrades, and Zuanman monks who are dedicated to the Great Way and are not moved by external things. How can a mere matter between men and women tarnish our friendship? You, lowly. Looking at Lee Su turning around and leaving, all the disciples of the Chan sect couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. So, what on earth did they do in those 7 days and 7 nights? Chapter 803 Exchange Event Results. The alchemy conference was over. As more and more people left, by the time Lee Su and Ji Yuan finished their practice, most of the people had already left the 8th floor, and the rest would leave Daluo Mountain in the next 1 or 2 days. The conference was over, and it was undoubtedly a matter of time. What made Lee Su more worried was that until now, Zhu Jianzhen and the others had not returned. It was too long. It was almost 20 days, and the delay was too long when the saints died, and the great Daluo rushed over. However, although Zhu Jianzhen did not come back, he waited for a junior brother of the human religion. The junior brother who had met at the exchange before. After Lee Su left the palace of the Chan religion, the other party came directly to the door. The reason for coming to him was simple. The result of Lee Su's magic weapon being targeted at the exchange came out. The father and son were dead. Not long after being detained, they died silently in the prison cell of the human religion that was specially used to deal with violators. The flesh was there, but the soul was completely gone, and there was no useful information left. Hearing this news, Lee Su was undoubtedly somewhat surprised. After all, he handed the person over to the human teacher. The first consideration was that the occasion was not suitable for direct killing. The second was to use the human teacher to let the person behind him feel the anxiety. Unexpectedly, the other party was so direct and killed people in front of the human teacher. Facing the death of these 2 people, the human teacher disciple who came to inform Lee Su of the result was undoubtedly very angry and felt a serious provocation. After all, the Daluo Mountain was attacked not long ago. Most of the disciples were uneasy and angry because they couldn't find a direction. There are enemies, but they don't know who the enemies are. At such a moment, someone actually killed people in front of them. Faced with this result, the disciple almost put down everything he was doing and conducted an in-depth investigation on what happened to Lee Su. The reason why he came to Lee Su at this time was because he had been investigating this matter these days. He found a lot of bugs were caught internally, and many of the people hired by the human teacher to help had problems. What surprised Lee Su was that the identity of the person who leaked the news that he was the owner of the magic weapon that would take your life for 3 years surprised him. The disciple of the old man who refined the weapon. That's right, it was the middle-aged man who helped him sell the magic weapon and told him that the magic weapon had an amazing prospect. Of course, he died too. According to the disciples of the Rinjuo, when he found the person, he melted in front of him with a strange smile on his face. Recalling the expression of the other party when he mentioned that the disciple melted, he was undoubtedly a little shocked. Obviously, the way he died was quite unforgettable. Of course, it was not just the middle-aged man. As the investigation deepened, the disciples of the NGO found that many of the people hired internally were directly recommended by the old man who refined the weapon, or indirectly related people. As the investigation continued to deepen, the disciples of the NGO also found that Lee Su was not the first victim. Many people before him were targeted by them. No matter what the people hired by the NGO did, they would have a special registration. Through their indirect takeover and management, it was concluded that at least 7 refiners and 3 talisman masters disappeared directly after being noticed by them. And these missing people have very distinct characteristics. They have all mastered some special refining and talisman making skills. The most interesting part of the whole case is that, since Lee Su and the old man, it is suspected that the old man has disappeared and no one has seen him since. This is undoubtedly very interesting. You know, the old man who refines the weapon knows Lee Su's identity. He is a disciple of a big sect. Unlike those grassroots who can easily make them disappear, he should know that the consequences of provoking Lee Su will be very serious. Not only that, the other party has used the magic weapon he refined. 3 years to live. At that time, Lee Su had not had time to censor. Although he could not be sure of the other party's attainments in refining the weapon, he could see that the magic weapons that the other party took out had extremely strong personal styles and were obviously made by one person. Although the refining of 3 years to live is not simple, for the old man who refines the weapon, with this idea, the specific process is actually not important, and he can refine something with similar functions by himself. The above alone is not very convincing, but when the two are combined, they still attack Lee Su. How stupid must the old man who refines the weapon be to do such a thankless task? And when the old man's disciple talked to him about the money prospects of the magic weapon he made, the other party was undoubtedly very sincere and did not feel any malice. In the case of the teacher not being there, it is very likely that he was used. Framed. Lee Su couldn't help blinking his eyes. The poor old man didn't know whether he was dead or not. He could feel that there was a lot of water in this matter. Although it was nothing compared to the attack on Daluo Mountain, the guy hiding behind it was also quite complicated. You know, when Lee Su subdued the 2 people, he personally touched their bodies. When the body was touched by him, no secrets were secrets anymore. Facing Lee Su, who had the highest soul, everything in the soul was naturally opened in front of him. There was indeed someone behind this father and son. However, they had some kind of oath. Not only that, but almost all the content related to the person behind them was in that oath. This oath is quite rigorous. The producer is not only meticulous, but also extremely experienced. He has read and studied the relevant Taoism. After all, Lee Su is the master of the soul. The feeling he gets after touching his soul is that unless he desperately wants to kill the father and son on the spot and forcibly extracts the description in the moment when their souls are scattered, he will not be able to see the desired content at all. Let's not talk about the thoughts. This oath itself cannot be done to this extent by people without a foundation. It's a pity. It's not without reason that Lee Su stayed with the 2 fathers and sons. He did something to them, especially the old one. He left the soul Taoism to transform the other soul. Once someone comes into contact with them, their soul breath will be recorded. Obviously, although the father and son were killed by suicide, they did not contact anyone. The clues are completely broken. Although there are still many people in the hands of the human religion, these people are either unimportant or have nothing to do with what happened to Lee Su. Sure enough, no matter what kind of force, once it exists for a long time, even if there is no problem with itself, there will be many monsters hiding around it. The old man who refines weapons was definitely not chosen temporarily. I'm afraid that he was used as a scapegoat a long time ago. After all, if you often walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? If you walk too much on the night road, sooner or later you will pretend to be a ghost. If you can't meet him, Lee Su, Zhang Su, and Wang Su. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but mourn for the old man who refines weapons. The survival rate of this old man is undoubtedly getting lower and lower. Closing his eyes, Li Su put aside what happened in the exchange and concentrated on practicing. Now, when the clues are broken, who is the enemy? It is rare for him to think about it now. In this incident, he was caught in the crossfire. The other party did not deliberately target him, but targeted everyone with his conditions. Although he was a little regretful that he failed to kill the other party, he thought that the other party should be very painful. A line with a complete closed loop, even with a scapegoat, although it shows that the other party is cautious enough, but at the same time, isn't it also carefully prepared? Now that it has been completely destroyed, there is no doubt that this line on the side of the people's religion has been completely destroyed. Who has suffered more losses, and who is more uncomfortable is clear at a glance. Although Li Su doesn't have many new magic weapons and talismans to make money, the accumulation of once 100 years is definitely not less. It is a very large profit chain, enough to help him accumulate hundreds of millions, or even billions of red gold profits. But now that the people's religion is on guard, this loss can be said to be semi-permanent. At least for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, the other party will not be able to resume his old business on the side of the people's religion. If you calculate it this way, it is equivalent to the value of thousands of stars worth of interests evaporating on the spot. Therefore, compared to his regret of not killing the snake, the other party is probably more eager to eat him alive. Therefore, improving strength is extremely important for Li Su now. The one who can do such a thing is obviously not a magnanimous person. In other words, Li Su has made an enemy with the other party, and there is an enemy in the dark whose strength is unknown. The lowest is probably Tai Great Perfection. If it is higher, it is not surprising to be Dalo Realm. Junior brother. Just when Li Su was about to impact the 6th realm of Tai star system, a voice sounded. It was the eldest brother of Tai of Jijiro, Duobeo. Li Su opened his eyes and looked at his senior brother with a puzzled look. This eldest brother was undoubtedly a cultivation maniac, although he was a little different from his senior sister. Duobeo was very direct and said straight to the point, "Junior brother, I plan to leave the Changio and return to Jijiro." Chapter 804 The Man Behind the Scenes. Li Su was stunned for a moment. "Brother, you won't wait for Uncle Zhu?" Duobeo shook his head. "Uncle Zhu has been gone for a long time. The severity of the matter is probably more troublesome and difficult than imagined. Plus the 10,000 years war will start soon. Although I don't want to admit it, the myth world has completely entered a troubled time. Whether it is the 10,000 years war, or what happened to the human religion, G-religion undoubtedly needs to be prepared. So I plan to go back directly. So that's it." Li Su nodded, understanding the eldest brother's thoughts. That's right, there is still more than a year before the 10,000 years war, which seems to be a lot of time, but for cultivators, it is really a matter of closing your eyes and opening them. Not to mention what happened to the human religion. You must know that, although the number of disciples in the 8 major sects in the myth world is different due to different doctrines, the overall strength is not much different, and they are almost on paragraph. Therefore, since the other party dared to sneak attack the human religion and cause trouble for the human religion, it means that the other party also dared to sneak attack the G religion and the Chan religion. In fact, it was not just the eldest brother. Over the past half month, the disciples of the 4 sects of heaven, demon, inner ghost, and Buddhism all left under the leadership of their respective greatest Lewis and returned to their own sects. Now, the only ones still here are the people of the eastern and western sects of the Way, the G sect, and the Black Mountain sect. In the absence of the Black Heavenly Venerable, the Black Mountain sect disciples returned, and the distance they had to cross was too far. When the Dalo Mountain of the human sect was attacked, the mythical world, that should have been like an amusement park for the disciples of the major sects, became unsafe. As for the eastern and western sects of the Way, the immortal Venerable One who was waiting at this moment. He was waiting for the greatest Luo of the eastern sect of the Way to come, and also waiting for the greatest Luo of the western sect of the Way to come. After the people arrived, they were sent away directly. Li Su thought about it, and couldn't help but say, didn't senior brother notify the 9 elders? Now, all the greatest Lewis of the major sects have come, obviously afraid that their own Xianjiao would be attacked by someone. After all, the 10,000 year war will not last long. Duobeo shook his head. Originally, it should have been Blood Sword Master and Emperor Master who came. Something was unearthed in the depths of the Netherworld. All the 9 elders, including Emperor Master, went there. I'm afraid they can't get away in the short term. Something was unearthed in the Netherworld. Lee Su couldn't help showing his curiosity. 8 of the 9 elders went. Brother, I wonder what it is. I don't know the specific details, but what I can be sure of is that it is related to the legendary Emperor Dangayu from the ancient times. Duobeo shook his head and said what he knew. Emperor Dangayu? Lee Su was startled. Isn't this the palace they entered when they were traveling with ghosts and destroying souls? He also got a set of ghost painting talismans in it. For this reason, the fat Taoist came to his door and exchanged him with information about people related to GGO, so he had a Tangxiandao trip. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but shudder. He undoubtedly remembered the last thing that happened in Tangxiandao. He was almost killed by the Demon Clan's supreme leader, the great Luo Demon King. He also met a very creepy ghost woman in the deepest part. The other party should also be a person from the ancient times. Unfortunately, he was too unrecognizable. After all, there was no news of an immortal using a hatchet as a weapon in ancient times. The other party disappeared directly in the end, and no one knew where he went. Now that the matter of the Emperor Dangayu has reappeared, I don't know if it is related to the fat Taoist. Brother, what are you going to do next? Do you want to leave with me? I have consulted Uncle Wanhua. The immortal Venerable Jiajing should arrive at the human religion today, and it's just right for me to go with him. Duobeo spoke again, looking at Lee Su and asking. Lee Su's status in GGO is very different. He is the only Taoist recognized by GGO. Yes, even if Duobeo is a Tai great perfection and has a strength above the myth, although he is the eldest brother in the Tai layer of GGO, he is only the eldest brother. In terms of status and position, Lee Su is undoubtedly above him. He came here specially at this moment, not to tell the other party that he was leaving, but to ask the other party if he planned to go back with him. After all, Lee Su had not returned to GGO for a long time, since he left GGO and came to the East region a few years ago. Hearing this, Lee Su blinked his eyes. No wonder Brother Duobeo wanted to set off at this time. It turned out that the great Daluo Jiajing Immortal Venerable of the Chenjiao had arrived today. Although the distance between GGO and the western Chenjiao was not close, it was another matter compared to the distance between Rinjiao and GGO. With the strength of Tai realm, it would take at most 2 days and half a day to travel. He thought about it and said, "No, brother, you go back first." Lee Su said directly, "It's mainly because when Uncle Master left, he asked me to wait for him in Rinjiao." Duobeo was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect Uncle Master Zu to specifically ask Lee Su to wait for him to come back. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Is that so? I understand. Then you can wait here with peace of mind, brother, and I will go first. Brother, take care and be careful on the road." "I know." Nodding, Duobeo turned around and walked out. Watching the other person's back disappear at the door of the room, Lee Su closed his eyes and started practicing directly. Did the Blood Sword Master let him stay in the human religion? Of course not. Before his uncle left, he just told him to be careful of the Chan religion, the bold donkey, and especially the great Luo, and to stay as far away from them as possible. In this regard, Lee Su was a little speechless. Obviously, he was forced to become a disciple by the human religion, and he had a deep memory. As for answering Brother Duobeo like that, it was simply because Lee Su didn't want to leave. It's not that he doubted this brother, and there was nothing to doubt. If they left together, he would be in trouble, and the other party would be fine. You can guess that there is a problem with your feet. In fact, Lee Su has considered returning to the G religion these days. But after the attack on the human religion's homeland, I'm afraid that the entire mythology world is in a state of panic. What's the difference between going out casually at this time and a child carrying gold and making trouble? When order is stable, no one dares to jump around. But once it is impacted, you will find in an instant that the collapse of peace is actually much simpler than you think. Sometimes, it only needs a fulcrum. After all, there are too many ambitious and dissatisfied people in this world. People's hearts are sinister and insatiable, which will definitely exceed your imagination. Some people who looked honest and peaceful yesterday may turn around and show a ferocious face. Lee Soo is rich in resources at the moment, and the place where he is extremely safe. Not to mention that 2 of the 3 people of the human religion are in the center. The Dalo mountain formation has also been activated. At this moment, even if the saint personally goes down, he can't think of breaking through Dalo mountain for a while. In addition, this is where the accident happened, and the vigilance is extremely high. It can be said that this is undoubtedly the safest place. Going back to GGO now, as Brother Duobeo said just now, 8 of the 9 elders were delayed because of the things in the underworld. The saint of GGO doesn't know if he is at home at the moment. If he goes back now and is targeted by someone, isn't that courting death? It's not that Lee Soo has no feelings for GGO, but mainly because he really has no say at this moment. Tae, as a superficial person, is very powerful in the upper, middle and lower realms, but in front of the big sect, he is still cannon fodder, and it doesn't make much sense to have him or not. Therefore, in a safe place, it is most important for Lee Soo at this stage to quickly improve his own strength. He is still a little short of the perfection of the 6th realm. Once the 6th realm means that he truly has the strength of the late Tae, and as long as he is perfect, even if he has not formed the 3000 middle ways, he has the strength to fight against Tae's great perfection alone. At that time, if he adds the treasure, it is not impossible to face the Dalo realm head on. At this juncture, he has no reason to put himself in danger. By the way, although he did not suspect that his senior brother had other intentions, Lee Soo did not believe it. After all, the time the 2 sides knew each other for less than a day, even if they were brothers from the same sect, you should know that people's hearts are separated by their stomachs. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of 1. If the other party doesn't hold back his fart, it will be him, Lee Soo, who will suffer. Quickly gathering his thoughts, Lee Soo began to practice. The changes in the myth world undoubtedly gave him a great sense of oppression. He had a feeling in his heart that this stable situation would not last long. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, is he doubting you? I can't say I doubt you, I just don't believe you. After all, we haven't known each other for even a day, how can I believe you? In this way, the plan failed. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Then what are you going to do next? If the other party doesn't leave the human religion, there is no chance to attack. Don't we still have you? If you want to kill people, you can't let me bear the risk alone, right? In this way, the G religion may turn against us. What's the difference between now and turning against us? You're right. Okay, you leave first and wash off the suspicion. Yeah. I'm a little curious. The G religion treats you well. I have what I have today because of my ability. Everything I have is my hard work, my blood and sweat. What does it have to do with the G religion? Ha. In the room, the magic power overflowed slightly and directly shattered the J talisman on the palm. At this moment, the eldest brother Duobeo of GGO had a cold look in his eyes, and his face was a little grim. He showed a sneer on his face and said faintly, after 10,000 years of hard practice, I'm still just a disciple. GGO, what virtue and ability do you have? His eyes moved and looked at the shining life card in his other hand. He saw a message on his life card, which was flashing, and it was written on it, application for the sale of the demon subduing order. Review status, request for processing. Agree/reject. Looking at the application that was sent to him more than a month ago, but was ignored by him, the eldest brother Duobeo's pupils were burning. Sure enough, what I thought was right, that thing is really in the immortal prison. Although the reckless behavior of those 2 idiots caused me a lot of losses, the 3 years of your life is obviously not in line with the current era, and has a strong ancient atmosphere. Special magic weapon. Lord Daozi, the legendary heavenly emperor Daodian should be in your hands at this moment. Right? Chapter 805. The cultivation is too slow, so I have to take advantage of others. Cultivation is indeed a pleasant thing. The visible improvement in strength brings feelings that ordinary people cannot imagine. No wonder some cultivators, after being stuck in the realm for a long time, will do some irrational things. It is not surprising that they go crazy when they are used to the dual sublimation of body and mind brought by the improvement. Moreover, once the realm stagnates, it means that time is constantly being consumed. 3 days or 5 days, there is still no feeling. 35 or 10 years are nothing for cultivators. But if hundreds or thousands of years continue to accumulate, and there is no hope of progress at all, you can imagine what kind of mentality it is. Watching another star being absorbed by him, it took 1 day and 6 hours. Lee Su's body shook slightly. 13 stars gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye before they were formed. The galaxy couldn't help but shake. 78 stars can definitely be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. Not only that, as he stepped into the 6th realm, there were other changes. The transformation of the domain. In fact, starting from the celestial realm, the cultivator will enter the domain stage. The higher you go, the stronger the domain becomes. Especially in the Tei realm, the term galaxy stage is not an adjective. The most terrifying thing is the extremely terrifying domain. As we all know, celestial bodies will form a special gravitational range because of their own gravity and the gravity of the surroundings. This will cause external celestial bodies and star fragments to be pulled, captured and affected by their gravity, and ultimately change their own orbits. The scene inside Lee Su's body at this moment is similar to the galaxies in the universe. However, the difference is that there are countless celestial bodies in the universe, and the galaxies are also boundless, with huge space and unlimited range. But here, he is a separate individual, an independent galaxy system. This power will only continue to gather in his body. This power has already been shown in the 3rd realm, and now it has reached the 6th realm. It is even more terrifying. 78 stars are not a small number in the galaxy system. Not to mention, each of Lee Su's stars is extremely huge, with an unprecedented thickness of 22 layers. For the same celestial body, it is several times larger than the ordinary 10 fires, and the density is at least doubled. There are many stars and the stars are big, so the gravity that gathers into a shape is naturally extremely terrifying. At this moment, a huge ring has been formed in Lee Su's body, with stars between the stars and the entire galaxy. The millions of Dao rhymes that he had comprehended before were all pulled over at this moment, shining in the huge star ring, dazzling and extremely dangerous. He raised his palm, without any Taoist magic power, but it showed light. It was very heavy, and the void was affected, forming a partial distortion, and being pulled over. This is his magic power, which has become more and more terrifying under the blessing of the star ring. If he used to have a wisp of magic power that could break mountains and split the sea, then the wisp of magic power at this moment can already distort all the matter it touches. The earth was shattered, and the sea was evaporated. This is definitely not a change that can be described in a few words. Compared with the true immortal period, Lee Su's strength has really increased by more than 10 times. Now, when he faces senior sister Guo again, he doesn't need to use the second set of Saint Supreme. The immortal sword intent alone should be able to block the opponent's amazing collision. The improvement is really terrible. He is closing the gap between himself and Alo and the peak powerhouses in the mythical world at an incredible speed. Of course, Lee Su's improvement is not just this. Although the main path has not been improved, it requires the star system to be perfect and form the middle path. But he has not stopped in terms of miscellaneous paths. Before the teaching came, the miscellaneous paths in his body were about 1.2 million. Now, it is close to 1.8 billion, an increase of 600,000. Not only that, this number changes every day, almost maintaining an average of about 10,000 per day, and it is rapidly increasing. All of this has to be thanked to the Finger of Dalo realm, the Black Turtle Origin Avenue, and the more than 10 million cultivators in the immortal prison who sacrificed gloriously for his cultivation path. Although their understandings were too repetitive, and the number of single rounds was not as good as the Black Turtle Origin, let alone the Dalo realm fingers. But it still provided an extremely considerable Dao rhyme. According to Lee Su's estimation, after all digestion, the number of his minor paths should be able to reach a very considerable height, 3 million, or even around 4 million. Although the understanding of miscellaneous paths is the least obvious effect of improving his strength, the improvement brought by 100,000 minor paths is not necessarily 1%. So far, the improvement is less than 20% of the total strength, which is too little and too slow. Lee Soo is quite satisfied with this. For him who is eager for stronger strength, the more the better. How did his peerless foundation come from? Isn't it just adding a little bit of this, and a little bit of that? You know, senior sister Guo has already formed 3000 middle paths, but Lee Soo was able to take it with the method of the double saints, when he was in the second realm. Isn't the fundamental reason, because he has too many buffs? The 7 saints are supreme, and the 2 foundation systems allow him to fight across levels even when facing the super geniuses in the myth world. How incredible this is, outsiders can't see or think of it. Even the senior sister who fought with him always thought that Lee Soo should be in the late stage of the galaxy period, with the 8 realms perfected, and about to reach the 9th realm. As a result, Lee Soo was only in the 2nd realm at that time. However, it is not enough. He can't relax yet, let alone be complacent. At present, he can't face the great perfection of the 15 Fire Taii, let alone the Dalo realm. In such a dangerous place as the myth world, this strength is still too dangerous. Although he got the important information that the saint's original body seems not to be in the myth world, and there is only a clone in the myth world, at least before achieving the Dalo realm, he still has to work hard, and continue to work hard. After practicing for a few more days, he finally stabilized the 6th realm of the galaxy, and began to accumulate the energy needed for the 7th realm. Lee Soo stopped with some dissatisfaction. As for the reason, it is naturally too slow. Compared to the time when he practiced with his senior sister, the gap was too big. He was able to stabilize the 6th realm in 3 days, but in fact, it was thanks to the other party. With the accumulation of the 7th realm, the effect of the other party's high pressure was basically gone. He completely returned to the normal speed. Even if he had enough energy, it would probably take more than a month to complete the accumulation of the 1st realm. The efficiency was really too poor. There was only half a year before he could enter the world fragments again to continue to complete the unfinished story. 1 month for the 7th realm, wouldn't it be 1.5 for the 8th realm? 2 to 3 months for the 9th realm, which means that he had to go through it almost as soon as he reached the 9th realm. It was really too rushed. He didn't have time to consolidate and lay a solid foundation for the galaxy stage. Although the 9th realm is the limit of the Taii galaxy stage, it doesn't mean that he can't practice anymore and needs to enter the next stage immediately. In fact, he can continue to accumulate. Otherwise, where do you think the term great perfection came from? Isn't it just to continue to improve after reaching the maximum level until his own galaxy is completely perfect? This process is not short, and even if there is energy, it will not work. It depends entirely on the rotation of the stars in the galaxy itself, accumulating and stacking little by little, and finally reaching the maximum gravity. Therefore, the best way for Lee Soo now is to quickly complete the 7th, 8th, 9th and 3rd realms, and then find someone to teach them to borrow their cave heavens. The worst is 110, and the best is 1:100. It takes a long time and decades of time to make it truly complete. You ask him why he doesn't do it now. How good is it to just go into seclusion? Unfortunately, it's not possible. The galaxy stage is very special. It is actually equivalent to a small cave heaven. When it is complete, it is nothing, but if there is still room for expansion, it is another matter. It will capture special space matter from the void. In the mythical world, it is nothing, because the world is big enough and connected to the other world. But in the small cave heaven, it is another matter. The cave heaven will be directly absorbed by the galaxy stage. Therefore, for the cultivators in the mythical world, practicing in the small cave heaven is more for comprehending the Tao, consolidating their own realm, or when they want to accumulate breakthroughs, rather than when they are cultivating. After all, this kind of special cave is very rare and very expensive. After opening his eyes, Lee Soo scratched his head, stood up and left the room he was in. There was no one around, except for the Black Mountain sect, including the eldest brother of the G sect, who had all left. Lee Soo walked quickly, without looking at the empty rooms. He stepped out of the place where the human sect arranged for guests to rest, and went directly to the resting place of the human sect disciples in the Beijing Palace. To be precise, it was an independent palace. in which only Zaya, the second senior sister of the human sect, lived. Because of her Taoism, Zaya not only lived alone, but also walked alone. There were few people around her, mainly because she couldn't stand it. After being together for a long time, she couldn't help but feel inexplicably fearful in her heart. I heard that some junior brothers had lost their Taoism because they stayed with Zaya for too long. As soon as he approached, Lee Su felt an inexplicable breath, as if there were whispers ringing in his ears. A chill inexplicably flowed from the bottom of his heart, and a sense of uneasiness instantly lingered in his heart. In response to this, Lee Su's eyebrows slightly raised, and in an instant, there was laughter in his body. Many laughs, at first only tens of thousands, and soon became hundreds of thousands, millions. The laughter came in an extremely strange way, filling the area around Lee Su. Inexplicably, the space around him was a little distorted, and his whole body seemed to have a lot of mouths, all laughing. Haha. Logically speaking, laughter should be a sunny cheerful laughter, but what appeared on Lee Su made people shiver inexplicably, and felt extremely weird. The chill subsided, and Lee Su nodded with satisfaction. There is a saying, that only magic can defeat magic, and only weirdness can defeat weirdness naturally. Standing in place, he felt it, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Sure enough, there is pressure, and there is motivation. Human beings are just cheap creatures. They have to be whipped with a whip before they will work hard to move forward. Look, the speed has increased immediately, much faster than when he was practicing alone before. Taking a breath, Lee Su raised his head and said loudly, "Sister, I want to see you." A slightly surprised voice sounded. Although the people in the palace felt that someone was coming from outside the palace, they thought that it was a disciple who came here for something, but they never thought that it was Lee Su. "Junior brother, what do you want?" Zaya's voice came from inside again, maintaining her unique rhythm. "Please help me practice." Zaya was stunned for a moment. Since she became a celestial being and mastered the great way of fear with the Sutra of Inaction, this request was undoubtedly the first time in thousands of years. "Junior brother, how do you want me to wish you?" "Sister, please allow me to stay by your side for the next period of time." Zaya's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled together, and a confused look appeared on her pretty face. She was completely stunned. This request, after living for thousands of years, is still the first time. It's really fresh. "Junior brother, are you sure? Please help me." "Senior sister, I don't have any objection, but..." "Thank you, senior sister, I'm coming in." "Junior brother, wait a minute, I'm coming in." "Senior sister, I haven't seen you for more than half a month, and I feel that you have become much more beautiful, but senior sister, your shoulders seem a little stiff again. How about I give you a massage?" "Okay. How is it? Comfortable?" "Not bad. How about this?" "Not bad." With a clang, outside the palace, the disciple of the human sect who came one step slower than Lee Su stood there in a daze, and the weapons in his hands fell off in fear. Hearing the extremely charming voice inside, the disciple turned around woodenly and left quickly, as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it. After teaching senior sister, senior brother made another move, and this time the target was actually our second senior sister. After the domineering, there is fear. Why is senior brother's taste so heavy? Chapter 806. Can you be serious? The effect is very good. The second sister with a special bug is very stressful just to be around her. Fear is undoubtedly one of the oldest emotions of living things. It will come together from the moment of consciousness. The turtle's children will run to the sea, and the eagle's children will jump off the cliff. Although the reason is that they don't want to die, the emotion that drives them is undoubtedly fear. This emotion is really terrible. It's like a pair of invisible hands pinching your neck. It's like a pair of pupils staring at you in a place you can't see. There are always strange movements around you, and inexplicable sounds appear, as if something is looking at you with malice. Unconsciously, you will get nervous. The breathing will become more and more rapid. The body can't help but be nervous. The nerves begin to tighten, and the whole person is like a cat about to explode, becoming more and more alert. But it is obvious that it is impossible for a creature to keep itself in this atmosphere. It will not be able to bear it. The energy consumption is too amazing. It is very fast. Then it gradually becomes neurotic. It is more and more difficult to control the emotions. Unless the source is found, it is not surprising to do any crazy things. The second sister's fear avenue is like this. The kind of penetration is invisible and intangible, and it penetrates everywhere. Even Lee-Soo can't help but stay by her side. It's like a cold hand, going deep into the blood vessels along the skin, touching the flesh and blood, exploring the bone marrow, and finally going all the way up, reaching into the brain, asking for the soul. The pressure is great. The mentality is as if he is on the battlefield, in the hail of bullets, and he will die at any time. For this reason, Lee-Soo has to fight back and must suppress this emotion. Although facing this fear, he suppressed a lot through another equally ancient emotion that creatures are born with. But he still felt suppressed, a kind of tension, forcing his heart. The avenue in his body seemed to feel and have pressure. The rotation became more powerful, and the speed and effect of absorbing star crystals were extremely obvious. The effect was not worse than when he faced the senior sister. In just 1 hour, the effect was almost the same as the previous 2 or 3 days. This speed made Lee-Soo ecstatic. With such a progress, 1 day is almost equivalent to 1 month. The 7th level of the galaxy should be able to break through in about 2 days. In 10 days at most, he should be able to complete the 9th realm of cultivation. Suddenly, there was hope for the future, and it felt like the great perfection was waving at him not far away. Looking at Lee-Soo, Zaya's eyes were a little strange. After all, when she was not in Lincoln, she could not restrain her emotions, and you have to know that this is her palace, where she lives and practices. When she was in the human sect, she stayed here alone most of the time. Even in a sacred place like the 8 Scenery Palace, after thousands of years of continuous pollution, this room of almost 500 square meters, the walls around it, the floor tiles underfoot, and even the beams above the head, are surrounded by a lot of fear. The concentration is more than dozens of times that of Lincoln. In the human sect, at the same level, only the eldest brother can stay here for a while without being affected. Others, even the 3rd junior brother, will not easily set foot here. She is not surprised that Lee-Soo can stand here. After all, in order to stop him from competing with his junior sister, Zaya once took action and knew the extraordinariness of this junior brother. What she found strange was that this junior brother in front of her was really using her to practice. No. She used her avenue of fear to oppress herself, so as to increase the speed of cultivation. This courage is really extraordinary. Although people behave very differently under oppression and without oppression, the latter's progress speed is much faster than the former. Some so-called children of destiny grow up so horribly because they have been in a very dangerous environment. But if they are a little more normal, who would use this method to force themselves to practice? Thinking about it, Zaya didn't say anything. The other party's massage effect is very good, and the yin and yang energies have an excellent calming effect on oneself. Zuan-Montaoism usually does not go to extremes, but emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. Zaya is a little different. Her avenue of fear is a little extreme. Although it is powerful, it also puts a lot of pressure on her. Of course, she was not affected by fear, but as she practiced more and more spiritedly, her feelings as a life became more and more indifferent. Although there is a saying in the human teaching that the Supreme forgets feelings, the forgetting here does not mean nothing but forgetting. There is a big difference inside. It can be seen at the Lincoln that the man from the Buddhist sect and Guoyuan still have some female psychology. Otherwise Guoyuan would not have killed Lee-Soo on the spot. That is actually a kind of loss of control, because being seen by a man, she was extremely annoyed. Zaya is different. She really has no feelings, and there is no fluctuation in her heart, as if they are two completely different species. This is not good. Unfortunately, although the teacher reminded her, and she can realize it, there is no solution. The road is like this, and there is no way to change it. Now, through the adjustment of Lee-Soo's yin and yang, she can feel that her indifferent emotions have warmed up a little. Lee-Soo naturally did not just want to take advantage of the situation. Basically, he would massage Sister Zaya with yin and yang every day, and it takes about 3 hours each time, and the consumption is not low. He can also feel that there is something wrong with Sister Zaya's situation. It is too extreme and does not conform to the teachings of the human race. This is why he came directly to her door, to help each other. After all, as the highest mystery of the human race, the yin and yang can indeed adjust the situation of the other party. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Lee Soo stayed there directly and adjusted the other person's body through the yin and yang energy massage while taking advantage of the fear and oppression of his senior sister to accelerate his own practice. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While Lee Soo was leisurely staying in Zaya's palace, this scene shocked countless people. Generally speaking, there should be 2 groups of people. One of them is naturally the brothers and sisters of the human sect. As the disciples who discovered this scene spread the news, many people did not believe it at first. After all, they knew what kind of situation senior sister Zaya was. She was a woman who could not stand by her side for more than 10 seconds. Although the disciples of the human sect were very indifferent to lust, this once became a headache for the legendary Xuandu master of the human sect in ancient times. Everyone went to cultivate immortals, and there was no one to pass on the family line. How can the human sect bloom? How can it bloom? You can't let him keep teaching and passing on like this, right? For this reason, during that period of time, he often looked for Yuleo to help him match couples, causing a lot of trouble. After the Great Destruction, the human religion learned a lesson in this regard and directly asked the people in the sect to force disciples and assign them quota tasks. After all, it is better to suffer yourself than to make the sect a mess. Well, I have gone off topic a bit. Let's get back to the point. The disciples of the human religion have little desire, but they still have it. As a senior female cultivator, Zaya is not only rare, but also extremely beautiful. Let's not talk about marriage, but at least when it's time for romance and looking up at the moon, you can't have a few grown men gathering there, right? So, at the beginning, the second sister was still very popular. As she realized the avenue of fear, the situation changed completely, and she really didn't dare to get close. As a result, now there is a senior brother who actually moved directly into the palace of senior sister Zaya. In particular, this senior brother was alone with senior sister Guo of the Chan religion for 7 days and 7 nights not long ago. Even if the disciples of the human religion are pure and unselfish, they still can't help gossiping for a while. Compared to the disciples, the 3 people of the human sect were much calmer. After all, on the first day, the 2 great masters Wu Wozhenren squatted at the door and found that Lee Soo was actually practicing with the help of his daughter's Fear Avenue, which was boring for a while. As for the other group of people, they were naturally those who had bad intentions towards Lee Soo. It's been 10 days. A heavy and deep tone came directly from the other end of the Jade Talisman, with a hint of anger. It was the voice of the eldest brother Duobao. According to the original plan, the Black Mountain sect should start looking for an opportunity to attack after a week. What? Is there another plan? Facing the questioning of the person on the other side of the Jade Talisman, at this moment, the Black Mountain sect was in the guest lounge. The eldest brother Tai of the Black Mountain sect couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. At this moment, he was helpless. They naturally had no idea of changing the plan and were ready. When Lee Soo left the palace, they were ready and sent people to the road he had to pass by to prepare to attack. As a result, the other party never came back. At first, the Black Mountain sect thought that the person had run away and was very nervous. After all, this is the territory of the human religion, and judging from the attitude of the human religion towards Lee Soo, it is quite good. If they rashly inquired, it would undoubtedly arouse a suspicion of the human religion. Fortunately, 2 days later, they still inquired intentionally or unintentionally, and got the news, and knew where Lee Soo went. While heaving a sigh of relief, he stayed where he was. Lee Soo, he moved into the palace of Zaya, the second senior sister of the human religion. Moved in again. No, can you be more serious? Be more serious? Practice immortality well, okay? Question mark? You are a Taoist disciple of the Ji religion. Shouldn't you practice with all your heart and seek immortality? What's the meaning of drilling into the palace of female cultivators day after day? Could it be that you want to learn from the Yellow Emperor in the ancient times and ascend to heaven with 3,000 women? Taking a deep breath, The eldest brother of the Black Mountain religion sighed helplessly and said, "Your junior brother has gone to the palace of the second senior sister of the human religion. Today is the third day." That Zaya, yes, the person opposite the Jade Talisman, had a bit of a broken expression. Can we be serious? Chapter 807 Sudden. Unlike what he had expected, he took 4 days to reach the 7th realm. Not only that, it took 2 days to consolidate. His efficiency was obviously not as good as that of senior sister Guo. It was not that Zaya was weaker than senior sister Guo. One of the reasons was that the two sides did not fight. Being with senior sister Guo was definitely like walking on a tightrope. He would be seriously injured if he was not careful. As for the other reason, Li Su had adapted to it. You know, he could even adapt to evil nature. That was undoubtedly a more chaotic and ancient emotion, an extreme and pure malice that could trigger all negative emotions. Another day passed, and after finding that his efficiency had further declined, after reaching the 7th realm, Li Su slowly opened his eyes and could not help but say, "Senior sister, your fear is not strong enough." Zaya was stunned, and her eyebrows could not help but jump. Even though she had a good temper, she could not help but have some emotions floating in her heart. "Are you tasting wine here? Not strong enough. Why do you think it is not enough? If I was not afraid of hurting you and ruining your Tao heart, I restrained myself. Do you think you can stay by my side forever?" Zaya narrowed her eyes slightly and said nothing. Since the other party said so, she didn't mind fulfilling it. The black tide surged. The fear that had been adapted to began to churn. This time, the taste was very different. Completely different from before. Li Su's expression couldn't help but reveal a trace of solemnity. Fear comes from the heart and has various reasons, but there is no doubt that the greatest fear of life comes from the unknown. Land creatures will not go into the water easily. Daytime creatures must hide themselves at night. Although the origins of these fears all come from fear of death, their essence is not knowing, not understanding, and not understanding. Zaya's fear before was very strong, but how to say it? It was just as if he was stared at by something, and something was looking down at him in a place he couldn't see. But this time it was completely different. What swept Li Su's body and mind was an unspeakable unknown. Everything that was familiar around him became unfamiliar, and indescribable fear filled the air around him. This kind of fear is hard to describe. It was as if his heart was isolated in a small space. Not to mention the surroundings. Even his own flesh and blood exuded a sense of unknown, which made him start to doubt. Fortunately, he had been with his senior sister for several days. If he had faced this feeling at the beginning, it would not be so easy for Li Su to enter this palace. Well, not bad. The pressure was instantly full. Under the cover of this fear, the galaxy in his body continued to vibrate, accelerating to consolidate itself, and fighting against the fear of senior sister Zaya 30%, 60%, 90%. In less than 3 days, with the galaxy in Li Su's body, after absorbing a full 1,800 star crystals, he completed the breakthrough here, and entered the 8th realm of the galaxy period. He was only 1 realm away from perfection. By now, the number of stars in his body has reached an astonishing 104. Even if it is still 1 level away from the 9th realm, no matter the size of the galaxy, the thickness of the starring has reached an astonishing height. The 7 saints are all glowing, and an unprecedented huge platform is being built. The number of miscellaneous paths has also increased, almost 1.9 million, not far from 2 million. To be honest, even if there are cultivators in the myth world who have countless resources, and like Li Su, who does not need to worry about practicing with star crystals, it is impossible to achieve such a level in just 1 month. Pressure is one of them, but the more important thing is undoubtedly related to himself. His hall is a true 15th level of fire perfection, not to mention the 7 branch halls that were separated after advancing to Tai. They carry the supreme Dao fruit of the saints, and play a significant role. The conversion speed of star crystals is nearly several times higher than that of the myths. With these additions, he can reach the 8th level of Tai in such a fast way. The consumption is greater than expected. Fortunately, I have been paired with my senior sister to practice and replenish 2000. The ones obtained from the heavenly court have been used up, and there are only less than 2,700 left. The 9th level is not a problem, and it is estimated that there are still about 2 or 300 left. In addition to the improvement of his own strength, Lee Su also got a lot of unexpected surprises. Among the additional miscellaneous ways, there are about 30,000, which are not what he had obtained before, but newly comprehended. In order to fight against the power of Senior Sister Xia, Lee Su can only use another emotion that is equally ancient and also possessed by living beings at birth to resist. That is joy. Cell's laugh. That is just a way of expression. Joy is its core. Life actually realized very early that it is destined to die, and it can be said that it is surrounded by fear all the time. Therefore, it made an adjustment, that is, to let itself not pay attention to it, to disperse the fear brought by death, and the corresponding thing is joy. This emotion fills the whole body from the moment it is born, and reaches its peak at the moment of adulthood. After that, it begins to decline gradually, so the weaker the life, the more the fear of death is magnified. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that, because of this confrontation, Lee Su gradually discovered that when all cells were ordered by him to be happy, something flowed in his body. It is the rhyme of the Tao, a very special rhyme of the Tao. Unlike the great Tao of heaven and earth, they are very active and seem to exist only in life, and only exist because of a certain emotion. That's right, by fighting against fear, Lee Su captured the opposite of joy. His talent is amazing, and he can get out of control as long as he finds clues about things related to cultivation. There is no doubt that Senior Sister Xia's great Dao of fear is very terrible, and the opposite joy is naturally not much less. It is undoubtedly the top level great Dao. If Lee Su is determined to go on, he may not be able to achieve the same Dao fruit as the Senior Sister in front of him. Well, it's a complete surprise. With the emotion of joy as a springboard, Lee Su opened up another direction for the expansion of Dao Yun. The spiritual light is like a tap that has been turned on, and the content overflows. With this as a path, even if he does not take the great Dao and only understands the small Dao, it can almost help him expand the small Dao fruit of the order of 1 million. 1 million, what is that concept? It is equivalent to a full 10% increase in strength. Time passed day by day. 1 month after the attack on Daluo Mountain, and 10 days later, Lee Su walked out of Senior Sister Xia's palace, completed the practice of the star system period of the Tai realm, and reached the top of the 9th realm. The only thing left for him to achieve the great perfection was the accumulation and consolidation of years. Standing at the entrance of the palace, he couldn't help but exhale. He was excited, but more of it was undoubtedly tired. Just kidding. From the 2nd realm to the 9th realm, ordinary Tai would take decades or hundreds of years to complete, but he completed it in just over a month. At this moment, there were a full 117 stars formed in his body, which was more than double the number of the 15 fire great perfections in the myth. Thanks to Lee Su's mastery of the soul Taoism, his will had undergone several transformations, and his spirit was like an iron pestle, so he was able to resist it. Now, the huge iron pestle has reached its limit and has become thinner than an embroidery needle. It's like a rubber band that has been stretched for too long and its elasticity is almost gone. It needs to rest and relax. At least for a few days. Don't think about anything extra. It's better to go to the Linquan to recuperate before talking about other things. Thinking of this, Lee Su didn't plan to go back to his residence, but went straight to the Daluo Linquan. If he was just a disciple of Jijiao, it would be fine. As a disciple of Rinjiao, he has the qualifications to go directly to Daluo Linquan. His identity has been confirmed, and his life lamp has been lit. The relationship cannot be separated, and cannot be cut off. It is time to enjoy it, naturally without any hesitation. Before Daluo Linquan, although there was a sign of no one hanging at the door, Lee Su still asked. He just came out of Xia's palace. Although he didn't think that Rinjiao had another person like the second senior sister, in order to avoid accidents, he still asked first. After all, he didn't want to fight with others for no reason at this moment. After confirming that there was no one inside, Lee Su walked in quickly, his clothes disappeared, and he jumped into the spring water. His whole body was buried in it, and he couldn't help but let out a long breath. With the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, the whole person fell into an unprecedented comfort. The practice has basically come to an end. Next, I will see the situation of Basu and others, and then find an opportunity to go to the outer space to settle the people. After returning, he went to Zaya Dungeon to sit in seclusion. After the Tai star system stage is completed, he can start to deal with the affairs of Zaya country. It's time to avenge the croaking. I hope Chaos Bell can understand. If not, I can summon it through the Zuanhuan Tower seal and suppress it with the Xinhuo flag and Pangu banner. Then there is the earthly immortal realm. If there is a chance, I will go there. Although the 6 reincarnations of Hao-Tu Niang Niang should not be the original body, I will see if I can communicate with the original body. There are 2 domains in the mythological world, one corresponding to the heaven and the other corresponding to hell. The hell in the earthly immortal world should be part of the western hell. And the fire plan. He is already in the Tai realm. After returning, he can cancel it and bring the people of Zaya country back. It has been several years. I don't know how my parents are doing there. And senior sister, I miss her long legs. In an instant, many thoughts kept flashing in his mind. Just when he was thinking about the situation outside the mythological world, a figure quietly appeared outside the Daluolinquan. Li Su had seen his face before. It was Lu Feng from the Black Mountain sect, the mortal enemy of the Ji religion, who had fought against him before. When Li Su walked out of the palace of Zaya, the second senior sister of the human religion, he had been quietly watching from a distance. When he saw that Li Su did not return to the palace arranged by the human religion for the Ji religion disciples, but left the Beijing palace, he immediately followed. Because of his practice, Li Su was very tired and did not notice the other party. Of course, it was also related to carelessness. After all, he is now also a disciple of the human religion. Even if he knew that the Black Mountain sect was there, as long as the other party was not stupid, he would not dare to do such a thing. The human religion and the Black Mountain are on par in status. No, the human religion is a little higher. At least the Black Mountain sect dares to provoke the Ji religion, but it definitely does not dare to provoke the human religion. Therefore, even a saint of the Black Mountain sect would hesitate for such behavior, let alone a disciple. In the spiritual spring, Li Su frowned, sat up directly from the spring water, turned his head, and looked at the entrance. As the other party's figure was reflected in his pupils, he couldn't help but look at a strange color. What does this guy want to do? Looking at Li Su in the pool, Lu Feng's face showed a hideous and cruel look. The scene of that day couldn't help but emerge in his mind, and the painful memories he suffered after that day also kept reviving. He slowly opened his mouth and spit out the numbers. GGO Daozi, you are dead. Before Li Su could speak, the other party took out an object, and an amazing spatial aura burst out from it, instantly covering the two of them. Feeling the fluctuations that covered him, Li Su was a little surprised. Teleport? The power gathered was so great. Super long distance teleportation? The malice was really unconcealed. Did he want to use this thing to send him out of Ringio and attack him? It was really bold, beyond imagination. He smiled coldly. Although it was a bit unexpected, he wanted to use this thing to send him away. Ridiculous. There is no need to use the space magic. Just walk out directly. However, just when Li Su stood up and planned to leave the coverage area before the transmission was formed, Lu Feng made a stroke with his left hand, muttering something in his mouth. The pronunciation was extremely strange and mysterious. A scarlet breath emerged, mixed with black air. Extremely strange. Spell. Binding. Li Su frowned. He was really well prepared, but unfortunately, the activation of this spell requires a prerequisite. That is, he has something close to him, or he has been directly cursed before, or has come into contact with a cursed object. Suddenly, Li Su's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but lower his head. At this moment, he saw a large piece of red blood on his body, and the blood was entangled with black air, forming a wisp of text, which turned into an evil spell. The huge binding force directly pressed him to the spot. How could it be? At this moment, his face finally changed. This curse did not have lethality, but it formed a huge suppression. With his ability, it still takes time to break through. Almost instantly, cracks began to appear on the evil text, but the formation that enveloped him began to glow, and the transmission started. Lisu's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and his mind was completely tense. Damn it. Chapter 808 Beyond Expectations. HMM. Teleportation array? No, that's not right. Is this the boundary stone? The human religion reacted immediately, and the first to react were naturally the three masters of the human religion, Wu Wo and Wuxin. They opened their eyes directly and looked at the place where the fluctuations were generated. In an instant, the pupils of the two could not help shrinking, because the location of the fluctuations was at the Dalo spiritual spring. Not only that, when the two looked down, two figures were seen in the spiritual spring. One was from the Black Mountain religion, and the one who used the boundary stone was him. It was undoubtedly extremely unpleasant to use it in the territory of the human religion, or in a place like the Dalo spiritual spring. However, when the other figure was captured and sensed by them, this unpleasantness completely changed. That was the disciple of the Ji religion who inherited the taking yin and yang key, and also worshipped in the human religion mountain gate, and knelt before the founder. The extreme anger instantly filled the entire Dalo mountain of the human religion, and the anger was like an ocean, covering the sky and the earth. The boundary stone, the spell, all these things instantly made sense as he understand what happened. For a person who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, what kind of conspiracy and secret thoughts have he not seen? Haha, to senior brothers, long time no see. At this moment, laughter rang out, and a figure broke through the air. His breath was extremely heavy, as if a mountain that penetrated the sky and soared into the starry sky. That was Yu Xianzhen, one of the three masters of the Black Mountain sect. He had arrived a long time ago, but he never showed up. Instead, he waited for almost a month, and finally got the signal. Before coming, Yu Xianzhen suddenly sent him a message to rob and kill the Taoist of Jiguo. Yu Xianzhen undoubtedly refused to do such a thing in the human sect at first. It would be fine if it was just Jiguo. You know, the 10,000-year war is about to begin. Now offending the human sect will make the Black Mountain sect very passive. But he was soon convinced. Although the Black Mountain sect was the main force in this matter, it was not the Black Mountain sect that took action. They were the beginning, and the people who wanted to kill the Taoist of Jiguo were not just those. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the other party has given extremely excellent conditions, that is, money, and a lot of money, and the party that made the promise is the demon court, King Diming. Listening to the promise given by King Diming, considering that the Black Mountain sect is just starting, if he is soft, if it doesn't work, the worst that can happen is to expel the disciple for explanation. Although the human sect will be angry, it is not a big deal. After all, he is a disciple of the G sect. As for the reaction of the G sect, both sides have already broken up. The Dalo who was personally nailed to death by the G sect saint was not a simple identity, but the descendant of the Black Mountain saint. If it weren't for the appearance of the Western Chan sect saint, I'm afraid there would have been a fight at that time. Moreover, although this behavior means that the conflict between the two sides is inevitable, Lu Feng, who took action, is at the same level as the G-sect Daozi, so it is not considered a violation of the rules. Therefore, even if the G-sect is extremely angry, at most the two sides will have a fight. And it is obvious that it is easy to talk about it when the person is alive, but once he dies, it is another matter. The strength of both sides is not much different. If they have to fight, regardless of the outcome, the death toll will undoubtedly be high. As the leader of a great sect, it is impossible not to consider this aspect. After considering the pros and cons, Yu Xianzhen nodded in agreement. The only thing that made him a little unhappy was that he had waited for almost a month. As for the reason, it was even more absurd. The Taoist of Jiguo actually went to pick up girls. Finally, he felt the fluctuation of the boundary stone, and he left the scene immediately, intending to delay the human sect for 2 nights to complete his mission. Finally, he came. To be honest, he was almost annoyed. A mere Taoist of Jiguo made him, the great leader of the Black Mountain sect, Luo Gan, wait for nearly a month. If it weren't for the amazing benefits afterwards, he would have said goodbye long ago. Thinking of the promise of King Diming, Yu Xianzhen couldn't help but breathe faster. Undoubtedly, everything was worth it. Next, he only needs to accept some blame and endure some anger, and he can easily get good things that he may not be able to get, even if he ventures to the deepest part of the western regions. With this idea in mind, Yushianzan came. However, facing his arrival and his cordial greetings, what he was responded to was not the slightly annoyed questioning he expected, or the more radical questioning. There was only anger, which made the air tremble, and even Dalo Mountain could not help but be shaken by anger. Yushianzan's heart, which had been prepared for a long time, trembled inexplicably. His expression was a little stiff, and he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in his heart, feeling that things were a little different from what he expected and what they said. In fact, it was not just Yushianzan. The disciples of the Black Mountain sect in the 8 Scenery Palace felt that Lu Feng had successfully taken action. The face of the eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect could not help but slightly hooked, and he showed a little smile directly. It's done. After a whole month, he was already impatient. If it weren't for the fact that the demon court had made too many promises, he would have withdrawn long ago. However, as the human sect responded, the smile on the face of the eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect disappeared. As for the reason, it was very simple. He felt the killing intent. That's right, the killing intent that was extremely cold and penetrated the bone marrow fell directly on him. Before he could even say anything, he felt a pair of hands reaching into his body and grabbing his soul. This was not a feeling, this was reality. The 3 houses of the human religion were searching his soul. This was absolutely unimaginable. The greatest Dalo actually searched the soul of Mirtai great perfection. This undoubtedly violated the rules jointly set by the saints of the 8 major religions. How could this happen? For a moment, the eldest brother of the Black Mountain religion could not understand. The unfolding of reality was completely beyond his original expectations. Shouldn't the disciples of the human religion come to seal the door, temporarily detain them, and eventually drive them out of the human religion and list them as unwelcome people? Why did the greatest Dalo attack him directly? The oath was shaking. Such a thing naturally could not be concealed. The relevant content had long been sealed in the depths of the soul. It was formulated by the greatest Dalo, and was the highest level of oath. The eldest brother of the Black Mountain religion felt that his soul was about to collapse. The other party had no intention of showing mercy and did not care about bullying the weak. He vomited blood, and blood spurted from all 7 orifices. Not only him, but all the disciples of the Black Mountain sect in the palace were like this. They were directly collected by Sansu himself, and they did not stop until their souls were torn apart. Before his sight entered the darkness, the eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect was still full of doubts and could not understand why. He was just a disciple of the G sect. Why would Sansu of the human sect be so disregarding of the rules? Zaya. A cold voice sounded. It was Wuxin Zenran, searching his soul. Disciple is here. Zaya's voice sounded, still with its own unique rhythm, but a trace of anger could be felt in it. Press the people of Black Mountain into the Dalo Black Abyss. Disciple listens to my order. Yushianzan's expression changed. This was no longer unexpected. This was simply beyond imagination. Detaining the Black Mountain Xianjiao was too much. To senior brothers, what do you mean? The Supreme Dalo attacked Tai disciples. Isn't it too much? On the Dalo Mountain of my human sect, you plotted against my human sect's Xianjiao and killed my Xianjiao. You have taken advantage of my human sect, and you are here to ask me openly. What's the meaning of this? Haha, good. As soon as the words fell, 2 peerless figures walked out of the Beijing palace directly, with cold murderous intent, and directly locked Yushianzan who came. Since you are here, don't leave. Looking at the 2 human sect Sansu who were obviously really angry and not joking, Yushianzan took a breath of cold air. The ease he had before coming was completely thrown away at this moment, and his heart jumped directly to his throat. What's the situation? What's going on? Isn't it the Taoist of G sect who is dealing with it? Why did it become the Xianjiao of the human sect? On the territory of the human sect, calculating the Xianjiao of the human sect, and wanting to kill him at a glance. This is obviously different from the rules agreed by the saints. This is equivalent to declaring war directly. Yushianzan didn't even think about it. He turned around and walked away without caring about the Black Mountain sect's Cheyenne duo. He said as he walked, "Two senior brothers, there must be some misunderstandings. Please calm down. I promise to give the sect an explanation of the cause and effect." Boom. There was no answer, only the recollection that shook the world in the attack, that broke the void. Wuxin Zenran made a move without any mercy. The terrifying emotions gathered in his hands, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and the 8 avenues converged into 3,000 middle roads, and each of the 3,000 middle roads had 3,000 small roads. 72 million roads turned into a long river of stars, forming a wonder of the universe. In an instant, Yushianzan was covered in it. One punch, 1,000,000 miles. The endless starry sky was formed, covering the endless earth. In an instant, deep in the far east, most of the territory of the upper domain was covered. Day became night, the stars moved, and the world was turned upside down. Damn, bastard. Faced with this scene, Yushianzan's face turned green, revealing a look of horror, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Black Shianzan, Deminking, is this what you fucking people call an angry question? This fucking yell, an angry question? At this moment, let alone Yushianzan, the entire eastern region couldn't help but be shocked, and the Supreme Dalwa of the Heaven Court and the Demon Court opened their eyes, their pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, and their faces changed. Is this Wuxin Zenran? Why is he so furious? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809, The Beast in Despair. When did he get cursed? During this period of time, he could say that he had never touched anyone. Senior Sister Guo? Senior Sister Zaya? Or the senior sister from the Buddhist sect? No, it couldn't be them. First of all, it couldn't be Senior Sister Guo. Her personality couldn't allow her to do such a thing. There is still a slight difference between monks and mortals. In the human world, there is a saying that criminals sometimes have good intentions, and good people sometimes want to do bad things. It's different for monks. Especially for monks who have achieved the realm of immortals, they move forward all the way, cultivating not only the body, but also the strength and the heart. The fruit of the Tao carries not only the road they have walked, but also their own enlightenment. For example, Senior Sister Guo, her tyranny has been integrated into her bones, and her words, deeds, tricks, and the Tao are all like this. It can be said that it runs through everything she has. She won't use this trick, because it is no longer in line with her Tao heart. Even if it is useful, she can't use it. Using it will collapse her Tao heart and form a knot that can't be opened. This is absolutely unacceptable. For those who are devoted to seeking the Tao, it is better to die than to do something that goes against their Tao heart. It is impossible for Senior Sister Guo, and the same is true for Senior Sister Zaya. Even if she is alone, even if the higher she goes, the fewer people there are around her. Without a firm heart, she will definitely not be able to bear the loneliness, nor can she control the power of fear. As one of the oldest emotions of living things, how can she become the master of fear without a firm enough Tao heart? She must be a person who is consistent in her appearance and heart. If she is a little bit repetitive, her Tao will kill her. That's right, the Tao of fear is really not a joke. It is a power that even a peerless genius like Lisu can influence. The disciples of the human teaching who also practice the Wu-Wei Sutra can't stand it, which shows how extreme this power is. A complicated mind can't control this power at all. As for the senior sister of the Buddhist sect, it is impossible. Although there was a touch, it was Lisu who touched the other party, and it was through the yin and yang key. As the yin and yang power that can turn all matter into nothingness, it is even more of a tale through the ages to tamper with it. It is simply impossible, will be melted at the beginning. Lisu couldn't help but frown. He couldn't figure out where the curse on him came from. No. At this point, the curse is no longer important. What needs to be dealt with now is this teleportation. It doesn't matter where he goes. What's important is what's waiting for him over there. Trap. Ambush. Almost certain. They didn't hesitate to attack him in the human religion. With such awareness, there is basically only one possibility waiting for him. A sure kill ending. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su couldn't help but tense up all the cells in his body. His life soul sank into his heart. His heavenly soul jumped out, dominated his mind, suppressed all the emotions that kept rising, and forced himself into an absolutely calm state. Ultra long distance teleportation across the border. With a glance around, Lee Su instantly understood his current situation. As the inheritor of the supreme jade purity, he is naturally familiar with space, and with his previous experience, he roughly understands the nature of this teleportation. It's not just as simple as leaving the human religion. He might not even be in the East region at this moment. That is to say, even if the human religion discovered this situation, it would probably be too late to rescue them, even if they wanted to. Then there was the G religion. Although Deus's crown had the power of a saint, if activated, it could attract the attention of their own saints, but considering what happened in Dalo Mountain, and not knowing where they would be sent, they would probably have to make some concessions. In other words, in this crisis, he could only rely on himself. Lee Su quickly grasped his own situation. This was probably the biggest crisis he had faced since he crossed over. This was definitely a killing game with no way out. With such a huge price, no matter how prepared or determined he was, it would be impossible for him to survive. Boom. 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 Lee Su's heart was beating. All the hairs on his body stood up, his blood was boiling, and the coldness covered his whole body. The crisis of death made him completely mad. A creature can only face death calmly, unless it is as desperate as death. Therefore, if there is even a slight chance, it will struggle madly. What's more, Lee Su is so extraordinary. In an instant, he entered an unimaginable realm. The moment he realized the crisis of life, his body, soul, and avenue all made unprecedented reactions and became active. Originally, because he broke through from the second realm to the ninth realm too quickly, many flaws appeared in the galaxies in his body. The realm that originally needed a lot of time to consolidate and stabilize was burned at a rapid speed. 1 second was infinitely stretched by him at this moment, and the vast galaxy space began to rotate madly. In just less than a blink of an eye, it rotated hundreds of thousands of times, and the starring burst into amazing brilliance. The realm was consolidated and stabilized. With a long breath, Lee Su's body began to turn red, and a large amount of smoke spewed out. His life was boiling. Crack, crack. The evil scripture began to crack, and the power that suppressed his body was broken, and could no longer restrict him. Raising his head, he looked at Lu Feng, who was not far away from him. There was no hatred or anger in his eyes. There was only indifference and untraceable tyranny. At this moment, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile wildly after the successful transmission, as if he had seen the tragic death of the person in front of him, and he had vented all his anger. His face couldn't help but stiffen slightly, and his pupils kept shrinking. As a cultivator, and a cultivator who has lived for thousands of years, he has encountered too many things in his life. He is naturally familiar with this scene in front of him. No, it should be said that he is familiar with it. He has seen it countless times. That is the look in the eyes of creatures when they are dying, and the momentum that will burst out, breaking the boats and sinking the boats, fighting with one's back to the water, going all in. There are many adjectives, but there is no doubt that this kind of word is not good for him at this moment. Very, very bad. Creatures in this state usually burst out with incredible power. That is the power that is formed by unlimited pressure on themselves, which is several times greater than their own. Even a mere true immortal may hurt him as Tai. It is also said that the person in front of him at the moment is at the same realm as him. Although the level is slightly lower, the overall difference is not absolute. In an instant, the joy of his successful plan disappeared completely. Instead, a chill lingered in his heart. The boundary stone is very scary. Once it is activated, it can only stop when it reaches the destination. But this process still needs a lot of time, about 5 seconds. There is no doubt that in these few seconds of arrival, he will be the only one facing the beast in front of him that is running wild, because it is trapped in a place where it is doomed to die. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng directly took a defensive posture. It is not easy to deal with a creature in this mood, because if you don't do it well, he will be seriously injured. The GGO Taoist is decisive, but unfortunately, even if you realize it, everything is too late. Too late. At this moment, no matter how you struggle, it is doomed and cannot change your fate. GGO Taoist, you will die. Although he was a little nervous, Lu Feng was extremely confident. A few seconds was only one move at most. Even if the opponent fought desperately, he was confident that he could block this move. As Lu Feng's thoughts fell, he saw the stars. The sky was full of stars, a full 117 stars, huge and boundless stars. Lu Feng couldn't help but stare blankly, revealing an expression of disbelief. What is this? Chapter 810 One Punch. 10 Fires TIE. The perfect star system has 9 stars. 11 fires, 18 stars. 12 fires, 27 stars. 13 fires, 36 stars. 14 fires, 45 stars. And the ultimate 15 fires, 54 stars. The above is the maximum number of stars that can be achieved in the TIE realm star system. No, there are more. Especially the 54 stars of the 15 fires. That is the limit, the maximum height that all creatures in the myth world can reach. This is not only the basis of the myth world, but also before the destruction of the ancient prehistoric world. The TIE realm star system will never exceed this number. Perhaps there will be exceptions, because of special reasons. There will be 1 or 2 more stars. For example, the new type of cultivators in the myth world today can form 1 fire and condense 1 more star of Taoism through super quality Taoism. But what is this person in front of him? Looking at the more than 100 terrifying stars, Lu Feng was almost crazy and couldn't help shaking his head and questioning. How is it possible? How could a cultivator in the TIE realm possess so many stars? There were exactly twice as many stars as the extreme 15 fires. This was fake. Absolutely fake. It was just an illusion, a trick used by the other party to disturb his mind. This was absolutely impossible. Even if the other party was the legendary Extreme 15 Fires TIE, it would be easier to accept than the scene in front of him. Want to disturb my Deo heart with this? This is impossible. Lu Feng was trembling all over. He wanted to shout and roar, asking the GGO Taoist in front of him not to use such tricks, which were useless to him. Yes, useless. Even if he was shocked by the scene shown by the other party at this moment, his body trembled, the avenue was turbulent, and even his breathing became difficult. He still didn't want to believe it. Lu Feng opened his arms and directly burst out all his magic power. The vast galaxy in his body glowed, the 9 realms were extreme, and the 36 stars shone brightly. That was the glory of the 13 fire mythology pride. With a hum, the ancient mythical object descended into reality. The Busha mountain was directly in front of him. Not just 1, but 9, were revealed by him, forming an unbreakable picture. Don't think you can fool me. Don't think you can shake me. As long as you block this attack, everything will be over. Lu Feng stared at the figure in front of him with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he had only one thought in his heart. Just one attack. Even if he was severely injured, it didn't matter. As long as he held on, it would be his victory. At this moment, Li Su finally moved. There were no extra words. He just raised his hand and punched, without any Taoist magic power, just the simplest gathering of magic power, a blow formed by his own realm, falling towards Lu Feng. In an instant, there was a brilliant flash. That was the starring. The grand gravity formed by the star rode in his body. Lu Feng was shocked, and there was light in his eyes. No doubt in his opinion, Li Su's punch was too arrogant. He didn't even use Taoist magic power, and planned to crush him with his realm. Do you really think you have 100 stars? However, with a loud bang, Lu Feng's expression changed, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The reason was that the Busha mountain, known as the first sacred mountain between heaven and earth, was shaking, and all 9 of them were trembling. They were actually twisted and shaken by the opponent's fist. The rustling sound was extremely harsh, and the unparalleled power directly passed through his Busha wanda and pressed on his body. Lu Feng's eyes were almost about to burst out of his eye sockets. He uttered a single syllable, and his face was gradually distorted. This was not because of extreme emotions, but because of heavy pressure. At this moment, he seemed to be holding an extremely huge star in his arms. The opponent's weight alone made him unbearable and wanted to crush him. How is it possible? He is in the middle stage of TIE, but he can't resist a punch from an early stage of TIE. This is impossible! Exclamation mark. He couldn't help but roar, and the stars in his body burst into brilliant light. Boundless mana gushed out from his body and merged into the wonder of Buzzhao. He used all his strength to push back Li Su's punch. The creaking sound continued to ring, and Lu Feng's explosion did not change the situation. Facing the overwhelming power of Li Su, he just stalemated and collapsed the next moment. The shadow of Buzzhao twisted again, and was crushed and destroyed by Li Su's fist bit by bit. With his pupils spitting out disbelief, Lu Feng's straight body couldn't help but tremble, and there were crackling sounds. It was his bones that could no longer bear the weight. The avenue was in turmoil, and the rotating stars inside were forcibly pressed down and stopped. At this moment, Lu Feng was shocked. Even though he was full of disbelief, he couldn't help trembling and shaking when he looked at the wonder of the galaxy formed by Li Su. Could it be true? After all, even if you feel that you are deceiving yourself, the reality is not like that. This is not about the difference in the level of Taoism and magical powers, nor is it the difference in combat experience. This is a pure realm crushing, and the advantages and disadvantages caused by the absolute difference in strength between the two sides. They are both in the 9 realm star system period, which should not happen. Even if it is said that Lu Feng is only a 13 fire TIE, with only 36 stars, and 15 fires can suppress him, it will definitely not form such an effect that he cannot even resist. Could it be that the other party really has a full 117 stars? How could this be true? GGODOZ, how did he do it? Finally, Lu Feng reached his limit. With a loud bang, Buzzhao Mountain collapsed. The entire 9 majestic peaks could not withstand the pressure on them and collapsed completely. With a bang, the wonder of Buzzhao exploded. As the owner, Lu Feng was naturally not much better. His majestic body trembled, and his 7 orifices exploded directly. Countless blood gushed out, and his skin collapsed, as if an orange was squeezed and exploded, bursting with blood mist all over the sky. The meridians and bones of his body were broken inch by inch. In the flesh, the huge galaxy cracked with a crackling sound. It was not a crack, but a crack. His avenue was crushed alive. This gap in power level was too huge, and the effect produced was naturally incomparable. Lu Feng, the Cheyenne Geo of the Black Mountain sect, was completely suppressed by Li Su's punch. He severely damaged the foundation, tore the avenue, and turned directly into a pool of mud, and collapsed on the ground. His body began to twist, quickly lost his human form, and turned into a collapsed mountain, almost dead. Tai's immortality played a huge effect, hanging his life. The body was not flesh and blood, but rocks, so he did not die immediately, even if his body collapsed. But even so, it could not change the ending. His soul was scattered, and his avenue was broken. This was a fatal injury. Unless a saint came to the rescue, there was no hope. Lu Feng stared at Li Su blankly, his cracked and dissipated soul full of disbelief. You know, the other party was a true immortal not long ago, and he didn't take him seriously at all when he went all out. As a result, in less than half a year, it turned into a situation that he could not imagine at all. At this moment, shouldn't he be retaliating against the other party for embarrassing him in Tangshandao and losing the trust of Hei Xianzhen? It should be like this. Why did it become like this? The consciousness was extinguished, and the soul light was dissipating. As a prodigy of the Black Mountain sect, he is now in the middle stage of Tai. Soon, when the 10,000 years war begins, he will be able to achieve the limit and finally break through the Tai level and advance into the highest realm of the mythical world, Daluo. When that time comes, his story, his legend, and his brilliant life will officially begin. Such a person actually died here in this way. Unwilling, I'm not willing. Looking at Li Su, Lu Feng's eyes were filled with hatred. He couldn't help but open his mouth and said silently, it shouldn't be like this. However, facing the dead Lu Feng at this moment, Li Su never looked at him from beginning to end. To him, Lu Feng was not even a stumbling block. He stretched out his palm, and the shadow under his feet kept shaking. The Supreme Soul was being used by him to draw out the scattered souls. Because what follows is the beginning of this drama, a real life and death fight. Chapter 811 Ambush in the Blood Pond. Western Region, Blood Pool. This place is located in the deepest place, about 15 million kilometers away from the upper region. The geographical environment here is very special. The entire blood pool is surrounded by a continuous mountain range. The mountains here are very high. They pierce the clouds, and it is unknown how many miles away. Someone once flew up and could not see the end for several days. This side of the mountain is peaceful and quiet, and it is not like the depths. It seems that all the dangers around are gathered behind this huge mountain and surrounded by the blood pool. There, the eyes are full of blood. According to legend, this place should be related to the legendary Blood Sea. Before the ancient times, the ancient god Pangu opened the sky and died, and the filth under his belly button was transformed. This blood pool is extremely huge. Tai monks ran at full speed for a month, but still could not reach the end of it. Only the vast blood sea seems endless. If it were not for the occasional appearance of a few islands of different appearances that could be used as markers, I would probably have to wonder if I was trapped in an illusion and trapped here. Of course, this blood pool is not just big or just full of blood. In fact, in this bloody water, you can faintly see black shadows passing through it. The speed is very fast, and it disappears in the blink of an eye. Sometimes there are many, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, densely packed, and they float far away in the blink of an eye. Sometimes, it is very large, several miles, dozens of miles, or even hundreds of meters, to form a huge black shadow. It appears silently in the blood sea, and disappears silently under the deep sea. This place is extremely dangerous. Tai once fell into it, but in a blink of an eye, when the person came up, 90% of his flesh and blood disappeared, and the avenue in his body was rotten, as if he was bitten by some ferocious beast. And although the person went ashore, the situation did not change at all. His flesh and blood, his avenue were still disappearing, and bite wounds continued to appear on his body. Someone went up to stop him, and wanted to treat him. As soon as he approached, the same thing happened to him, and his flesh and blood were eaten away out of thin air. He retreated in shock, but found that the gnawing did not stop, but bit the person who attacked him like bone and marrow. The man was panicked and fled around, getting close to many people for a while. As a result, this strange gnawing situation was like an epidemic, spreading directly. Hundreds of people had the same situation, and their flesh and blood kept disappearing. In the end, there were thousands of treasure hunters who entered here, but only one person escaped. However, even if the man had left the blood pool, he died at home not long after returning. It was his friend who came to find him. When he found him, his intestines were already pierced, and his whole body was only the skin on his face except for the bones. As if sensing the breath of someone entering, his skin began to stir and explode, and a strange fish covered with bone spurs rushed out from it, opening its big mouth with cold light, and asked for his friend. Although shocked, his friend was also a cultivator with good strength, and was in the state of great perfection in the late Tai period. With all his strength, he failed to cut the strange fish, but instead, it made a golden sound. The strange fish was not hurt at all, but it felt pain. Then it bit through the wall door, jumped into the water tank outside the house, and disappeared. Some people also fell in, and saw waves in the sea of blood, and the people disappeared completely. After that, the reputation of this blood pool was completely spread, and it was completely regarded as a very dangerous place. The only entrance was blocked. No one could stop you from entering, but you had to go through a series of inspections to get out. It was rumored that Adalo Realm had entered it to investigate, and when he came out, his face was very bad, and he said bluntly that this place was a cursed place, and had no value. Although some people did not believe it later, and entered to explore one after another, they either returned empty-handed, or died in it, losing all their money. Gradually, this place was collectively regarded as a place for monks by the Western region monks, and no one cared about it anymore. As time went by, the guards who were originally arranged to guard outside, to prevent anyone from bringing the curse out, were also withdrawn, because someone found that once the curse in the blood pool left the blood pool, the danger was more on the people who went out, and it was not as scary outside as the blood pool, and it became completely unattended. And it was such a place that no one had come back for hundreds of years. Even if someone occasionally got lost and found this place, when they saw the words blood pool engraved in front of the entrance, they would quickly leave. Now, many people have come to this notorious place. There are more than a dozen people who didn't show their faces. They arrived almost half a month ago and quickly entered the Blood Sea. They are very strong and went straight into the Blood Sea. They moved forward for a whole day and flew tens of millions of miles before they stopped. There they found a huge island and began to make arrangements. That is the boundary stone. No, the full name should be the mother-child boundary stone. It is a special treasure created by the heavenly court in the ancient prehistoric period. Rumor has it that it was built by Lord Haoshan himself for a search and development against other worlds. The substones were sent to the opposite side through the special forces, and then the mother stone was used to start the transmission, sending the heavenly troops into it, forming a pincer attack from the front and back. After the substones were arranged, these people did not stop, but continued to act on their own. They were setting up the formation. The action was very fast, obviously not the first time, and this formation was also very unusual. The various materials used alone were extremely amazing. The level was probably at the 4th level. In the formation, there is the first level of foundation building, the second level of golden elixir, the third level of immortal, and the 4th level of Tai. The higher you go, not only the greater the power, but also the greater the difficulty of arrangement. In just less than an hour, they had already arranged it. 9 of them stepped into the center of the formation. As the magic power was used, the stars shone, and 7 dazzling stars were generated in the void. That is the Big Dipper. It starts with Xiangguan and ends with Yaoguang. They soared into the sky, forming an unparalleled vastness, pulling down tremendous power, directly suppressing this huge island, and the endless starlight turned into a cage, covering this place. How about this formation? After making all preparations, there were 4 people left. One of them spoke, looking at the person who not only concealed his face, but even his breath was covered tightly. It is worthy of being the ancient demon court, and the formation is well deserved. The voice was very hoarse, as if a person died of thirst, and his throat was almost broken. Although this formation is not a killing formation, it is the best in trapping people. It uses the power of the galaxy to suppress people. Once they enter, their strength will probably be reduced by more than 3 or 5 levels. Even if they are at the great perfection of Tai, once they are trapped by this formation, they will probably be able to exert less than 30% or 40% of their strength. A mid-stage formation is enough to take them down. If a Dalo realm is in charge, even a great sect's genius will find it difficult to break free. The person who spoke smiled when he heard this. He was naturally very proud of this formation. Although it was newly created in the past 10,000 years, it was derived from the strongest formation of the ancient demon court, the Zhaoshan Xingdao formation. It is one of the 3 strongest formations in the prehistoric world. No, it should be said that it is one of the 2 strongest formations. Only the Dushan Shensha formation inherited by the Wu clan, which has been exterminated, can be compared. However, the eyes of the demon court cultivator in front of him couldn't help but flash. If he didn't know the identity of the person in front of him, he would never be able to connect the identity of the person in front of him with the Duobao Tai of Gigio, right? The breath is really too strange. The other part his breath is completely different from the original Duobao. I don't know what kind of Taoist magic this is. It's so magical. Not only the breath of the skills, but even the soul has changed, which is completely unrecognizable. Sure enough, it is rumored that this boy had a strange encounter. It seems that he must have obtained an extremely powerful inheritance in ancient times, which made him, who had been mediocre for thousands of years, suddenly become a dazzling existence, and he can be ranked on par with the 8 major sects. This place is also recommended by the other party. It is a rare good place to kill people. The blood pool is probably unimaginable to ordinary people. Not to mention, this place is really very good. It is a world of its own, isolated from the outside, and almost no one comes. It can be said to be a very dangerous place. The man didn't say much. When he came, King Dimming had already explained it, and the 2 sides made a vow. Now the only thing to do is to wait quietly, wait for the stone to glow, and wait for people to be teleported. However, as time passed, an unexpected situation occurred. That is, after the arrangement was ready, there was no movement for a whole week. Unable to hold back, the person who spoke and the senior brother Duobeo left the blood pool and went out to communicate. After getting a response, the two returned with a slightly doubtful expression. Neither of them spoke, but from their eyes, it can be seen that it was a big fuck. Finally, after waiting for more than 20 days, the movement from the stone lit up. The people of the demon court couldn't help but take a deep breath. Compared with more than 10 days ago, his eyes, in addition to the coldness, also had a hint of tyranny. He is not the Tei Shiangyo of the demon court, but a real Dalo realm cultivator. He is the 40th Shiangyo myth. What is the 40th? It has to start from the 10,000 years war. About 550,000 years ago, the saints of the 8 major sects began to cultivate Shiangyo and started a war with a 10,000 year period. So far, it has been exactly 55 sessions, and he is a participant in the 40th 10,000 years war and achieved the Dalo realm in that session. In just a few seconds, the light of the stone became brighter and brighter and finally flashed away, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. The eyes of the people who had been waiting for a long time were immediately surprised. Is this Lu Feng from the Black Mountain sect? Why is there only one person? Where is the target? Chapter 812, Killing Game. Wait, where is the disciple of Jigyo? Where is the target they want to kill this time? His face turned ugly instantly, and the 40th Dalo of the demon court couldn't help but speak. Where is he? At this moment, Lu Feng, who landed on the ground, was pale and bloody. Hearing someone questioning, he immediately started to curse. Arsehole, who said that the curse can definitely suppress him, make him unable to move for a short time. Damn it, damn it. Lu Feng's face was full of fear, as if he thought of something extremely terrifying. It was not suppressed at all. The other party broke the curse in an instant and ran out of the transmission. If it wasn't for the fast activation of the boundary stone, I would have been beaten to death by him on the side of the human sect. Facing Lu Feng's words, everyone was stunned. The person who led the demon court couldn't help but turn his head and look directly at the person who covered his face. He knew the whole plan. The beginning of everything was his curse. Through the curse, suppress the disciple of Jigyo for a short time, making him unable to move freely, and then activate the mother stone to send him directly here. However, it was such a result. Seeing the man from the demon court turning his head, Lu Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Was a curse provided by this guy? Breath, soul, avenue. Without a doubt, I have never seen it before. This is the first time I have encountered it. Who is this guy? How did he do this to me and the human religion? Naturally, the person who came could not be Lu Feng, who was reborn by Li Su's punch, but Li Su himself. Through the Supreme Soul, he directly intercepted the other party's soul, used his soul to cover himself, and disguised himself as Lu Feng. This disguise is very amazing. Unless you collect his soul directly from a close distance, or the other party's realm is far higher than his, such as the Supreme Dalo, you may be able to see some clues. Otherwise, under the cover of the soul, he is basically the same as Lu Feng. The man frowned, and a strange color appeared in his pupils. He knew the means he used best. Once it was successfully performed, the effect would be extremely amazing. After all, this curse itself is to suppress the opponent, sacrificing all other functions. The shorter the suppression time, the greater the power. He calculated that the opening time of the Mother Stone would not exceed 1 second. In this time, even the Dalo realm might not be able to break free, let alone the Tei realm. You know, that is a blood curse made with the souls of 100,000 living beings. It is a special curse handed down from the ancient times. It originated from the variant of the immobilization technique and the 72 transformation techniques of the earthly evils, and it was integrated into the curse. Before the demon court Dalo could ask, the man suddenly slashed a palm towards Lu Feng. It was a simple and unpretentious blow, but it was like a star falling to the earth. The palm broke through the space between the two, and pressed directly on Lu Feng's chest. With a loud bang, Lu Feng's body vibrated. This palm was beyond imagination. The galaxies in his body could not help but vibrate. His body cracked directly, and the main body of the mountain and stone body was knocked out. a large amount of stones fell from his body. After stumbling for several steps, Lu Feng spat out a large mouthful of black blood and looked at the person who attacked him in disbelief. You. Yao Ting Daluo frowned and was about to speak. The man spoke in a hoarse voice. His pupils were dull, but he was full of murderous intent, and said in advance, "Who am I?" Huh. Yao Ting Daluo was stunned and did not speak. He also looked at Lu Feng, waiting for his answer. This plan was led by the Supreme Daluo. Before it started, a series of restrictions were formulated. In order to avoid being exposed, the souls of all participants would be bound, and they would not be able to tell the content of this matter to the outside world. Not only that, once the plan is completed, this memory will completely disappear from their minds, and no one can mention it or recall it, not even the Supreme Daluo. And the more content you know, the more serious the effect of the oath. This oath is very terrible. Even a saint cannot see the memory of the person who made the oath and find out the truth from it. After all, its creator is a legendary one, the god of Haoshan. That's right, it's him again. You ask why? My sister was calculated, my daughter was calculated, and my niece was calculated. People have tempers, not to mention the eternal emperor. The emperor's original intention was to form an inviolable bond in his heart by making a special oath, so that his shameless brothers could not calculate their relatives. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. Instead, he created such a method that could circumvent the restriction of the Holy Realm soul search, and then it was shelved by the Lord of Haoshan. After all, it can only target the Holy Realm, which is basically equivalent to useless. That's right, this thing is useless to the Heavenly Dao Saint. The Heavenly Dao Saint was a bug in the ancient prehistoric times. In response to the man's question, Lu Feng's face froze slightly. To be honest, he really wanted to know who this bastard was. Without any pre-swing, Lu Feng, no, Li Su took action. The more 6 billion hearts there are, the more 117 stars shine and shine, and 2 million small paths are reflected in them. One punch, a scroll of living painting. This attack, without any reservation, was the strongest attack that he could unleash at this moment. There was a fire in the painting of living beings. Not only the Taoist magic, but also the treasures had been mobilized by him early. Sure enough, there was a problem. Yao Ting Daluo couldn't help but take a breath. At this moment, he was undoubtedly a little shocked. After all, the difference between this Taoist disciple and him was a whole realm. As a result, the transformation technique was hidden from him. This was simply incredible. After all, Yao Ting Daluo himself was also a genius, the son of destiny of the 40th generation. The universe was shaken, and Yao Ting Daluo directly stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Su fiercely. Although it was a little magical, the gap in realm was there, and Li Su's shocking punch was nothing in his eyes. Moreover, he was not the only one waiting for him here. The two people behind him, although the time was slightly interrupted, were undoubtedly also in the realm of Daluo. A mere Tai, even if he was a genius, faced with the encirclement and suppression of 3 Daluo, the result was still doomed. Power collided. As a result, he was stunned. Yao Ting Daluo felt pain in his 5 fingers. The opponent's power was not crushed by him. Instead, the unparalleled power transmitted to him injured his fingers and pierced his palm. With a humming sound, Yao Ting Daluo couldn't help but groan. His soul seemed to be chopped by a knife, and his body was invaded by a strange force. His flesh and blood seemed to be alive and bit him. His skin was cracked, and a terrible sword intent burst out from it. In the cracked wound, one after another space cracks opened, strangling his flesh and blood. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 kinds of Taoist magic that can hurt him. Yao Ting Daluo's face changed on the spot, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. How is it possible? Before he finished being surprised, Li Su's fist lit up, and an extremely sharp object stretched out from his fist, with a creepy breath, and burst into a sky-high light. The moment the breath appeared, let alone Yao Ting Shai and Jiao Daluo, several people on the side couldn't help but change their faces. This breath. Supreme treasure? This person actually possesses the supreme treasure? With a thud, the demon caught Shai and Jiao Daluo was numb. His palm was directly hit by the tip of the gun, and the sound of bone fracture exploded, and a corner of the vast universe in his body was directly cracked. facing the supreme treasure. Even if he is a Xianjiao Daluo, it is completely another matter. The mighty power exploded, and the demon court Daluo flew, and was directly blown away by the power of the terrible supreme treasure. Without pursuing the victory, Li Su grabbed the flagpole, waved his hands, and swept across the spot. With a thud, the void solidified. The next second, the terrible sea of flames exploded, and a vast history of the human race filled the surroundings. While the remaining few people were pushed away, most of the power fell on the island itself. With a loud bang, the island was directly evaporated by him. As soon as the field of vision opened, a strong bloody smell came over, and what came into view was an endless sea of blood. Li Su, who was in the formation, his body, soul, and even the avenue were suppressed. At this moment, he fully recovered. He took a step forward and soared into the sky. He had no intention of continuing to fight hard and just wanted to get away. However, he had only flown 100 meters when he felt the huge pressure coming again. Above his head, he saw 7 stars bursting with terrible brilliance, directly covering 1,000,000 miles. Formation. Big Dipper. Li Su was speechless, his eyes were cold, and he waved the Xinhuo flag in his hand again, and a vast Xinhuo swept out with him. Boom. The treasure was moving, shaking the sky. The unparalleled power penetrated the vast history and rushed head on, directly hitting the 7 stars above his head. The world was distorted, and the Big Dipper formation was hit unprecedentedly, with countless cracks, torn apart by the long history of the human race. You can't leave. Before Li Su broke through the formation, in the distance, the Yaoting Daluo Xianjiao who was shaken away returned. As the 40th son of the era, even if he was caught off guard and injured his hand bones in the face of the treasure, he still came back quickly. At this moment, his face was cold and fierce, and his pupils were full of murderous intent. He understood why King Dimming was so afraid of this boy. He made a move. He punched into the void. In an instant, the world turned upside down, and the sun and the moon shifted. The vast power, crossing a distance of thousands of miles, directly pressed down on Li Su. Li Su's eyes flashed coldly, and he flipped the Xinhuo flag in his hand, using the flag as a sword, and slashing with one sword. In an instant, the Xinhuo of thousands of miles was like a blade, breaking through the sky and falling. A shocking slash, a peerless punch, and a loud collision. With a loud bang, the two were shocked. The demon court Daluo Xianjiao stepped back a few steps, and Li Su was like being struck by lightning, and he directly spit out a large mouthful of blood. His body was shaking, and he staggered back several meters. Before he could catch his breath, another figure broke through the air and appeared on his right. It was no longer a human, but a giant dragon snake. It looked at Li Su with a grim look. Its belly was as big as a drum, and it instantly expanded to 100 feet. Its body, which was several miles long, was like a ball. It suddenly opened its mouth and roared at Li Su. Roar. The space exploded, like glass. The terrible ultra-high frequency vibration directly covered Li Su's body. In an instant, a large piece of blood mist appeared on his body. The whole person seemed to be thrown into a meat grinder. Countless cells were directly torn apart on the spot by this terrible sound. Large pieces of flesh and blood evaporated directly, revealing the white bones inside. Li Su's body was shaking, and the broken parts were full of firelight. Facing the Daluo realm, he was only Taii, and obviously could not fight directly. He had to be protected by the treasure. Even so, his body was affected and injured. With a loud bang, Li Su didn't even have time to fight back. His body was as heavy as a mountain, as if he was pressed down by a world. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the galaxies in his body couldn't help but vibrate and almost cracked. He couldn't help but look down, but saw a strange beast under his feet. It was carrying a huge stone tablet, like a turtle, but with dragon horns. Its neck was raised high, and its huge eyes stared at Li Su intently. The invisible pressure was obviously his Taoist magic, which directly acted on Li Su's body, the flesh, the soul, and the Tao So. If it weren't for the Xinhuo flag in his hand, just this heavy pressure would have taken his life. Facing this scene, Li Su's face couldn't help but become heavy at this moment. Although he knew that the situation waiting for him here would be very dangerous, he never thought that the other party would prepare so terribly in order to kill him. Not to mention the realm of suppression by the formation. There were actually 3 Dalo realm level cultivators. There was also the one who hadn't made a move. At this moment, he was standing far away. His aura and realm were not revealed at all, but the pressure on Lee Su was not low at all. The mana flowed out from the star system in his body in an endless stream, causing the Xinhuo flag to burst into endless flames to cover himself and suppress the violent power in his body. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and he knew that he had to fight for his life next. Chapter 813 Dazzling. Facing 3 Dalo realm masters, even though Lee Su was a peerless genius and had a treasure in his hand, the situation was still not optimistic. No, it should be said that it was quite dangerous. In just a few seconds, the two sides had exchanged dozens, even hundreds of moves. Lee Su didn't know how the other side was. He himself was in a very bad state and was injured every time by the power of the 3. In just this moment, almost 90% of his flesh and blood was restored. His internal organs regenerated more than a dozen times. Fortunately, he mastered the supreme power of flesh and blood, otherwise this kind of consumption alone would be enough to smash a Tai to pieces on the spot. The two sides kept fighting. Lee Su directly used the Xinhuo flag as a weapon, alternately displaying the two supreme powers of shanking and taking. The yin-yang grinding wheel turned above his head, constantly spewing out the light that annihilated everything. The 4 swords of Xuxin were also located around him, and the 4-shot sword light turned into a long river in the sky, colliding with the 3 people. Being suppressed so badly that he coughed up blood almost every second. If he wasn't careful, he would be hit by the opponent's attack, and the flesh and blood on that position would turn into ashes on the spot. Compared with Lee Su's difficulty, the 3 Demon Clan Dalo who took action also looked unhappy at the moment, with great shock in their eyes. Their attacks were undoubtedly aimed at severely injuring the opponent. The 3 of them joined forces and gave him almost no room to breathe. As a result, although the opponent was embarrassed, he blocked all the attacks of the 3. This was incredible. After all, the person who was fighting with them at the moment was not Dalo, but just a Tai realm. With a big realm gap, such a result was beyond their expectations. Not being able to win immediately was incredible in itself. What really made the 3 Demon Clan Dalo's faces change constantly was the opponent's attack. The quantity was not large, but the quality was terrifyingly high. With a sword slashing, even the leader of this incident, who was the strongest among the 3 demons, felt uncomfortable. The opponent's strength was too amazing. The energy of the same range collided, and the Dalo realm not only did not have an overwhelming advantage, but was directly penetrated by the opponent's power, so that they needed stronger and more power to resolve the opponent's attack. Even if it is said that he holds a treasure, it is still too exaggerated. Facing Lee Su's sword that was slashed again, looking at the fire in the sky, the face of the 40th son of the era could not help but change again and again. He punched out with endless starlight and sprinkled thousands of star rain. The power of both sides collided, and Lee Su was hit by him. Not only did he fly, but his star rain fell directly on his body. The terrifying star sky directly penetrated the opponent, piercing his head and chest, and his left arm and right thigh were broken on the spot. This should undoubtedly be a comprehensive victory, but the leader of the Demon Clan failed to pursue the victory. On the contrary, the universe in his body was shaking. The power of the stars penetrated his body, and every cell was covered by starlight, which fully pulled the defense. As a result, there was a loud bang. The demon leader's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He could see a large area of stars collapsing in his body. A crack appeared on the uninjured star body, and a wound was cut, causing severe pain. Even though his power was far greater than the opponent's, he still couldn't completely annihilate all the sword intent of the sword he slashed out, and it fell on his body. This might be the effect of the treasure. But it's not just that. The cracks in his star body were not as simple as being attacked, but losing. The loss here is not the realm. It's the surface. On the Tai surface, the opponent went further and deeper, touching the area he had not reached. This made the collision of the two people's power lack some details, allowing the opponent to win with a small amount. Faced with this result, the demon leader was a little bit unbelievable. He himself was a genius, and in the 40th session, he led that era. When he was Tai, his own height definitely touched the peak surface. That was not just talent, but also the continuous accumulation of thousands of years. He himself was a 14th fire. Although he failed to catch up with the opportunity of the new cultivators to evolve his magical power into one fire and advance to the 15th fire perfection in the Tai surface layer. In fact, he was not much different. Not to mention, the 10,000 year war has now come to the 54th session. It has been a full 14 sessions since he achieved Daluo. This session is a full 10,000 years, and the 14th session means 140,000 years. As a peerless genius, he has long been different after 140,000 years of accumulation. The original few flaws have been repaired by him over the years. As a result, facing a Tai cultivator, he is not as good as the other party in the details of the realm. It can no longer be described as incredible. What is the situation of this GGO Taoist in front of him? Why is he so strong? Not only that, his physical body has been broken many times by the three of them. Although cultivators have a strong immortality, since they start from the celestial immortal, this immortality will be magnified to the limit when they reach Tai. But there is always a limit. Facing the attack of Daluo, every time it is injured, a lot of power will be annihilated. The body of a cultivator is the carrier of the soul and the avenue. Under such injuries, even if the opponent's body can recover, the soul and the avenue should not be able to bear it. Inducing gravity, a super impact on Lee Su almost grinds the opponent's flesh and blood. Countless cracks appear on his bones, almost deformed. The Daluo demon clan, who holds one of the 9 ancient suns in the blood of Baksha, rarely retreats a few steps. At this moment, there is a fist mark on its terrible body. Half black and half white. It gathers extremely terrifying yin and yang ki, which can dissolve all matter. The yin and yang ki did not spread, but penetrated deeply, like a sword, directly into the body of Baksha. Flesh, mana, and the avenue, as long as they come into contact, they will be consumed by the Taki. Damn it. The Baksha demon clan couldn't help but frown. The injury was not fatal, and it couldn't even be a serious injury, but it really hurt. A fist-sized hole was burned in the avenue in his body. The opponent's attack power was beyond imagination. He broke through the defense of his Daluo with the Tai realm. You have to know that it is a Baksha bloodline and has the body of a dragon turtle. Its defense is ranked among the best in the entire cultivation world. Not far away, the snake-like Daluo was extremely fast and rushed to Lee Su in an instant. Facing Lee Su's body, which was almost only a skeleton, he did not have any intention of holding back and blew out a huge fishy wind. This fishy wind was not ordinary. It was poisonous and carried fire. Even Tai level magic weapons would melt and corrode once they came into contact. It was the poison of the legendary 9-headed snake, Xianglio. Although he failed to evolve the body of an ancient beast, the height of this move definitely touched the surface of the best immortal method. The best immortal method at the Daluo realm level. You can imagine how powerful it is. Even Lee Su couldn't help but groan. The rapidly regenerated flesh and blood made a sizzling sound. Large pieces of flesh and blood fell off, and the bones were exposed again, quickly turning black, withering, and withering. 90% of the body was rotten. Not only that, this poison was like bone marrow. Even though Lee Su regenerated extremely quickly, as soon as the flesh and blood appeared, large pieces of necrosis began to fall directly from the body. Moreover, as it continued to entangle with his body, it actually went deep into it and landed on his soul. This poison is not only a poison of reality, but also a poison of the soul. In an instant, Lee Su felt the horror of this poison. The next second, his pupils appeared with endless Buddha's will, and a glass light appeared on his body. Buddhism, the two saints in the West, Zumi is the highest. Start. In an instant, Lee Su's soul was like glass, and his body was like jasper. With infinite smallness, he directly repelled the poison. The body shook, and the glass golden body on the body shattered, and the attached Xianglio poison also broke away. He took a step forward, directly crossing the distance with the dragon snake, and coming to the front of it. He stirred the fire flag in his palm and directly hit the opponent's dragon head with a stick. With a hum, 3,000 colored glazes vibrated at the same time, and the body reached a sound together, forming a shockwave, and cutting a ripple. This is the power of resonance, which directly cut into the opponent's head. Even though it was a Daluo body, it still couldn't help but let out a scream at this moment. The face of the dragon snake monster changed. At this moment, the brain was like a pot of porridge, and a stick was inserted into it, stirring it constantly. Even if you achieve the Dalo realm, escape from life and death, and enter eternity, facing this stirring, it is still like being hit by a club, and the pain is unbearable. Unfortunately, before Lee Su could take advantage of the victory to pursue, the starry sky locked him again, and countless stars rushed down from the sky and submerged him. The fire flag was raised, and thousands of firewood turned into millions of sword lights, and the sword of Zeuxin exploded. Dong dong dong. The terrible clashes broke out tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of times in less than a second. Unfortunately, the gap in realm was too big, and Lee Su was still submerged by the starlight, and was pressed down. His body was shaking, and the huge impact vibrated him again and again. His newly recovered body began to bleed, and the sound of bone cracking continued to ring. The terrible starlight penetrated his defense, hitting him with holes, and his head was cracked. The invisible gravity came again, above and below, left and right. Lee Su's body was torn apart on the spot, and he could no longer maintain his human form. Raw. Resisting the severe pain in his head caused by resonance, the Jiosh demon also opened his mouth, and his huge body swelled into a ball, roaring at Lee Su again. The billions of sound knives directly penetrated Lee Su, who had already turned into a pool of flesh and blood, and destroyed everything he had without sparing a single cell. In addition to the Xinhuo flag, the three demons joined forces to almost completely destroy Lee Su's body. Faced with this result, the three demons did not show any joy on their faces, but instead looked at the Xinhuo flag. The flag rolled up, and the flames dispersed. Inside, a drop of blood floated in the void. The next second, the blood expanded rapidly, and the bones, internal organs, nerves, muscles, and skin, in the blink of an eye, Lee Su, whose flesh and blood should have melted directly, regenerated directly. Looking at Lee Su, at this moment, the three demons could not help but show a look of shock on their faces. The scene in front of them was too shocking. What kind of Taoism did the other party practice? How could the flesh be reborn again and again like this? Although it is said that after a cultivator reaches a certain level, he can regenerate by dripping blood. But it is definitely not like this for Lee Su. Just kidding. It is like this, and there is still a hammer to kill. Under normal circumstances, the cost of rebirth by dripping blood is very high, and every time it is done, there will be a huge consumption. But the person in front of him is not the case at all. Although he can also feel that the other party has paid some price, the price is very small. What kind of Taoism and magical power is it? In the ancient times, was there such a magical power that made the body of a Taoist almost indestructible? Looking at Lee Su, the Xianjiao of the demon court was very shocked. Very shocked. Taoism, realm, strength. Each item was beyond imagination. If he had not met this Taoist disciple of Jijiao, such a battle would not have been conceivable at all. If someone had told him about it, he would have only regarded it as a joke. Just kidding. 3 Dalo realms surrounded and killed an early Tai. Even with his feet, he could have guessed what the outcome would be. For the first time, the Xianjiao of the demon court, the former son of the times, at this moment, at this instant, experienced the feelings of mortals when facing Xianjiao, and also understood why teacher Deming Wang was willing to spend such a huge price to kill this Taoist disciple of Jijiao. Tai. It was like this. If the other party was given time to achieve the Dalo realm, how terrible would it be? This child must die. Such a person must not be allowed to live. In an instant, the Xianjiao of the demon court felt jealousy that was difficult to conceal in his heart. At this moment, there was only one emotion in his mind, the intention to kill. The Taoist of Jijiao is so dazzling. Chapter 814, Way Out. At this moment, Lee Su also took a deep breath. He consumed a lot of energy, so much that he was already absorbing star crystals to replenish it. Although he had achieved a brilliant record, with the Tai Star Realm resisting 3 Dalo Realm, the reality was not good. There was no hope at all. Not to mention winning, even escaping was extremely difficult. Fortunately, although he fought very hard, even with the use of the treasure, he still had no advantage, but it helped him by a lot of time. At least, now he is not in a dark state. Western region, Blood Pool. Unexpectedly, he was taken to such a place. Lee Su didn't know much about the mythical world, especially this deep place, because up to now he had no plan to enter the depths. In the eastern region, he also wanted to go to the human religion, so he had no idea of going to the depths to take risks. The depths were too dangerous. The Dalo realm had to be cautious and barely survived in there, and the Tai realm was undoubtedly not suitable for hiding there. But Lee Su had information about the blood pool. Moreover, this information did not come from GGO. In fact, even if GGO knew as much as he did, he probably didn't know it. The information came from Xiaglo. Thousands of years ago, many Xiaglo monks came here specifically and conducted a lot of research and exploration on the blood pool. After sacrificing a lot of lives, their understanding of this place was beyond imagination. Well, you ask why Xiaglo is so attentive to the blood pool. It's very simple, because this place is a forbidden place for other people in the myth world. Almost no one will come here. Even if they come, they will not enter it, but turn around and retreat. After all, there is nothing good in the blood pool, but it is extremely dangerous. Therefore, this place is a rare good place for Xiaglo. Foreign blood food. These 4 simple words have already explained the situation of Xiaglo in the myth world. A place where there are no myth world monks, even if it is a very dangerous place, is still a rare good place for Xiaglo. At least here, there is no need to worry about whether you will be discovered by the myth world monks and then be hunted down. Therefore, from the beginning, Xiaglo's attitude towards this place was to use it as one of the strongholds. Back and forth, it took almost hundreds of years to make various attempts, research, and explore the situation here. It can be said that in this must-kill situation, if it were any other place, Lee Su would probably be in the dark. Only here, he really knows a little bit. I don't know if the blood pool is too dangerous inside, resulting in a large area of safe area around it, which is different from other directions. Even if it is 15 million kilometers long in the depths of the western regions, if you go straight to the blood pool, the danger along the way is relatively small. This is also the reason why the monks of Xiaglo were able to reach the blood pool alive. In an instant, Lee Su's mind emerged with many introductions about the blood pool. First of all, he knew that the blood pool, to be precise, should be called the Netherworld Blood Sea, which is part of the underworld. According to legend, it was transformed from the filth under the navel of Pangu after his death, or the Taoist temple of the legendary Styx ancestor. The origin of the Styx ancestor is equally amazing. He has many stories. He owns the legendary treasure of merit and virtue, the 12 great Karma Fire Red Lotus, and the 2 killing weapons of Avasi to Eon. He also created the Ashura clan with his own strength and directly occupied one of the 6 reincarnations. He is a big boss. However, according to the information obtained from the earthly immortal world, this legend seems to have colluded with the evil demons from outside the domain to invade the prehistoric world, but was discovered by Hao-Tu Nyang. On the eve of the war, he was directly killed in the 6 reincarnations. If the information obtained there is true, this person is probably the first prehistoric half-saint to die in the Great Destruction. Lee Su took a slight breath after glancing down. At this moment, the blood sea below was surging, because the battle between the 2 sides was greatly impacted, rolling up endless waves, affecting millions of miles away. Such a movement naturally alarmed the creatures lurking under the blood sea. In the bloody sea, black spots can be seen moving back and forth, some large, some small, and the number is so large that it is enough to make people's scalps numb. According to the information from Xiaglo, there are 3 kinds of creatures below. There are a large number of strange fish, monsters, and a very small number of people. Among them, most of the strange fish are in the shallow layer, and the monsters are in the deep layer. As for the habitats of people, they have not been discovered. These 3 creatures have an extremely strong desire to attack. Once they fall into the sea of blood, they will be attacked immediately. Very strong. Even if it is a strange fish, once an ordinary Tai is targeted, it is basically dead. The monsters are even more terrifying. There are many shapes, some are like big fish, and some are like octopuses. Although there are not as many as strange fish, each individual is extremely powerful, comparable to Taluo. If it is in the sea of blood, even if Taluo encounters it, it will also have to retreat. As for the last person, the number is too small. Even in hundreds of years, it has only been encountered once. The only thing that can be confirmed is that, unlike the strange fish and monsters, the people living in the depths of the Blood Sea obviously have wisdom, and unlike the strange fish and monsters that wander blindly in it, not only that, but they also seem to have the ability to control the strange fish and monsters. Of course, this is just speculation, but it is basically close, because since that time, that person has not appeared in the surrounding area. Not only that, since then, the instruments used by Xiago to explore the Blood Sea intelligence have been continuously destroyed by strange fish and monsters. You know, before that, they basically had no reaction to such dead things. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath. He must thank Xiago for the intelligence, because this intelligence, originally the time, place, and people were not in his decisive situation, but suddenly the location was on his side. He has read the information about the blood pool from GGO. There is very little content. You know, as the Taoist temple of the Styx Patriarch, the 8 major sects cannot be unaware of it, nor can they ignore it. This is a pseudo-saint level strongman. No matter what treasures he possesses, or his Taoist magic, any one of them is a supreme treasure for the creatures after the great destruction. Therefore, let alone the Dalo realm, the saints have come here in person. However, the result of the investigation was nothing. This place can be a rare place in the entire mythology world that is famous, but has no good things. Think about it, the Styx Patriarch died in the underworld on the other side of the Earth fairy world, and was killed by Hatu Nyang Nyang. His things naturally cannot be left in this sea of blood. As for inheritance, think about the situation of the Styx Patriarch, not to mention that he was born from filth. The religion he established is a killing religion, which intends to kill the sky, the earth, and all living beings. After killing everything, he became a Taoist. How can such a great way be passed on to others? After all, once it is passed on, the future apprentice wants to kill himself. What should he do? Therefore, it is impossible for the Styx Patriarch to have any inheritance. Even if he really inherited something, it was just something he created casually. There are even hidden dangers. After all, even the Azura clan, that occupies the first of the 6 reincarnations, was actually created for himself. In terms of his Dao fruit, the Azura clan will obviously be within his scope of killing in the future. As for the Blood Sea itself, it is basically of little value. After all, its main body is a mass of filth. To put it bluntly, it is a pile of shit. Although its origin is extraordinary and comes from the person who created the world, it is still a pile of shit. Therefore, even evil cultivators find it difficult to use it. After all, the core of this thing is dirt, not resentment. Of course, saints can still use it. But is it necessary? The Styx Patriarch was only a pseudo-saint in ancient times, which is equivalent to the saints today. Giving up one's own Dao and integrating the netherworld Blood Sea. What is the difference between taking off pants and farting? Therefore, there is very little content about this blood pool in the myth world. In a flash, Lee Su gathered all the information. There was no doubt that facing the killing situation in front of him, if he wanted to escape, the only way was this endless sea of blood. The way to survive. I'm here. Now the only trouble is the Big Dipper array that always covers him. Although the 3 Dalo of the demon race are extremely difficult to fight, Lee Su is not afraid with the protection of the treasure. On the contrary, the shining Big Dipper above is the biggest trouble. Although it has little attack power and is not very restraining, it always locks him and constrains him in this space, making him unable to escape. Taking a breath, Lee Su's eyes flashed with cold light. No matter what, he must first break the array. Only by breaking the array can he have a chance to escape into the sea of blood. Just as Lee Su's thoughts fell, waves of murderous intent continued to come, and the coldness was far beyond imagination. He couldn't help but look up, but found that the eyes of the 3 Dalo surrounding him had changed slightly. If they had the intention to take him down before, now it was naked murderous intent. In other words, catching him was no longer their top priority, killing him was. This change in mentality made Lee Su take a breath. His face became more solemn, and he instantly realized that the time to fight for his life had just begun. Chapter 815, Shocking Battle. Yu Xianzhen was in a very bad state, with stones falling all over his body. These stones didn't look big, but once they left his body, they would multiply by tens of thousands of times. In a short distance of less than 1 light year, fragments with a mass of almost 1 trillion tons fell directly. The last time this happened was when he was young, when he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, and was hunted by a sect. Unexpectedly, today, hundreds of thousands of years later, he tasted this again. Master Wuxin, don't go too far. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, Yu Xianzhen ran away, and while running, he couldn't help but screaming. 49,865 worlds, spanning the entire 3 large galaxies outside the domain, a full 2,750 light years. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Clay people also have tempers. Besides, he is a great Daluo, and being chased and beaten like this, doesn't he have any face? As the heavenly venerable of the Black Mountain sect, I'm on the same level as you, the 3 Su of the human sect. I was just giving in to you, because I was in the wrong before. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yu Xianzhen got angry, and was covered in anger. He couldn't help but look back, and saw 9,990 suns and 9,999 moons behind him. They seemed to come alive, with anger, joy, and sadness, but they all burst into a stunning splendor, spewing trillions of extraordinary particles, and merging tens of millions of taurimes. With a loud bang, a red ray, and a blue ray instantly pierced through hundreds of light years, and came towards Yu Xianzhen. Yu Xianzhen immediately took a breath of cold air. His face was shocked, and he couldn't help but dodge in panic. In an instant, 2 long rivers of ice and fire tens of thousands of miles wide appeared in the outer space. Wherever they passed, the stars or the void were either burned or frozen. Yu Xianzhen dodged quickly, but was still rubbed. He couldn't help but groan, and his left arm and right calf changed color. Faced with this scene, Yu Xianzhen did not hesitate at all, gritted his teeth, and cut off the discolored part, while his body shook violently. The moment they left the body, the arm and the calf turned into 2 huge stones with a diameter of more than tens of thousands of kilometers. The mass was amazing, comparable to that of a planet. And in the next second, a smiling face and an angry face appeared on the parts he cut off. Ha 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 ha. RRR. One laughed happily, and the other screamed angrily. The dead things actually came to life, were given life, and had souls. One of them began to burn, and the other cooled rapidly, ignited a fire, surrounded the frost, and moved directly to kill Yu Xianzhen. Not only that, Yu Xianzhen also heard bursts of crying. In the void, swept by the rays, there were constant wailing sounds, which became louder and louder. Something came to life. That was the void of the universe, with a diameter of hundreds of light years. It stretched out its hand to catch the 2 rays that were ejected, and then lifted them up, as if holding 2 sharp blades, and swept them towards Yu Xianzhen. Die, die. The 2 sharp blades, one ice and one fire, were also screaming at this moment, roaring with amazing killing intent. Facing this scene, the anger that Yu Xianzhen had finally raised disappeared completely, without any hesitation, and turned around and ran away. The 3-star of the human sect, Wuxin Zhenren. Practicing the way of desire can give emotions to all things, and make them alive. This kind of gift, whether it is a living thing or a dead thing, to fight against him is equivalent to being the enemy of the whole world. Among the great sects, the degree of strength is definitely top-notch and extremely difficult to deal with. Of course, this is not the most terrible. The most terrible thing is Wuxin Zhenren's Taoism, which has a great restraint on Yu Xianzhen. Before the fight, he didn't feel anything. After the fight, he found that the opponent's Taoism could even awaken a new consciousness for his body. There is no way to play. Master Wuxin, the great sect of the Daluo, cannot act at will. Do you really want to fight me to the death for a mere GGO disciple? Yu Xianzhen's face was very dark. He really didn't expect things to develop like this. This is a GGO disciple, not a human disciple. Why is he biting him like a mad dog? What made him most upset was that he was not the one who started this matter. He just came down to hinder it. He thought he had made a lot of money, but now he saw that he had lost a lot. He lost everything. The saint will not sit idly by and watch this matter. Why don't you think the saint has come for so long? Just as Yu Xianzhen kept shouting, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. Yu Xianzhen, who was already frightened enough, changed his face in an instant, because he was not unfamiliar with this voice. His pupils could not help but shrink, and he turned his head to look not far away. Emperor. At this moment, a peerless figure was seen walking slowly 100 light years away. Each step he took was a distance of tens of light years. In just 2 steps, he was less than 10,000 miles away from Yu Xianzhen. The terrifying momentum was overwhelming. With the arrival of the visitor, the sky knelt down, the earth bowed down, and the brilliance of the stars dimmed, and they dared not act presumptuously. It was as if he was the master of all things in the world, the emperor who ruled over everything. He made a move, and at the moment of arrival, he punched. It was a shattering, even more so a collapse, a blow that destroyed everything. All matter, all energy, faced with this punch, was extinguished. However, all this was not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that Yu Xianzhen, who had already spoken, seemed to be stagnant in time and flowed backwards. He took back the words he had uttered, and his deflected head also turned back to the right side. The time that should have flowed was reversed, and only the fist of the visitor was moving forward alone. His eyes were shaking, and Yu Xianzhen, as the supreme Gilluo, seemed to realize something. His body lit up, and trillions of extraordinary particles gushed out. A long river of shocking roads appeared above his head, running through the starry sky. His body shook, and he stepped out of the time. At the same time, a huge sacred mountain emerged from his body. That was Buzhao. Unlike Lu Feng, when he arrived at Yu Xianzhen's place, in an instant, the Buzhao mountain of the ancient times, the super sacred mountain that supported the entire prehistoric land, really descended. Trillions, no, trillions, close to hundreds of trillions of masses pressed down, and the universe and the starry sky could not help but turbulent. The sudden appearance of the object forced it to become the center here, and the gravity of the galaxy, where it was located, was changed. All matter was affected by the sacred mountain. With a loud bang, the fist collided with the sacred mountain. In an instant, a large area of the starfield evaporated directly. Tens of thousands of stars turned into ashes on the spot, and the void of dozens of light years was shattered like glass. The dazzling scarlet appeared for the first time. Zhigluo saw blood. Yu Xianzhen staggered back, and a fist mark appeared on the huge sacred mountain he formed, and dozens of cracks formed around the fist mark. Buzhao sacred mountain was cracked. The destructive force penetrated the opponent's defense, fell on Yu Xianzhen's body, and hit his body. In his vast universe, it left a mark, and formed a black spot. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yu Xianzhen's expression at this moment was quite solemn. Not only did the emperor, one of the 9 elders of Gguo, who was supposed to be in the deepest part of the western region, appear, but also the words that the other party said. Yes, although it is said that the attack on the Daluo mountain of the human sect has attracted the attention of the saints. But if there is a big war in the Daluo mountain, even if there are more discoverers over there, they should be able to sense it and turn their eyes back. Could it be? Asterisk 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 at this moment, somewhere in the myth world, a horrifying exchange is taking place. No, it should be said that it is a fight. There are 2 battlefields in total. One is more terrifying than the other. In one of them, a peerless sword in the sky are wanton, beating a huge mountain. At this moment, the mountain is extremely embarrassed, being beaten and bleeding, and constantly retreating. That was Gguo's blood sword master and Rinjio's Wuyu Zenran, besieging and killing Yu Xianzhen. As for the other side, it was even more shocking. The sky was full of gold and silver, and the vast clear air was steaming. A sacred mountain with no edge could be vaguely seen. It was colliding. In 1 second, there were billions and tens of billions of attacks. Time had lost its meaning there, and light years became an indicator of counting. The fight was terrible. The land of the other world was in a mess. Every second, tens of millions of small worlds were wiped out and evaporated by the mighty power of the 3 people. That battle was already indescribable and completely beyond the scope of what the cultivators could understand. This was not a collision between Daluo, but a fight between saints. In the distance, several parties were seen standing opposite each other. They were the 5 major sects of Chanjiao, Xianting, Yaoting, Gimen, and Buddhism. At this moment, the saints of the East and West Shinjio stood on the left and right not far from the saint of Yaoting. The two stood there silently without saying a word. Since the two saints of the Renjio Jijio started, they naturally stood in this position. At the same time, the saints of the heavenly court were also standing not far away. Not far away. The Buddhist sect and the ghost sect did not move, each standing in place. Standing in place, the demon court Dalao looked very unhappy. The development of things was somewhat unexpected. Although he did not pay much attention to the affairs of the people below, as the leader of a sect, he still had some feelings. It seemed that the Earth King had planned something with the Black Mountain sect's Black Heavenly Venerable, which completely angered the saints of the G sect. But what was unexpected was that the saints of the human sect also ended up. The situation was not good. The demon court itself had a mortal enemy. The Lord of the Heavenly Court not far away was looking at him silently. Originally, this was nothing, but when the three-family war just started, the two saints of the Chan sect appeared on both sides of him. Although the two did not say a word from beginning to end, their attitudes were very obvious. Why? What went wrong? Especially the human sect, who has always been a peacemaker and almost never took the initiative in everything, actually ended up. No matter how big the things below are, they shouldn't be like this, right? Could it be that the three religions have noticed something? Are they just looking for excuses? Damn it, they have clearly been notified. At this critical moment, don't make trouble. Thinking of this, the demon court saint couldn't help but glance at the demon Wang not far away. Look at what you have done. Feeling the angry eyes of the demon court saint, Demon Wang's face turned pale at this moment. To be honest, he never thought that the saints of the human religion and the G religion would end up because of a mere Tai disciple. Yes, he has terrible talent and a terrible future. But that is only aimed at the surface level of Dalao, and it can't affect the dimension of the saint at all. This is why he dared to take action. As long as the saint doesn't end up, it doesn't matter how big the trouble is, because the gains are huge. As a result, he didn't expect that the saint of the G religion was still angry at the moment of the incident, and the saint of the human religion took action directly. What went wrong? The anger of the G religion saint is understandable. After all, he is a G religion Taoist. But what about the situation of the human religion saint? This is good. A single hair can move the whole body. Why? How can a mere Tai cultivator make the saints of the two sects care so much? At this moment, it is not only the Dimming King who has a lot of questions in his mind. In the distance, the Black Mountain Patriarch, who was in a fierce exchange of fire, could not help but curse in his heart. Black Heavenly Venerable, what on earth did you do? A waste? To anger the two to this extent? So big that it seems like a fight between the Daoists. A fight between the Daoists is no joke. It is a real situation of no end. Did this dig up the ancestral graves of the two major sects? Digging up ancestral graves, not to the extent, but the nature is not much different. After all, as a disciple of the saints of the human and G sects, Li Su inherited the cause and effect of the two sects. In a sense, he himself belongs to the orthodox inheritance. His joining the sect is equivalent to the return of the orthodoxy. Naturally, there is the blessing of luck. What do you think is the reason why the G sect went berserk several times? As long as the saints of the two sects still think that they are disciples of the human and G sects, Li Su is equivalent to the direct descendant of the sect. Fortunately, Black Heavenly Venerable and Earthly King acted earlier. If Li Su had joined the Chan sect and the Buddhist sect that was silent not far away, they would not have cursed him in their hearts, but would have cursed him directly. Even so, the expression of Black Mountain Patriarch was not much better, because in fact, at this moment, he was already facing the fate of 4 families at the same time. After all, the 3 pure ones were of the same blood, and the Heavenly Court and the Demon Court were mortal enemies, involving the dispute over the orthodoxy. Damn it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816, The Second Treasure. On the Blood Pool. The battle continued. Facing the murderous intention He no longer wanted to catch the person, but to kill him. Lee Su was naturally more and more exhausted in dealing with it. Even if he was protected by the treasure, he was still injured, and the stars in his body were constantly shaking. The realm gap was too big. Lee Su had just reached the perfection of the initial stage of Tai, and had not had time to thoroughly consolidate himself. The only thing that carried his strong power was the 117 stars. With this, combined with the treasure, it was beyond imagination that it could cause certain damage to Daluo. After all, the Daluo who besieged him, the leader was originally a Xian Jiao, and the other two were also quite good, with 10,000 years of accumulation. Lee Su, even the middle way has not yet taken shape. You must know that the accumulation of the 3,000 middle ways in the first realm of Tai is the most amazing part of the progress. One way can increase the strength by 1%, and the gap between it and the miscellaneous ways is simply unimaginable. You must know that Lee Su learned the super grade Taoism, which is the unique learning of the saints. There are 6,000 small paths alone, and naturally there are 6,000 middle paths. The 7 saints are the highest, which means there are 42,000 middle paths. How amazing will this increase his strength be? If he can achieve Tai great perfection, the 3 people in front of him, even if he does not have the treasure, will be enough to deal with them. With the treasure, killing them is just a piece of cake. Facing the 3 people's stranglehold again, although Lee Su recovered quickly, this time his breath dropped significantly. Even if his physical body recovered, he still couldn't help vomiting blood, obviously hurting his foundation. Even if the saints are the highest, there is no doubt that there is a limit. Facing this scene, the 3 Daluo from the demon court were delighted. The difficulty of this task was really unexpected. The 3 Daluo actually arranged the formation. I thought it was like using anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes, a waste of talent, and making a fuss. Now it seems that this GGO Taoist really deserves the caution of the Earth Min King. If there hadn't been a formation to nail the man to the spot in the first place, the other party would have probably gotten away from the moment he took out the treasure. The 3 demons looked at each other, but they didn't breathe a sigh of relief. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, there would be no more respite, and no more stopping, until this boy was completely killed. His body and soul were completely dissolved, and even the avenue was completely destroyed. At this moment, Lee Su also exhaled, and there was a light flashing in his eyes. Finally, he was ready. From the moment he realized his situation, he was accumulating energy, both when he was teleporting and when he came out. But he didn't expect that the other party would use a formation when sending out 3 Daluo realm cultivators. With Lee Su's comprehension, it was not difficult to see the doorway in the Big Dipper above his head. It was a trap array arranged by 9 Tai perfection as the core and 3 Daluo realm as the center of the formation. By drawing the power of the stars, it directly covered the area and marked out a boundary, forming an extremely special independent space. This space has a total of 7 layers. There were not many of them, but they were constantly changing, as if the 7 worlds were combined into a magic cube, and then someone kept flipping it, and he was locked in the center. Every second, the space he was in would be switched more than 100 times. This made him unable to enter, retreat, go up, or go down, and he was trapped in the same place. Even if he mastered the highest level of yuking, it was difficult to move more than 1,000 meters. The changes were too fast, which was why Lee Su was always trapped here. This formation was quite terrifying. Although there was still some gap compared to the 9 bends of the Yellow River formation in GGO, or the 10 absolute formation, at the Tai level, if it was evaluated only by the trapped formation, it would undoubtedly belong to the best ranks. Lower, middle, upper, extreme, and super. Although they were not among the super grades in the 5 grades of the mythical world, even if they were the best, they were still amazing. The upper grade represented the perfection of a realm, and the best was to break this perfection, jump to the sky, and look down from above to the mountains under his feet. At the level of Tai, he was almost invincible. If it weren't for the fact that Lee Su had mastered a super grade Dao method, which essentially broke through his own realm and formed some of the magic that only the Daluo realm could possess, this formation alone would probably be able to completely suppress him. But it was time. At the moment when the 3 monsters attacked again, Lee Su's pupils directly reflected a huge galaxy. In the galaxy, there was a grand palace. Sitting cross-legged in the palace was his Deo fruit, King Deo fruit. At this moment, above Deo fruit's head Pangu banner was brilliantly intertwined, and thousands of flames gathered inside. That was the power of fire, which was gathered by Lee Su. Up to now, it has reached an extremely astonishing number. Pangu banner was shaking, and there was a surge of sacred power, constantly piercing the void, connecting the dark. Bidao formation, the land of blood pool. The obstruction of the two spaces made his connection with the treasure Pangu banner become vague. At this moment, with a large amount of firepower gathering, it merged into the virtual shadow of Pangu banner to form a bridge, grafting the distance and opening a passage. Suddenly, an inexplicable force flowed down from the void, carrying the two auras of creation and destruction, and appeared in the shadow of Lee Su's Pangu banner. In just a moment, the Pangu banner became more and more real, bursting with dazzling brilliance. It's coming. Lee Su's face moved, showing a rare joy. He turned the Xinhuo banner with his left hand and directly crossed it in front of him. At the same time, he raised his palm high and grasped the void. But the void of heaven and earth solidified. The world, at this moment, was truly frozen. Another aura, completely different, but not inferior in level. No, it should be said that it is a higher level of aura. Treasure. The three Daluo of the demon clan, who had seen Lee Su's strange reaction, and began to be wary of the other party's escape, directly widened their eyes. Especially the leader, as the son of the 40th era, his heart began to bleed at this second, and his eyes were as red as a rabbit. He has countless legends in his life. Among them, the most enviable thing is that he got a treasure in the deepest part of the East region. The fruit of talent, the star body. There is no doubt that as a talent, the star body is definitely the most superior fruit, a priceless treasure, something that even the Daluo realm would be jealous of. From that day on, this 40th Xian Jiao directly stepped onto the peak of his life and became a legend of that era. I thought that my luck was unparalleled in the world and unprecedented. What happened? When he saw the Taoist in front of him holding the treasure and performing the Taoist method, that obviously touched the super level, he was jealous and almost crazy, and his killing intent was strong. As a result, the other party turned around and took out another treasure. This is a treasure, a treasure. Do you think it is a sword sold on the street? In the mythological world, even the saints of the big sects may not have treasures, but the person in front of him actually took out two. Moreover, the aura of this second one is obviously far superior to the previous one. In terms of level, there is no doubt that the two sides are one level apart. Thinking of this, the three demon court Daluo couldn't help but look horrified. In the ancient times, there were two kinds of treasures. One is innate, and the other is acquired. The so-called innate means that it is a treasure from birth, and it doesn't even need to be refined, so it is called the treasure of merit. The latter is artificially refined, with extremely amazing materials. The moment it is made into a treasure, it will become magical, and awaken its spiritual wisdom. Although both are called treasures, it is obvious that there is a huge gap between the innate treasure and the acquired treasure. The moment the thought fell, the sky and the earth cracked. No, that's not right. It should be said that all things cracked. People and things. Even the three Daluo, they were like being struck by lightning, and a huge gap directly cracked on their bodies. The avenue was hit by an unprecedented impact, and they couldn't help but spurt blood on the spot. If the Daluo realm is like this, what about others? The 9th perfection formations wailed, and the people were torn apart on the spot. The stars in their bodies were directly broken, and the avenue was cut with a gap. Severe damage, unprecedented heavy damage. If it weren't for the extremely strong immortality and the fact that they were not the main targets of the attack, they would have died on the spot because of the cracks. Of course, even if they didn't die, the situation wouldn't be much better. They wouldn't be able to recover for hundreds of years. And there was the man who hadn't made a move and was standing far away. His body was also shaken and torn apart, but there was no blood. Instead, he spurted out a very shocking death intent. With a muffled groan, the whole person staggered a few steps. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, looking at Lee Su in disbelief. He recognized the thing in his hand, but how could it be possible? However, facing this amazing scene, to be honest, Lee Su himself was shocked. After all, He knew the situation of Pangu Banner. Unlike Xinhuo Banner, its main body was severely damaged, and its terrible power was almost reduced by more than 9 layers. Although it is a treasure with magical powers, it is more of a fulcrum to take its own high realm as a fulcrum and use Li Su's magic power to pry the lever. Otherwise, if it was in a complete state, Li Su would have defeated the sky, the earth, and the air. Uncle Master, you've recovered. Li Su couldn't help but look happy, and almost jumped up on the spot. His bad mood suddenly improved. 2 treasures, just kidding. Even saints would go crazy. Once exposed, it is entirely imaginable what the myth world will react to next. Now that Uncle Master Pan has recovered his strength, doesn't that mean he can turn around and kill people to silence them? The next second, the voice of Pangu Banner sounded, with a hint of fatigue. You want to eat farts? Run quickly. These energies are all that has been accumulated recently. Ah. Li Su was stunned, and his face full of joy froze on the spot, because he heard 2 meanings in this sentence. The first layer is that there is no chance of killing people to silence them, just wait to be exposed. The other layer is that, since all the energy accumulated recently has been used up, that is to say, Li Su can only rely on himself to perform the space method next. He took a deep breath, and while the person on the opposite side was panicked and shocked, the Bidao formation was broken. He did not hesitate to do a carp jump, and with a plop, he went directly into the blood pool. But he swayed his body, and dived into the depths at an incredible speed, disappearing into the vast deep sea in the blink of an eye. Chapter 817 The Worst Time. From the depths of the blood sea, Li Su jumped down, and headed straight for the depths from the moment he entered the sea. He stopped only when the blood in front of him turned into pure black. He did not move. The black mud under his feet had covered and wrapped him up when he entered the sea. Now in this depth, he has merged with the black blood sea and is indistinguishable from each other. The danger of the netherworld blood sea comes from 2 places. One is the creatures living in it, and the other is the blood sea itself. The creatures in the blood sea are very scary. Once contaminated, they will stick to the target like a curse until they die. Even the mythical world powerhouses who have surpassed the heavenly fairy level cannot bear it. The blood sea itself is also not safe. Its essence is filthy and can corrode the body and soul. In order to understand the situation here, Xia Jiuo conducted a long period of research and experiments, and obtained many results and inferences. First, the creatures in the blood sea are only interested in living things. No matter what it is, as long as it is alive, it will immediately attract them. Secondly, the attacks of the creatures in the blood sea are not what you see, directly eating the flesh and blood of the creatures that fall into it, but eating their souls. Through the connection between the soul and the body, the damage is fed back to the flesh and blood. Thirdly, the life nature of the creatures in the blood sea is different from that of ordinary creatures. They are not flesh and blood bodies, but souls. Souls with the characteristics of flesh and blood bodies. Fourthly, the blood in the blood sea is not actually blood, but a very dirty thing. It has a strong corrosive effect on the body and the soul. Even if there are no creatures in it, it is difficult for foreign life to survive in the blood sea. Fifthly, the power of mana will be reduced in the blood sea, and the degree of attenuation is very high and very fast. Even if the immortals are in it, it is difficult to exert their power. The extraordinary particles will lose their activity in it, and the power they produce will be extremely small. Sixthly, the deeper you go into the blood sea, the greater the density of the blood sea. 10,000 meters is a hurdle. At this point, the density of the blood sea is almost the same as that of steel. Even if it weighs tens of thousands of pounds, it cannot continue to descend. While recalling the information on the Xia Kingdom's data and feeling his current situation, Li Su's expression was a little solemn. It can be said that, if he was not forced, he really didn't want to enter this dangerous sea of blood. You must know that, after diving to a certain depth, he was surrounded by dense black shadows. You must know that at that time, Li Su had covered himself with black mud, restraining all the breath and smell of life, including the soul. However, there were only a few movements, and there were still large pieces of black silver whistling. Even if they did not find Li Su, they still went back and forth near him for a while before leaving. And they did not go too far, constantly shuttling back and forth around. These are just strange fish. In fact, not long after Li Su calmed down, He could feel something swimming in the black air under him, constantly bringing up huge waves and shaking the surroundings. It was a monster, a terrifying thing that would suffer a great loss, even if Tallulah was in a bad situation, and it came. Although it could not be seen, it could be felt that there was more than one coming. To be honest, Lee Su's breathing almost stopped for a moment, and his heart jumped directly to his throat. But finally, the fluctuations faded away. Lee Su finally had time to look around, only to find that the sea of blood was actually corroding his black mud. Not only that, because of the movement of the monster below just now, a large amount of blood below was stirred up. You have to know that the depth he is now at is about 9,000 meters, which is undoubtedly very deep. The density of the sea of blood is very high, and it is no different from land. And those that were turned up in an instant seemed to be filled with hundreds of thousands of pounds of lead per cubic meter, heavy and heavy. The impact was great, and Lee Su felt like he was being pressed by a mountain in an instant. It not only affected his body, but also his thinking, and his reaction speed dropped a lot. In his current realm, if he continued to sink, he would not need the monster to take action. This heaviness alone would cause him huge trouble. After talking about heavy, there is also dirty. At first, Lee Su didn't think much about it. He was a little disgusted at most. Even though its owner was the one who created the world and had an extraordinary origin, he still felt a little disgusted when he thought about the nature of this thing. But after he really touched it, he found that the nature of this thing was completely different from what he thought. How amazing is the stomach of the saint of creation. Under normal circumstances, after eating a planet, it should be able to absorb and digest it directly without leaving anything. For example, since he achieved the realm of supernatural power, he has actually not gone to the toilet. His digestive ability is too strong, and he almost won't produce that kind of thing. Although Lee Su deeply regretted this, he lost the space to think alone. But the problem also came. Lee Su can do this in the realm of supernatural power. Why does the saint of creation have this thing? It's simply unreasonable. Now after personally touching it, he realized what these things are. This is waste. It is the residue left after all the energy and element that are beneficial to cultivation have been absorbed. If supernatural means active, then this thing is like inertia, which is its other side. This is not being suppressed, but directly losing its activity. No wonder it is said that when a celestial being enters here, his strength will be suppressed. Not to mention celestial beings, even Tai is the same. It is no longer a matter of weakening, but after being in contact for a long time, even the extraordinary characteristics will be lost, and he will be directly knocked down to the mortal world. Facing the influence of the sea of blood, Lee Su couldn't help but have a huge question in his mind at this moment. How did the Styx ancestor, who has the pseudo-saint realm, come out of such a thing? He could barely cope with the 9,000 meters position, but the surging up from below almost made the black mud around him transcend the ordinary. It was simply beyond imagination. In an instant, Lee Su broke out in a cold sweat. Not to mention going down, it was very difficult to maintain this depth and move horizontally to other places. Asterisk 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 after making sure that he was safe and that the people above did not chase him down, Lee Su couldn't help but let out a breath with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He didn't know what was going on outside. Of course, it was not referring to the sea of blood, but to the outside of the blood pool, the human teaching side. After all, he was taken away in front of the 3 stars of the human religion in the territory of the human religion. The G religion should have received the news by now. As for the human religion, the 3 stars should be dispatched. As for the saint, it is hard to say. After all, although he joined the human religion inexplicably, he was actually just a disciple. With such an identity, it is estimated that the saint of the human religion could not personally intervene. Therefore, the pressure is mainly on the G religion saint. As a disciple of the G religion, his identity has a different meaning. The behavior of the Black Mountain religion obviously broke the rules. Even if it is for others to see, the G religion must mobilize all its forces. Otherwise, won't anyone dare to attack the disciples of the G religion in the future? Of course, it is estimated that the human religion will also take action. No matter how good the temper is, it is probably unbearable to encounter this. Therefore, the Black Mountain religion should be under great pressure at this moment. After thinking for a moment, Lee Su quickly shook his head. No, he can't think that someone will come to save him. After all, it is impossible for the G religion saint to go to war with the Black Mountain Patriarch because of him, right? As for the human cult, it is estimated that the limit is that they can send out 3 groups to question the Black Mountain cult. As for the Black Mountain cult itself, the most they can do is to push out Lu Feng, who took action as a scapegoat, and then use a personal grudge to push 5 or 6 people. At most, they will give a certain amount of compensation, and that's almost it. It can be said that from the moment he fell into the trap, his situation has entered a situation that cannot be worse. Now, with the exposure of the Xinhuo flag and Pangu banner, in fact, the entire mythological world is no longer safe for him, and it has become much worse and more dangerous than when he came. Thinking of this, Lee Su's expression is undoubtedly a little heavy. It's too early. If it can be later, if it can wait until the 10,000 years war begins, when he reaches the Dalo realm, it will be a completely different situation. I can only rely on myself. Reaching out and patting his cheek, Lee Su gave up the idea of relying on the G cult or the human cult, and looked up directly into the depths of the Blood Sea. According to the information of the Xia Kingdom, there is a sea in the center of the netherworld Blood Sea. If the information was correct, he would have to rely on the CI if he wanted to escape completely. Chapter 818, A Gamble. A group of people stood on the Sea of Blood. At this moment, the leader of the demon court had a very bad look on his face. No, it should be said that there was a trace of fear in his eyes. It was not pleasant to have one's body torn apart and one's avenue almost torn apart. Even though Lee Su had been out of the formation for more than 10 minutes before he suppressed his injuries, although his avenue was now stable, the cracks were still there. It would probably take several months to fully recover. Except for him, the others were in a very bad situation. The other 2 Dalo also suppressed their avenues, but their faces were obviously abnormally white. They were as strong as the leaders and were seriously injured. Obviously, their origins were injured. As for the 9 TIE, it was very miserable. The galaxies in their bodies were completely torn apart, and the holes inside were broken. They were seriously injured and needed to find a place to retreat and repair immediately. Otherwise, let alone recovery, the avenue might be completely broken. As a TIE perfection, once the avenue is really broken, although they may not necessarily die, they will basically have no future. They were panicked and their faces were pale. As for the person who was supposed to be the eldest brother of Gigio, Duobeo, his situation was a bit strange. Although the cracked part had healed, he could not feel any vitality, as if he was a dead body. It was completely unknown what his situation was. The person headed by Yao Ting spoke with a very ugly face. The appearance of the second treasure was really beyond his expectation. As a great sect's genius, he was naturally knowledgeable. Unlike the Xinhuo banner, he immediately recognized what the second treasure Lee Su took out was. Pangu banner. One of the 3 pure ones of the ancient times. The magic weapon of the Jade Purity Saint. You must know that after the ancient destruction, all the treasures of the ancient times disappeared without a trace. Things that have only been seen in books. I didn't expect to see the real thing today. Recalling the feeling at that moment, Yao Ting, the son of the 40th generation of the era, showed a rare fear. It was nothing else. That treasure really made him feel the shadow of death. In fact, if the power just now was increased a little, it could really injure him and hurt his origin. Too scary. Is that the legendary power of creation and destruction? Brother, what should we do next? On the side, the man who turned into a dragon snake spoke with a little fear. The impact of the saint's treasure Pangu banner was too great. Although the demons with the blood of Baksha did not speak, they were also in fear at this moment. Such a treasure was beyond the scope of what they could handle. Yao Ting Shai and Gio Dalo did not speak, but stared at the blood sea below. Lee Su's trace had long disappeared, and he sank into the deep sea where, even if he went down to the Dalo realm, he could only protect himself. He didn't think that the other party would die in it. The other party had too many methods, and they were all amazing. With the treasure in hand, this blood sea was at most dangerous to him. For this person who was named by the Earth King to be killed, Yao Ting Shai and Gio was no longer just afraid and jealous. In his heart, he even had a sense of fear. It was so difficult to kill Tai in the early stage. If he continued to give the other party time, could he still take him down? In the Tai realm, the most terrifying stage of strength improvement is not the initial stage, but the middle stage of Deo casting. 3000 middle Deos, one of which can increase the strength of Tai cultivators by 1%. It can be said that the difference between the middle stage of Tai and the late stage of Tai is at least 25 times. The opponent is obviously more than 25. This kind of Xianjiao, with the Taoist magic power he mastered, is very likely to be super quality. For example, his physical ability is definitely super quality. Just one of them can increase his strength by 30 times. Then the sword intent and yin and yang energy displayed in the fight with them, the improvement is probably infinitely close to 100 times. 100 times improvement. What a terrifying concept is that? Add to that the treasures they have, and they will be killed by them on the spot. Go. He didn't plan to chase and kill them. Of course, this doesn't mean he is afraid. Although he is very wary, he also has a trace of fear. But Li Su's escape also explains a lot of problems. At least, the use of Pangu Banner is not without cost. Otherwise, he could have just used Pangu Banner to kill them directly instead of escaping into the Sea of Blood. So for the Demon Court Celestial Prodigy at this moment, compared to continuing to chase and kill, he first had to make sure that the other party could not escape. Leave the person here completely. Later, let the other two go out to inform the Supreme Daluo. Let the four masters come in person, or let the saints come directly. At that time, even if the other party has the treasure, it is meaningless. As the 40th son of the era, he is not the kind of blind and stupid person who fantasizes that he can kill the GGO Daozi by chasing and then become the owner of the treasure. Just kidding. The treasure has spirits and will choose its own master. In his case, let alone the innate treasure Pangu Banner, even the acquired treasure that the other party took out first, it is difficult for him to get it. Once the holder dies, I'm afraid that the treasure will escape on the spot, or it will be self-sealed and will not become his at all. Go to the exit of the blood pool and pass the message up. The other two Daluo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard this. They really didn't want to chase after him anymore, so they nodded directly. Understood. With a wave of their hands, the 9 severely injured Taiyuan were taken up by them and prepared to leave. What about you? At this time, the Demon Court Xianjiao suddenly turned his head and looked at the GGO master brother who had contracted with them, with a strange look in his eyes. As for the GGO master brother, he silently glanced at the blood sea below, with a complicated look in his eyes. Obviously, the development of things was somewhat beyond his expectations. He thought that he could get what he wanted directly by just making some moves, and no one would suspect him afterwards. Who would have thought that this Taoist actually had a treasure in his hand? It completely disrupted his original plan. The other party's sudden question seemed to be an inquiry, but in fact he was basically sure that, as long as he denied it, he was afraid that the other party would immediately take action and kill him here without hesitation. After all, if the treasures, especially the second one, the innate treasure Pangu Banner, were really obtained by the Demon Court Saint, the balance of the mythical world would probably tilt and collapse. Therefore, before everything was settled, the other party would never let him act at will. Naturally, the Demon Court Xianjiao smiled. Very good, but you can rest assured that when the saint of my sect comes, I will never go back on what I promised you. By the way, what you want should have nothing to do with the treasure, right? The eldest brother of the GGO sect was shocked and then shook his head. Nothing. He denied it without hesitation, even though the treasure was related to his avenue. Nodding with satisfaction, the Demon Court Xianjiao's eyes could not help but flash, and he didn't know whether the attack on Daluo Mountain was over. If it was not over yet, he could only notify the four kings and their teachers first. To deal with the mere Tai initial stage, the teachers and their teachers were enough. The only problem was whether the treasure could be taken down. Forget it, notify them first, and wait for the teachers and their teachers to consider the treasure. Bringing the eldest brother of the GGO sect directly, the Demon Court Xianjiao jumped up and flew directly to the entrance of the blood pool. Fortunately, he went deeper when he came in. Even if he was in the Daluo realm, it would take most of the day to reach the exit. and that kid came in directly and couldn't tell the direction of the blood pool at all. Just as the people chasing him left and headed for the exit of the blood pool, Lee Soo was also moving forward, heading towards the CI. He never thought about going to the entrance and exit from beginning to end. First of all, he was teleported here and couldn't determine his location at all. Although there are ocean currents in the Blood Sea, the direction of the ocean currents is outside at the top and inside at the bottom. That is to say, the upper part flows outward and the lower part flows inward, with the CI as the center, and they keep alternating. Unless he comes in through the main gate and records it, if he wants to find the exit, he can only run around the edge. So, from the beginning, he only had one way left. Go to the CI. Under the CI, there is a bottomless pit. Things that fall in will not come out again. But it is certain that the bottomless pit under the CI is not a dead end, because someone from Zaya country once went down there. Although the person has not appeared since then, his life lamp has been on for 100 years before it went out. In other words, he was not certain to die, but he just didn't know where he was sent to. After all, the people who went down had not appeared for a whole 100 years. If possible, Lee Soo didn't want to go, but he could almost guess what the people who surrounded him would do next. So he continued to stay in the blood pool. There was no doubt that there was only one result waiting for him, the end of the opponent's supreme Daluo, or even a saint. Now, he could only take a gamble. Chapter 819 Something big happened. Chapter 816 The Eye of the Sea. This is the origin of the blood here, gushing out from it, and finally flowing into it. Because of this strange situation, the scenery here has become very special. You can see blood gushing out continuously, and you can also see countless people pouring in. These two scenes are not intertwined, but appear independently in your sight. One fills your left eye, and the other fills your right eye. Fly closer. You will find that with your right eye, you see a surging wave of blood rushing to the sky, gushing out hundreds of meters high, with constant rumbling sounds. But in the left eye is an extremely huge hole, where the sea of blood accelerates, rushing quickly towards the center, and you can hear the sound of splashing, like a waterfall. This is really weird. It was so weird that when he closed his left eye, he was in front of the gushing blood spring, and countless blood rain splashed out, and many fell on his body. When he closed his right eye, the blood rain disappeared directly, leaving only a hole, and countless blood water poured into it. If it weren't for the blood rain on his body, the previous blood spring would have been considered an illusion. At this moment, Lee Soo was standing above the CI, with his right eye closed, looking at the huge cave below. He had been here for more than 10 minutes. In order to get here as quickly as possible, he carefully moved more than 10 miles in the Blood Sea. After almost an hour, he came out of the Blood Sea. Moving in the Blood Sea is too slow. A little more noise will attract strange fish and monsters, especially the last time. It seems to have alarmed the monsters in the deepest part. The Blood Sea around Lee Soo for hundreds of miles was boiling, and the terrible pressure fell directly on him. In a trance, he seemed to see an indescribable behemoth, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This made him dare not move for more than 20 minutes, and he suppressed himself tightly. It was terrible, and the pressure on him was no worse than that of the Supreme Daluo and the Earth King. Realizing that the Blood Sea was much more dangerous than he had imagined, how could he dare to stay under the Blood Sea and move slowly? Coming out of the Blood Sea, Lee Soo, who was still frightened, took a long time to calm his mind, and then went straight to the center. After running for half a day, he finally reached the Eye of the Sea. Sure enough, it was right not to find the entrance. The group of people took him very deep, at least 2/3 of the distance. Arriving at the destination, Lee Soo took a deep breath, and prepared to go directly down. However, when he jumped above the Eye of the Sea, he saw that it was almost 1,000 miles wide and bottomless, bright red on the outside and dark on the inside, like the open mouth of a giant beast. He hesitated. Are you kidding? This is not bungee jumping. If you go down and find that the situation is not right, you can come back. This is actually equivalent to a one-way ticket. Those who entered never came back. Not only the Zaya Kingdom has information, but also the mythical world. No one knows what the situation is below. Although he has made up his mind, this is related to his life, and it is not too cautious. So standing above the eye of the sea, Lee Su's expression gradually became ferocious. After all, if others jump down and don't die, it doesn't mean that he won't die if he jumps. It seemed as if once you go down, you can never come back. Lee Su's calves felt weak. Don't blame him for being timid. Anyone would be weak. This has nothing to do with courage. After all, as long as you are alive, there is no one who is not afraid of death. Otherwise, why do you think everyone wants to cultivate immortality so actively? You said it was for the sake of seeking the Tao? Please, let me ask you a question. What is the premise of seeking the Tao? The premise is to be alive. If you die, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Lee Su understood the mentality of the protagonists who were forced to the edge of the cliff in the novel. Suddenly, he felt very upset. The main reason was that the atmosphere on his side was obviously not in place at the moment. The other party should not have reached the entrance and exit yet, and had not shaken the boss over. Therefore, the pressure on him was not enough. He did not accumulate the kind of extreme emotions that made him grit his teeth. So naturally he could not make the move of risking everything and making a leap of faith. Lee Su, don't hesitate. It's only a matter of time. I have the Supreme Saint, which means I'm immortal. I also have the Supreme Treasure, which is an extra layer of insurance. The immortals didn't die after jumping down, so it doesn't make sense that Tai would die after jumping down. Standing on the CI, Lee Su secretly encouraged himself to muster up the courage to jump down bravely. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While Lee Su was struggling, the entrance and exit of the blood pool. It would take more than half a day to come here with people, but Yao Ting and others who arrived in just half a day couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The 40th Xian Jiao turned his head and glanced at his junior brother. He was about to speak, asking him to take the others out for treatment and send back the news, and the rest of them would block the door here. Although the Supreme Treasure could not be obtained, sending such a message back was a great achievement in itself. As a Daluo, the 40th Xian Jiao must say that the Daluo realm is not as good as everyone thinks. It is powerful, but the cost is really huge. No, it should be said to be huge, so much so that the resources accumulated by Tai are not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He was so tight on money that he couldn't even afford a decent weapon, except for practicing. He had saved for more than 100,000 years, but he didn't even have 1/5 of it. Alas, it's all tears. No matter what, a handy weapon should not be lost. If he had a handy weapon in the previous battle, I'm afraid he wouldn't have fought like that. Thinking of this, Yao Ting Xian Jiao suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He was only in the early stage of Tai, but he actually had 2 treasures. It was simply unbearable. For a while, jealousy and murderous intent kept emerging, and his unhealthy mind became more and more twisted. However, before they could go out, they saw a flash of light at the entrance and someone ran in. The 40th Yao Ting Xian Jiao was stunned, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. He thought that someone had run into this blood pool, that no one had come to. Just as he was about to take action, he found that the breath of the person who came was inexplicably familiar. He was startled and showed a look of surprise. Junior brother? Senior brother. The newcomer was also stunned, and his eyes widened instantly. He thought it would take a lot of effort, but he didn't expect to find the person as soon as he came in. Yao Ting Xian Jiao's eyes narrowed. He found that his junior brother was very exhausted, his face was red, and he was sweating all over. His feet were twitching constantly, as if he had just finished an extreme sport. Undoubtedly, as a Daluo realm, it was unimaginable to be so tired. Junior brother, you. Before the 40th demon court Xian Jiao finished speaking, the person interrupted him and said, Senior brother, listen to me. Something big happened outside. The human religion and the G religion joined forces, and the saints went to war directly. The Black Mountain Patriarch was hunted down by the saints of the 2 sects, and the Black Mountain sect's greatest master was also besieged by the 2 sects' greatest masters. Now the Black Mountain Patriarch has escaped to the deepest place, and is nowhere to be found. Among the 3 masters, Yu Xianzhen and Heli Xianzhen escaped with their bodies ripped open. After that, the human religion and the G religion successively announced that they would go to war with the Black Mountain religion. Just an hour ago, Heishan was killed by the human and G religions at the mountain gate, and Eluo Xianzan only took some of his disciples to escape into the 18 purgatory of the Netherworld. With just a few words, the faces of several people present changed drastically. The demon court Xianjiao couldn't help but speak, with a look of horror and disbelief on his face. What did you say? Chapter 820 Cliff Jumping Duo. What? The 40th Xianjiao of the demon court could not help but exclaimed. The news was too shocking. The avenue could not help but shake at this moment. The stars in the body almost misplaced and caused a car crash. The others were also shocked. Their Dao hearts were greatly shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that such a big thing would happen outside in such a short time. The human religion and the G religion declared war on the Black Mountain religion at the same time. In the war between the great sects, the saints actually died. This can definitely be said to be the only one in the ages, right? What? Wait a minute. The pupils shrank, and the Xianjiao of the demon court thought of something. In an instant, he couldn't help being horrified. No way. Impossible. The person who came directly confirmed the other party's guess, and his face was extremely heavy and said, the reason for the war, the Black Mountain religion violated the oath, and attacked the G religion Taoist on Daluo Mountain. How could a mere disciple make such a fuss? Hearing the answer he thought of, the face of the 40th Xianjiao of the demon court turned pale instantly. No, thinking of the treasure in Li Su's hand, could it be that the treasure was given to him by the saint of the GGO of the human sect? If so, it would not be surprising. But why? Why give the treasure to a Tai initial stage? It makes no sense at all. For a moment, the demon court Xianjiao's mind was in a mess. Not only him, but all the others were like this, including the GGO senior brother. Not only that, in that battle, although the Chenjiao did not take action, it blocked the saint of our sect. The saint of the heavenly court was also on the side. In addition to the Buddhist sect and the ghost sect, the war was completely imminent. The visitor threw another thunderbolt, which instantly blew the souls of several people present. The heavenly court was not surprised. After all, the two sides were fighting for the orthodoxy. It was only because they were evenly matched that they did not take action. If the two sides met secretly, they would definitely fight to the death. Did the Chenjiao also take action? Is it because of the treasure Pangu banner? Why would the treasure of the Chenjiao saint be in the hands of the GGO Taoist? Brother, the teacher asked me to tell you that you must not leave the blood pool. Now the two saints of the human sect are trying their best to capture the cause and effect relationship related to the GGO Daozi. Hiss. A breath of cold air was sucked back, and in an instant, several people's faces showed extremely fearful expressions. They were almost out. Also, according to the teacher's judgment, the GGO Daozi is very likely just an excuse. Yaoting Xianjiao's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but look at the other party. What does it mean? The person who came didn't say anything, just looked at him silently without saying a word. This can't be said. But although it can't be said, it's too obvious. It's just a GGO Daozi. It's normal for the GGO to be angry, but the reaction of the human sect is completely abnormal. Moreover, the two sects are very heavy, and there is no intention of showing mercy. Undoubtedly, they must have discovered something, and this incident is probably just an excuse. Yaoting Xianjiao's face changed completely. He naturally understood the deep meaning of his junior brother's words. He also knew a lot about what Yaoting and Heishan did secretly. So, this GGO Daozi was simply a bait deliberately put out by the three purities, using his talent to make the Black Mountain sect want to kill him. This is the only way to explain why Mirtai would have two treasures. I'm afraid the three purities sect deliberately left him here to save his life. This seemingly perfect plot was actually a trap that gave the three purities sect a legitimate excuse to attack the Black Mountain sect. As expected of the ancient Zuanman sect, they had calculated everything. Damn it. Faced with this result, Yaoting Xianjiao was completely numb. A total victory turned into a total defeat. His mentality was about to collapse. Okay. Then what should we do? Yaoting Xianjiao couldn't help but speak, looking at the person who came. Stay here forever? Impossible. We can't stay here for long. The GGO Daozi has a treasure in his hand, but it comes from a saint. Even if the blood pool is special, I'm afraid there is no way to isolate the saint's induction. Once the matter of the Black Mountain sect is dealt with, I'm afraid he will come to kill immediately. Not to mention that the demon court would naturally have big troubles when they were in the situation. Their group of people would almost certainly die. The visitor took a deep breath, looked at his senior brother, took a deep breath and said, "CI. CI. There." The demon court Xiangjiao was about to shake his head, but the next second his eyes paused. He knew a lot about the blood pond CI. Although there was no way back, it was not a situation where death was inevitable. In fact, the chance of survival was not small. Several great saints had been there in person. It should have extended to a certain place and felt a certain power of inheritance. People who went in were not so much trapped there as receiving inheritance. It was just very difficult, so that no one had been able to obtain the inheritance and liberate that place. In an instant, the demon court Xiangjiao made a decision. Let's go. Thinking of the treasure in the hands of the Gigio Daozi, the demon court Xiangjiao's face turned green, as if he had been posted with a death warrant. Who would have thought that only half a day later, the situation would be completely reversed. The people who were trapped in the dead situation became them. Bastard. Damn it. Damn it. After the words fell, the demon court celestial arrogance jumped up without hesitation and went directly to the depths of the blood sea. The other two did not hesitate at all and chased after him. If they went to the CI, they could still survive, but if they stayed here, they would surely die. Still standing there, the eldest brother of Gigio was completely numb. For him, things were no longer out of control, but directly out of control. He just wanted to get the Heavenly Emperor Dao Cannon, that's all. How could things develop into this? If all this was really calculated by the two religions, then wouldn't his behavior also be seen? Thinking of this, the eldest brother of Gigio fell into an unspeakable fear. How could it be? How could it be? No, I have to escape and hide. Yes, that's it. He moved and rushed directly into the rolling blood sea below. His amazing magic power burst out, instantly attracting countless strange fish. In an instant, the body was torn into pieces, and everything disappeared. Facing this scene, the people who came to the demon court did not stop him, nor did they say anything, with pity in their eyes. If this partner was still useful before, now he was like chicken ribs. No, he was just a waste, worthless. Yes, he also knew the identity of this person. Undoubtedly, with the actions of the human religion and the G religion, this guy could definitely be said to be the most miserable. He got nothing, but became a traitor. Apostasy, or Sand King religion. This is definitely a terrible situation. After all, other major sects are at most hunted down by one sect. If they have an enemy, they may be protected. But Sand King religion is equivalent to 3 major sects. If they betray, they will be hunted down by the 3 sects. In this myth world, almost no one can protect him. Asterisk 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 CI. At this moment, Li Su, who hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't make up his mind, looked very ugly, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn demon court. Damn Black Mountain religion. If it weren't for them, how could he fall into such an embarrassing situation, and be forced to jump off the cliff to survive? You are a fairy? Suddenly, Li Su's face changed, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look behind him. Something is coming quickly. It's coming too fast, with a breath full of anger and murderous intent. The most important thing is that its destination is exactly where he is. It's coming. It's coming. He didn't even have a second to spare. Asshole. Li Su's eyes turned red in an instant. In an instant, he didn't hesitate at all, as if the previous hesitation was fake. He jumped directly to the center. No, it should be said that he flew directly in. Demon Court, Black Mountain Cult, you guys wait for me. Unable to help but roar, Li Su quickly disappeared into the boundless abyss. And not long after Li Su jumped off the cliff, about an hour later, the Demon Court people with full of hostility arrived at the CI. At this moment, they were full of hostility, and the pupils reflected the coldness. They were shocked and scared, and at the same time they were full of resentment. How could this be? How could this be? Standing on the CI, the Demon Court looked at the huge CI, and their faces could not help but change again and again. They knew a lot of information under the sea, and the saints said directly that there was a place of inheritance below. But the problem is that this matter was confirmed hundreds of thousands of years ago, but until now, no one has come out of it. Otherwise, why do you think no one cares about the blood pool in the end? Even no one from the big sect comes. Looking at the scene, that seemed like a beast opening its bloody mouth. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of several people. After a moment, they gritted their teeth and jumped down without hesitation. Jump now, and they can still live for a while. If they don't jump, they will die immediately when the people from the GGO come. It can even be said that there is no need for people to teach the GGO. If they dare not go, I'm afraid that death will be waiting for them in the next second. The demon court will never let the Black Mountain sect's things happen to them again. I'm afraid that letting them go to the sea should be the order of the Earth Minking. After all, they were sent by him, so they left them a glimmer of hope. The 3 Daluo had no doubts, because the junior brother who came in to report clearly had a vibration that did not belong to him. Arsehole, damn it, GGO Daozi, I will never forgive you. Chapter 821 Extraordinary Flameout. The sea is not as deep as imagined. It is not accurate to say so. It should be said that after jumping down, before he could react, he was submerged in a large area of blood, and soon he was forced to float up quickly by a feeling of suffocation that he had not experienced since he reached the supernatural realm. In the process, he choked several times in succession, and the whole person almost felt sick. After finally getting ashore, Lee Su couldn't help but retching. Although he didn't taste anything special, the psychological barrier was really a bit difficult to get through. So, after a while, Lee Su realized an extremely serious problem. He actually choked because of suffocation? Are you kidding? As a Tai immortal, not to mention that he had formed a self-circulation inside, he practiced the supreme flesh and blood, and his body had already undergone a transformation. The cell strength was amazing. Even if he fell into the magma, he could easily survive. What happened at this moment was unbelievable. Could it be that he entered the fragments of the world? In an instant, Lee Su thought of a possibility. The body was replaced. He couldn't help but lower his head and began to sense. The realm is still there. The galaxy is there. The avenue is also fine. But there is only one thing that is wrong. The extraordinary particles. The source of the power that supports itself is gone. It cannot be said that it is gone. To be precise, it is as if it is suppressed by something, causing the extraordinary flame to be completely extinguished and frozen. In other words, Lee Su's power has not disappeared. His cells are still extremely powerful and have amazing abilities. However, without the energy source, most of the supernatural powers are self-restrained. It is not that the Taoist magic power is sealed, but the instinct, the biological self-protection mechanism is activated. In order to prevent the cells from being too supernatural, wasting unnecessary energy, leading to excessive consumption, causing the cells to devour each other because of hunger, and finally digest themselves. Faced with this result, Lee Su's face was full of question marks, and the whole person was a little confused. This is definitely something he didn't expect when he came here. He couldn't help but look inward at his own galaxy. At this moment, more than 100 stars in his body were directly extinguished, and the whole burning with fire also fell into silence. The 7 Taoist fruits also had no life, and there was a dead silence inside. The extraordinary, it was extinguished. What happened? Is it because of this space? Although he had come into contact with the Blood Sea before, he realized that the formation of the Blood Sea was very special. The Caitian Saint could not digest the material, which had a suppressive effect on the extraordinary. But he never expected that, after going down to the abyss, let alone suppressing it, the extraordinary power was extinguished. Unable to help but raise his head, Lee Su began to look at the surrounding environment. Undoubtedly, under the extinguishing of his own extraordinary power, it not only meant that his ability to save his life was greatly reduced, but also meant that the lethality of nature to him was increased. As a traverser who has experienced the era of information explosion, although he does not have much practical experience, he can definitely be said to know a little bit about everything. He has watched a lot of outdoor videos and live broadcasts, and he knows very well how bad the natural environment is when the power is weak. He quickly began to look at the situation around him. In front of him was a huge lake, which was where he came out, and now it has become very calm. The surrounding area is very large, the ground is uneven, and the shape of the stones is very unique, mostly semicircular and elliptical, with fewer sharp protrusions. From afar, you can see a lush forest, a large area. To the east of the lake, about dozens of miles away, there is a river, and blood is flowing all the way down from there. The river is very long and large, with no end in sight. But the strange thing is, that the lake at the moment, cannot bear this amount of water. It should have been full long ago, or it should have been turbulent. But the strange thing is that, after flowing into the lake, it became calm, and there was no sign of the river rising. Lee Soo took a deep breath, and began to sort out his own situation. Cheofen was almost completely frozen, so he undoubtedly needed to figure out his current body values, so that when danger appeared, he would be able to fight. He did a few movements, and felt the physical strength that his physical fitness could currently support. If he exploded, he would have about a ton of power, a speed of about 5 seconds per 100 meters, and a reaction time of 0.2 seconds. A little stronger than ordinary people, it was okay. Considering that he had mastered the supremacy of flesh and blood, he could still explode at the expense of some fat and even internal organs. Not only that, the Supreme Soul also greatly improved the strength of his 5 senses. In total, it was almost equivalent to Duan Zhengchen's level. If he worked hard, he should be able to maintain the level of Qiao Feng for about 3 seconds. Although he fell out of the category of practitioners, he was still a martial artist after all, not a bowler at the beginning. After confirming his own situation, Lee Soo moved quickly. Although the edge of the lake looked very peaceful, who knows if there were wild beasts around, or other creatures? In short, this kind of open area is not suitable for staying for a long time. If he was targeted, he really couldn't afford to fight in his current situation. After all, at this moment, Lee Soo already felt that he was a little hungry, and his physical body was constantly reducing the physical value to reduce consumption. In short, for him now, food and water are very important. In the wilderness survival video, these two things are undoubtedly the top priority. Crouching, Lee Soo hid his body as much as possible between the uneven stones and quickly walked towards the dense jungle not far away. Undoubtedly, it was dangerous to approach the jungle without knowing anything, but he basically had no choice at this moment. There was no food or water in such an open and flat place. As for the blood water, well, unless he was really dying of thirst, he would not consider it. Lee Soo moved quickly. After all, he was not immortal, but the sealed Tai. He walked to the edge of the jungle with very little movement and energy consumption. After a slight hesitation, Lee Soo entered the jungle directly without any hesitation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Not long after Lee Soo left, the calm lake moved. 12 figures appeared directly, and they kept coughing, obviously choking on a lot of water. It was the 40th Xianjiao of the demon court, and they also came. They were in a mess and quickly swam from the center of the lake to the shore, but they did not go to Lee Soo's side, but to the opposite side. After landing, the faces of the group of people changed quickly. The Taoist magic power cannot be used. I can't feel the existence of the extraordinary particles. How could it be? Undoubtedly, they were very panicked, especially the 3 Dalo realms. For them, their own realm is undoubtedly their strongest point, and it is also their confidence. Now it is sealed, as if they have become mortal ants. Naturally, they can't calm down. There is no way to transform. Brother, what should we do? Calm down. The leader, who is also a man of great achievements, quickly calmed down, and first looked at Tai Yuanman. The 9 people who were injured by Lee Soo's Pangu banner, saw that the 9 people's faces quickly became ruddy. They should have been seriously injured, but their breath became stable. Sure enough, because the extraordinary was extinguished, the injuries of the 9 people were also frozen. Facing their own situation, the 9 people couldn't help showing a hint of joy on their faces. To be honest, they were almost unable to suppress their injuries. Undoubtedly, this is the best news among the worst news. Each of you should adapt your own strength first. When the extraordinary was extinguished, all the Taoist magics could not be used. This was undoubtedly very fatal to them who were used to the Dalo and Tai realms. If they were not careful, they would probably be swallowed by a stronger beast. Brother, there should be many living people under this abyss. I remember that someone from the demon court also came down tens of thousands of years ago, and he is still alive. We should go find him, and figure out the situation of this place first. No. The demon court Cheyenne Geo shook his head without hesitation. Such a long time has passed, and the other party still thinks that he is not sure whether he is from the demon court. What's more, we don't know the specific situation of this place at all. If the strength is still there, it's fine. Now that the strength is gone, if we find the other party like this, if the other party wants to harm us, then we really have no ability to resist. It can be seen that the demon court Cheyenne Geo is still very decisive and very capable. Then what should we do? First get used to our own strength, and then explore bit by bit. If possible, it's best to capture someone to question. Before that, try not to expose yourself. This place is too open. If someone comes, it will be easy to find us. Let's adapt quickly and go to the forest. After a while, the 12 people from the demon court also disappeared into the jungle. Chapter 822. What the hell? A dinosaur? Very lush. With his eyes looking inside, he couldn't see more than 20 meters. Hearing should cover farther, but unfortunately there is no extraordinary hearing. Only about 100 meters is basically the limit. The sense of smell played a great role here. He could smell a lot of smells, which were the smell of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, there was no way to make a specific identification. It's not that he didn't have that function, but once that function was turned on, the physical energy consumption would be very amazing, and the consumption of brain cells would not be low. In order to ensure his own combat effectiveness, he needed to avoid excessive consumption as much as possible before getting the first food. After all, he didn't know how powerful the wild animals here were. What if they were all giant nice silkworms, deadwood red clams, etc., and their physical strength dropped too fast? It would undoubtedly be fatal. Quickly from the various smells, he confirmed a smell that was not very strong, or it could be said that the sweat smell was relatively small. After all, the smell was relatively small, which meant that the individual was also small, so the body odor was light. Trying to suppress his own movements as much as possible, Lee Su quickly trotted in the direction where he was. It wasn't far, about 8 kilometers. Damn, although it is said that running to the top of a mountain will kill a horse, I didn't expect that just smelling the smell can actually tire a person to death. The target found. Then Lee Su's heartbeat almost stopped, his footsteps paused, and whoosh, how fast he came, how fast he turned around and ran. In just over 10 seconds, after running more than 2,000 meters, his liver shrunk a lot. Lee Su stopped with cold sweat on his forehead, breathing heavily like a cow, and exhaling continuously. At this moment, Lee Su aimed at the target position, and suddenly saw a huge head raised up, with cold eyes scanning the surroundings, with some doubts. Strange, I clearly sensed something approaching just now. Why did it disappear when I turned around? Shaking my head, the head quickly retracted. Fuck you. Lee Su, who was still in shock, magnified his hearing to the limit. After listening for a long time, he couldn't help but exhale after making sure that there was no movement behind him. What he found was a snake, and its head alone was more than 1 meter wide. This thing, most of its body is hidden in the cave, with only its head exposed. If Lee Su hadn't been sharp-eyed and noticed something was wrong and turned around and ran away, it would be hard to say who would eat him. No, you are a python with a body width of 1 meter. Shouldn't you be the king of the forest? Shouldn't you be rampant? What does it mean to hide most of your body and only show your head? Is it deliberately lowering its own breath? Are all the wild animals in this world curled up like this? For a moment, Lee Su couldn't help but feel a headache. This wave of losses was terrible. His liver was 1/8 smaller. Although he didn't need the other parts, except the heart and lungs for the time being, once he really lost them, it also meant that his situation became extremely dangerous. He needed to find food as soon as possible, otherwise he would really die. Labeling this taste with a scarlet label, Lee Su quickly turned his head and aimed directly at the next one. There was no way. He already felt thirsty and hungry, and the degree was increasing rapidly. He had been in this world for almost half an hour, and he had to find food to replenish himself. Lee Su took action again. This time, he set a distance for himself, 5 kilometers. If he still didn't meet the enemy within 5 kilometers, he would move to the next one. After all, the range of small animals' activities would not be too far. If it was too far, it might mean that the enemy was not a small animal. Lee Su took action again. This time, he was lucky. He locked onto a small aurora, which was not far away. He saw it a little over 2 kilometers away. It was about the thickness of an arm. It should be a python, right? There was no time to think about it. Lee Su rushed up directly, stretched out his fingers, and exchanged a small section of bone spurs for 2/10 of his left kidney and 1/8 of his liver. Before the enemy could react, he pierced his head with one finger. It was very vibrating, and its body suddenly wrapped around Lee Su and tied him up. Damn, I underestimated the enemy's body instinct. The brain was obviously pierced, but the body was not dead. With a creaking sound, Lee Su felt that his bones were about to crack. It took more than 10 seconds for the strength to decrease, and he completely collapsed. His face was flushed red, and Lee Su almost suffocated. As the other party relaxed, he also sat on the ground with a lingering fear. Fuck, the power is so strong. He almost strangled him. Next time, I must prepare weapons, even stones. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, to get enough oxygen for himself who was almost strangled to death, Lee Su lowered his head and picked up the python with a length of more than 1.5 meters and as thick as his arm. He opened his bloody mouth and threw away the skin and bloodletting. After extracting some muscle energy to strengthen his teeth and stomach, he pushed hard. The taste is sour and refreshing. Even if he closed his taste buds in advance, he could still feel a breath rushing to his head, making him feel uncomfortable. In less than 3 minutes, he ate about 40 kilograms of meat, and there was no hair left. It was completely evaporated. The happiness born from a full stomach made Lee Su couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The whole person instantly felt much more comfortable and got a lot of water. It's not a python. It's a snake. Feeling the reaction from the cells, I felt a little dizzy. The blood poison is very strong and nutritious. Especially after it merges with the blood, it forms a large amount of saturated fat. It is fatal to most creatures, but for Lee Su, it is equivalent to high-grade protein, but with a little dizziness. It's okay. The overall nutrition is about the same as 50 kilograms of beef. Not only has the previous consumption been replenished, but some has also been stored. At least it can ensure that it can last for about a day with the current physical strength. Of course, this is not enough. Far from enough. In fact, the so-called happiness of being full disappeared in just an instant, and hunger filled the whole body again. Although there is no extraordinary particle, his flesh and blood have always mutated. Not only is it strange, but it also has the ability to store nutrients. Although compared with the energy of extraordinary particles, the efficiency of storing nutrients is very low and the quantity is not large, but it is still no problem to eat 30 or 50 tons of flesh and blood. After all, he is equivalent to a terrifying beast. Taking a breath, Lee Su stood up and started to move again. Snake, snake, snake. No, what about mammals? After harvesting almost 7 or 8 snakes as thick as his arms, Lee Su couldn't help but scratch his head. Is this the snake island? Why are all the snakes in sight? Although there are some to eat, you should be thankful, but snakes don't have much water in their bodies. After eating a lot of meat, the little water is consumed very seriously. Therefore, although his hunger was effectively relieved, his thirst was not. Just when Lee Su was about to expand his breathing range, his expression suddenly froze, and he couldn't help but turn his head. Eyes, a pair of extremely cold eyes, were looking at him quietly more than 10 seconds away from him. It was very big, almost as big as a fist, and its body was almost covered by the grass. It was hard to tell what it was. As the two sides looked at each other, the creature moved and walked out directly from the shade of the tree. Blood began to appear in its originally cold eyes. It was about 2 meters tall and covered with mud of unknown composition. Obviously, the other party covered its smell with mud, so that Lee Su didn't notice its existence at the first time. However, at this moment, He did not have time to think about how the other party concealed its own smell. Looking at its 2 feet, slender claws, 30 or 40 sharp teeth, and the scales faintly visible under the black mud, Lee Soo could not help but be a little confused. Could it be a dinosaur? Gap, gap, gap. A very special tone came out of its mouth. The dinosaur looked at Lee Soo and kept yelling about 10 meters away from him, but did not attack immediately. Listening to this slightly familiar voice, looking at the other party, although covered in mud, it also looked slightly familiar. Lee Soo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This thing should not be the thing he had seen in those Jurassic movies. Soon, in the distance, gap, gap, gas sounded, and with each sound, the distance would be incredibly close, and the number was also extremely amazing. Fuck. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823 God Wants to Kill Me. Bang, bang. The taste is okay. Although it has some head, it is undoubtedly much better than snakes, and the water content is okay. And as an individual with high speed movement, the muscles are well developed and the fat content is relatively low. It's just a little hard, not very chewy, so you have to make your teeth very sharp, preferably like saw teeth. Fortunately, this is not difficult for Lee Soo, and can be done easily. Lee Soo is naturally not afraid of dinosaurs. Even if it is a velociraptor, he is not an ordinary person. If he had just arrived, he would have had a headache. He has hunted 7 or 8 pythons, and got more than 200 kilograms of meat, so he naturally has the ability to fight. The main reason is that it was the first time he saw it, and he was shocked. I never thought that there would be such a creature in this world. In addition to the part of the shadow left by watching movies, when I was a child, he was shocked. After jogging for a while, he came back to his senses. No, the velociraptor is very strong, but what does it have to do with him? Stopping, Lee Soo was quite angry. Shit, I was actually scared by the memory of the past. He turned around and started to beat them hard. After he beat several of them to death, the remaining raptors immediately scattered and ran away. After all, raptors are quite smart hunters. Before leaving, he did not forget to give him a look, which was quite resentful, because his running undoubtedly sent a very strong signal to the raptors. As a result, he lost 5 of them, before realizing how terrible the opponent was. Standing 2 meters tall, it weighs almost 20 kilograms. 5 of them weigh 100 kilograms, with a lot of internal organs, about 20 kilograms. After removing about 800 kilograms of nails, it means that there are about 170 kilograms to eat. Unfortunately, there is no fire and no oil. Otherwise, if the bones are fried in oil, the taste will undoubtedly be much better, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Forget it. After all, it is a life in the wilderness, and it is good to have something to eat. Let's talk about other things after we are full. Touching his still flat belly, Lee Soo silently calculated for a while. Let's set a small goal first, to eat 20 tons. In this case, even if he didn't eat or drink for 10 days and 10 nights, it wouldn't be a big problem. Not only that, he also had a certain combat power without consuming his internal organs. With energy, Lee Soo's suppressed sense of smell began to be released. In an instant, he captured thousands of smells that he couldn't smell before. He quickly identified the target and ran over. He started hunting for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, not only wild animals, but also fruits and vegetables were found by Lee Soo. Especially the tree with ginkgo. The fruit is quite good, and Lee Soo's mouth is full of saliva after eating it. The sugar is very abundant and crisp and delicious. Of course, there are also many fungi, that is, mushrooms, poisonous and non-toxic, all in one pot. His body is very strong, and toxic substances are high energy for him. Of course, there were also 2 times when he lost money. He was stabbed by something, and the toxin was quite poisonous, as if he was poisoned by a volcano, and smoke was sprayed. In view of its strength, Lee Soo directly used the dinosaur claws he hunted to wipe the wound back and forth a few times, and then put it in his pocket for emergency use. After 3 days and 3 nights, he had gained a lot. Not only did he meet the set goals, but most importantly, he developed a lot of new functions that he had never thought of before, which made the Supreme of Flesh and Blood make great progress. The new function is simple: using poison. Since organisms can produce toxins, there is no reason why he can't. The Supreme of Flesh and Blood gave his cells unlimited possibilities. It was quite simple to synthesize special proteins in the body. In addition, after tasting various poisons and conducting in-depth research, the power was quite considerable. In 5 minutes or so, he made a carnivorous dinosaur weighing almost 1 ton and 3 meters tall fall down with foam at the mouth, which was his highest achievement at present. Of course, he killed the opponent faster, but the point was that using poison consumed less energy, and it didn't take much effort. At most, it would consume the nutrition of 1 pound of meat. On the contrary, if you use your fists to hit it, you will waste at least 300 or 400 pounds of flesh and blood. It's clear which is better. Of course, although the goal was achieved, Lee Su did not stop hunting. He was still hunting, but he was not confined to one place. He started to walk out, intending to go up along the river to see if there were any traces of people. As for when he could find someone else, Lee Su was not too optimistic or expectant, because the animals here were too strong. There was a big gap between dinosaurs and mammals. With scales, their defense was quite amazing. Not only that, their bones were very large. Even a small carnivore like a velociraptor could be knocked down by Lee Su's fists weighing 2 or 3 tons. After shaking, they stood up and did not receive too serious damage. Then there were long and sharp teeth and claws, which made them equally amazing in attack. One claw would leave a wound of 5 or 6 centimeters, or even 1 decimeter deep. Once such a part of the body was hooked, it would be a ruptured intestine. If Cheofen was still there, there would be no hope. When Cheofen was extinguished, unless you were a flesh and blood supreme like Lee Su, it would be very difficult to survive in this environment. At least, Lee Su had seen many footprints with a diameter of more than 1 meter, after traveling hundreds of kilometers in the past few days. The largest even reached about 3 meters. If the soles of the feet were 3 meters long, how big would the body of its owner be? Lee Su would have to retreat from a beast of that size. So take your time, and first accumulate strength. As Lee Su was hunting and moving forward, he did not notice that there were 2 pairs of eyes in the distance, silently watching him. The owners of the eyes remained motionless until he walked away. Subspecies Tyrannosaurus, 3 meters tall, weighing 3,200 kilograms, with a maximum burst force of more than 13 tons, killed in less than half a minute by unknown means. Raptor, 1 meter and 5 meters tall, weighing 35 kilograms, with a maximum speed of 12 meters per second, 13 heads, killed with bare hands in less than 8 seconds. Strength, estimated to be a minimum burst of 6 tons. Speed, about 5 seconds per 100 meters. Reaction, less than 0.01 second. Possessing 5 senses different from ordinary people, especially the sense of smell, which is very amazing. It can find the traces of prey several miles away. Brother NIU, what should we do? Should we catch it? One of them, who was not very old, spoke with uncertainty in his tone. How to catch him? Are you going to risk your life? Report. Have the base send someone over. The other person spoke in a bad mood. Just kidding. What they showed, with the strength of the 2 of them, if they go up, they will just be sent food. Okay. Oh, okay. Seeing the other person start to send the message, the person who gave the order couldn't help but take a deep breath. The extraordinary is extinguished, but he still has the strength comparable to that of a first level warrior. I'm afraid the base will be shocked now. Thinking of something, the man couldn't help but muttered, by the way, there are 2 groups of people coming down this time, and the number over there is larger. I don't know what the situation is. Can't it be the same situation? Thinking of this, the man said, Xiao Meng, report it and contact the people in the east by the way, and tell them to be careful. Asterisk 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 at this moment, on the other side of the river, outside the woods, the 12 people of the demon court are there. All of them are not only very nervous, but also reduced in number. Obviously, the operation of the demon court is not going well. To what extent is it not going well? Not long after entering the forest, or not long after, but after almost half a day, they began to feel hungry, and they were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. At first, a group of people were confused, and the whole demon was at a loss. Eating something that had not been done for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, the 12 demons had completely forgotten. It was not their fault. After all, they had been cultivating immortals for too long, and had forgotten how to survive as ordinary creatures. Realizing their own situation, the demon court celestial arrogance immediately showed the corresponding level, and began to organize everyone to find food. But this process was not smooth. The extraordinary extinguished almost took away all their supernatural powers. Although they were stronger than ordinary people, they were limited, and could not exert their own strength at all. Not to mention hunting for food, it was extremely difficult to find prey. After a whole day, they did not find prey, but instead became prey, and were stared at by the terrible beasts in the forest. The team was directly reduced by 3. 2 Tei perfection, and 1 Dalo realm. I still remember that Dalo realm junior brother was bitten by a big mouth suddenly, and dragged into the dense forest. The amazing wail and cry for help before death almost broke the demon court Xiangio's silver teeth. After realizing the horror of this place, he took the rest of the people, and ran out of the forest, never daring to enter it again. For 2 consecutive days, he was so hungry, that his chest was sticking to his back, and he was dizzy and dizzy. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he quietly ran to the edge of the forest, and grabbed some leaves to eat. As a result, when he was eating deliciously, another person screamed, and was bitten by something and dragged in. Faced with this result, the leading demon court Xiangio had a very ugly expression at this moment, with a face full of shame and anger. If his strength was still there, if his power was still there, he would not take this kind of thing that could be annihilated at a glance into his eyes. Of course, shame and anger are shame and anger. As the 40th Xiangio of the 10,000 Years War, the son of the times, his adaptability and endurance are still amazing. He organized the rest of the people again. 3 of them were responsible for collecting, 6 of them were responsible for keeping watch, and they picked up stones on the ground as weapons, and started collecting again. Finally, on the afternoon of the second day, the remaining 9 people had a full meal of leaves. The next day, under close surveillance, they found a beast that was planning to attack. Several people worked together and smashed it to death with stones, successfully hunting the first prey. Although the strength was lost, the experience was still there. Feeling the slightly bloody taste in their mouths, but more of the sweet smell of meat, the other 8 people cried directly for a while. It was not easy. As the elites of the demon court, what delicacies from the mountains and the sea have they not eaten? But they didn't expect that one day it would turn out like this. A bite of ordinary meat actually made them feel happy. The demon court's Xiangio also had tears in his eyes, and couldn't help saying, I didn't expect that one day we would fight for our lives for food. But this is not the end, it's just the beginning. His eyes were always firm, and his fighting spirit was high. This was a good start. He had come through so many difficulties before, and this time, it was the same. Dung. Just as the 9 people were crying over a mouthful of blood, and were imagining the future, a vibration sound began to be heard. In the forest not far away, a huge black shadow slowly walked out. It was extremely tall, nearly 4 meters tall, with a mouth full of sharp teeth and a sharp gaze. In an instant, the 9 people in the demon court were stunned, and the meat in their hands fell to the ground. At this moment, the space seemed to solidify. The face of the demon court Xiangio could not help but turn pale, and he spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and couldn't help shouting, God wants to kill me. Chapter 824 Bring. HMM. Leoniu's call. Pick it up. Xiaomeng, what's wrong? HMM. Leoniu asked me to pay attention to the people coming in this time. What's there to pay attention to about the people coming in? Leoniu. What's wrong with you? A bunch of weaklings. Only the leader has some ability, and can be trained as a slave warrior. The others are the same as usual serf material. Nonsense. I'm in front of them. Observe your ass. Originally there were 12 people. 3 have died. If I hadn't acted quickly enough, this operation would have been a total loss. He was talking on the phone. After all, Coming here to observe first is a rule that has long been in place. No, it should be said to be an iron rule. Unless you are sure of their strength and guarantee that you can take them down, you will never act easily. As a result, 3 of the 12 people died, and the remaining 9 were almost all dead. After confirming that they had no hidden means, the person who was observing secretly came out immediately and resolved the crisis of the 9 people. Well, the 9 people in the demon court did not die after all, and successfully survived. At the critical moment, someone appeared and drove away the crisis. The demon court Xiangio and others were undoubtedly full of joy, and they survived the disaster. Not only that, they found that the people who came, although their breath was not strong, did have a trace of extraordinary breath in their bodies, which was even more pleasantly surprised. As Dalo and Tai, as long as they still have the top extraordinary power, they will undoubtedly show their glory again and return to the peak moment. However, before they could be happy, 9 chains snapped and were put around their necks. Before they could even ask a word, including the 40th Xiangio of the demon court, they were directly caught, their mouths were opened, their clothes and pants were torn, and their whole bodies were checked. It was like buying an animal in the vegetable market. After checking it back and forth several times, they were satisfied and threw it on the ground. It was originally very weak and hungry, and this fall directly made them dizzy and excited. The mood was thrown away on the spot. Facing this result, how could the great Yaoting Xiangio endure it? He flew into a rage on the spot. Although his strength had become weaker, his mentality was undoubtedly still the strong man who was striving for the top. He was responded with a slap in the face. Everyone was stunned and could not believe that this situation had occurred. Some people took out sticks and prepared to hit him, but it was the one who seemed to be the leader who said, "If it's broken, it's worthless, you can fix it." At least he was not pressed to the ground and beaten. Then the other party squatted down and looked at him with a sinister face. "I don't know what you are outside, and I'm not interested in knowing, but coming here means you are nothing. From this moment on, you are all my property. For the first time, I'll give you a slap as a warning. I forgive your ignorance and I don't want my property to suffer losses before it is delivered. Next, you can continue to try to resist. I'm reluctant to beat you to death or cripple you, but it's still very simple to make you live a life worse than death." Yaoting Xiangio quickly calmed down. "I was the fish and others were the knife." He knew very well that without strength, continuing to resist would have no meaning except painful torture. Surrender. There is no such thing. In ancient times, there was humiliation under the crotch, and in ancient times, there was sleeping on straw and tasting gall. It was just a tiger in the open. He had experienced it before. It was only a matter of time before he got back this slap. At this moment, hearing that the other party treated him and others as slaves, Yaoting Xiangio couldn't help but have a cold light in his eyes, and an incomparable killing intention rose in his heart. Wait for me. Wait for me to recover my strength, and everything today will be taken back. You, your clan, don't think about living or dying. As a Dalo realm, once the strength is restored, everything will be different. He is not just a simple Dalo, he also has a special talent called the Star Body. Although his strength has decreased a lot in the past few days due to hunger, when night comes and the starlight falls, he can feel that his star body has responded and a special power is gathering, very little, very slowly, and it is estimated that it will take a long time. But for this point, he still has a chance, still. I say, Leo Niu, what's the situation over there? Didn't you catch the person? At this moment, the leader here was a little confused. The other party couldn't call him for no reason to remind him to pay attention. Catch a fart. Leo Niu's voice sounded unhappily. It's more like going up and giving yourself up. Huh. The leader was stunned for a moment. Not only him, but also the more than 10 people around him at this moment. They knew very well what Leo Niu's strength was. He was a retired person from the hunting team. He had participated in the hunting of a 10-meter level barbarian dragon and was a level 2 warrior. Although there are only 3 levels of warriors, the strongest level is level 1 and the weakest level is level 3. But even the weakest level is not something that everyone can become. A single person is very powerful and can hunt a velociraptor alone. If armed, it can directly kill a 3-meter level Tyrannosaurus. As for the level 2, even if it is just a patrol armed, it can fight against a 3-meter level Tyrannosaurus. He alone is even comparable to their team. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to send out only 2 people. Usually, the patrol team that captures this kind of outsider is at least a group of 5. The surveillance found that there are 12 people here. In order to avoid accidents, 3 groups of 15 people were dispatched. What's going on over there? Level 1 soldier. Hiss, are you kidding me? Who the hell is kidding you about this kind of thing? I've already reported it, and we can't handle it here. Fuck, Leoniu, did you send it? Let's not talk about whether to send it or not. It's not easy to catch someone with this kind of strength, and I don't know how the higher ups will deal with it. You also know how scary it is to have the physical fitness of a level 1 soldier, even if they are not armed. Fuck, that's true. Wait a minute, there's a communication coming from above. Damn it. Leoniu seemed to have received a reply, but after just a moment, he couldn't help but swear. What's wrong? That group of idiots. The person they sent is Qianlong. Qianlong? He's quite strong. Is there any problem? There's no problem with his strength, but there's a problem with his personality. What's wrong with his personality? Forget it, I'm too lazy to tell you. Xiaomeng, hurry up, contact the higher ups. No, General Lion Loyou. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, the leader couldn't help showing a puzzled look on his face. Is there a problem with his personality? Qianlong knew that he was a bit arrogant. Of course, this was not surprising. After all, the other party was one of the only 3 first level fighters in the base in recent years. If it were him, he would also be arrogant. How many first level fighters are there in the entire base? Less than 20, and each one is undoubtedly an elite and a strong man. At this moment, on the other side, Leoniu looked at the communication anxiously. His expression was very tangled. Brother Niu, why are you so worried? With Colonel Chen's strength, it won't be a problem to defeat the other party. On the side, Xiaomeng showed a puzzled look. Although the target showed very strong strength, they were both first level fighters. Being armed and not armed were 2 different concepts. After all, the so-called armed is not a weapon. It is to give people extraordinary power. The gap formed is at the dimensional level. No matter how strong the target is, he can never be Qianlong's opponent. You idiot. First level warriors are extremely rare in the base, and each one is extremely precious. Even outsiders are top level combat forces, and cannot be wasted easily. Although we still have to catch them, we must let the other party understand our strength, redefine our own status, and give up the mentality when they are outside. Qianlong, this kid, has always been arrogant. It is not an exaggeration to say that he looks down on everyone. He is very narrow-minded. When he sees the target and finds out the target's strength, there is a high probability that he will kill him. Leoniu took a deep breath and couldn't help but said quietly, same first level warriors also have different strengths. An outsider, who should have been a slave, is stronger than himself. With Qianlong's mentality, he absolutely cannot accept it. I'm afraid that, even if he doesn't kill the other party, he will never let him have an easy time. When the person is caught by him, I'm afraid even if the person is not dead, he can't be used. Damn, what were the guys above thinking? They sent Qianlong, this bastard. At this point, Leoniu's face was very ugly. I hope I don't meet him so soon. It's best not to meet him so soon. Asterisk 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 at this moment, dozens of kilometers away. After killing another dinosaur weighing about 7 or 8 tons, Li Su, who was gnawing on the other's thigh, suddenly raised his head and looked not far away. He saw a black dot flying towards his position. Is that a person? Although they were several kilometers apart, Li Su, whose 5 senses had recovered about 3 levels of function with the replenishment of blood and flesh, locked onto the other party at the first time. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Extraordinary particles. He actually felt extraordinary particles from the other party. Soon, his brows furrowed, because the direction of the other party was very straight, coming towards his position. Passing by, or discovered him, putting down the dinosaur's thigh, Lisa moved his feet, and did not stop where he was, but chose to avoid it directly. although he really wanted to know how the other party had extraordinary particles in this place where the extraordinary was extinguished, and he also had many other questions to ask. It was not the right time at the moment, and he had not accumulated enough. It was mainly because of the black armor on the other party that gave him a bad premonition and association. Streamlined, technological, and obviously different from magic weapons, but it is definitely not something that can be made by hand. It must have a very high level of metallurgy. What does it mean? It means that behind this black armor, there must be a fairly complete industrial system. An industrial system requires population, and a large population. It is completely different from what I imagined. This world is not only populated by people, but also has a high level of civilization. He quickly withdrew almost 100 meters, but found that the opponent's angle also changed. The path remained unchanged, and was still straight towards him. Lee Su's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but look around. He took a deep breath, and stopped his steps. What was monitoring him? Not long after, the black spot in the distance had already approached and landed directly on the treetops more than 3 meters high not far from Lee Su. Before Lee Su could speak, the other party threw something at him. Take it. Lee Su's eyes shrank. His eyesight didn't even need the object to fall to the ground. The moment the other party threw it out, he could see it clearly. It was a shackle. Judging from its size, it should be for the neck, and judging from its format, it was used to lock slaves. Instantly, his face turned cold, and a hint of blood red appeared in the depths of his pupils, with murderous intent overflowing. No, why don't you try it? Chapter 825. One strike. Looking for death. Qianlong smiled coldly. He knew the mentality of this kind of outsider too well. According to the records in the base, these people held their heads higher than the sky, looked down on everything, and were used to the days of being domineering outside. Even though they have lost their power now, their mentality has not changed at all. To deal with such people, only by using the bloody reality and continuous blows again and again can they recognize the reality and put themselves in the right position. There are no extraordinary particles here. As long as you stay here for one day, you are destined to be a mortal who has lost all the halo. The physical value comparable to that of a first level warrior is ridiculous. What kind of existence is a first level warrior? People who have never set foot here will never understand it at all, but just make an evaluation by comparison without authorization. This evaluation is simply ridiculous. There are too many things that a first level warrior needs to master and learn. Every warrior has gone through thousands of trials and tribulations, constantly honing himself in this cruel world, and finally achieved it with great difficulty. Outsiders are just good at talking. Without the extraordinary particles, they can't even fight, and they are no different from ordinary people. It's not that there are no such people in the base. He has challenged them before. This group of people is not worth mentioning at all. Even if they are provided with the same weapons, they are unimaginably weak. The use of power is so crude that it is simply unbearable to watch. With a move of his footsteps, the treetops shook slightly, and Qianlong's figure disappeared. Lee Su's pupils shrank suddenly. Although he was angered by the other party's behavior, he did not mean to underestimate the other party. For some unknown reason, he has extraordinary power, which is very disadvantageous to him. Judging from the aura he showed, the other party's strength should be close to the level of the mana realm in the mortal world. The level is very low, as if he has just possessed mana and has not had time to transform. Of course, this does not mean that the other party is weak. After all, the mana realm is the mana realm, and it is completely different from the martial arts realm. It can be said to be two dimensions. Back then, Lee Su clearly mastered several S-level skills, but he had a hard time fighting against a mana realm. It took a lot of effort to break the opponent's defense. The two organs of vision and feeling were magnified by Lee Su in an instant, and he directly entered the superhuman realm. Left. In an instant, Lee Su felt something, crossed his hands directly in front of his chest, and took a step back. With a thud, a black shadow whipped his hands directly. This is a leg whip. The power is very strong, and the kick is made by turning the body's hips. Although the opponent's behavior is very arrogant, the strength of this kick is real, and has taken a lot of effort. With a crackling sound, Lee Su's hands were broken. Not only that, he was also kicked up by the kick and flew several meters away and stopped after breaking a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. He actually reacted. Qianlong was startled. He obviously didn't expect that his opponent would react to his fatal kick. Not only did he block it in advance, but he also removed at least 3 layers of his strength from behind, so that this kick could not cause the maximum damage. After landing, Li Su took a deep breath and his eyes flashed. The opponent's strength was almost equivalent to that of a sweeping monk. Even a flat attack would undoubtedly cause explosive damage, which was a considerable threat to him now. However, it was not completely impossible to deal with him. The broken bones began to increase their strength while recovering rapidly. Although he had replenished a lot of energy, it was still too disadvantageous to confront head-on. He glanced around and made a decision quickly. It was not that there was no chance of winning by using the terrain to deal with the opponent. The opponent was very arrogant and did not take him seriously. Moreover, what he was most worried about at the moment was not the guy in front of him, but something else. His eyes flashed, and some colorful colors appeared in the depths of his pupils. At the same time, his nose took a deep breath and his tongue stretched out to lick the air around him. The action was very obscure and was completed almost instantly. After doing everything, Li Su exhaled the breath in his chest and got ready again. Facing Li Su's reaction, Qianlong smiled. His eyes became colder and more fierce, and he said, "Has catching my kick restored your confidence? That's why I said that you, a group of outsiders, are disgusting. Do you think that's all my strength? I only use 3% of the armed force. Now I'll let you feel 5% of the power." As soon as the thought came to his mind, Qianlong's aura suddenly increased. The already amazing aura stabbed Li Su like a sharp knife at this moment. Can it be improved? Li Su's face did not change. He watched the other party disappear again. His eyes did not move, and his sense was directly strengthened to capture the other party's position. Directly in front of him, as soon as the thought came to his mind, Li Su suddenly exerted force on his feet and began to move backwards. He did not look at his feet or behind him, but jumped up lightly. His legs seemed to be able to recognize the situation behind him. He used several protrusions to gain leverage and moved about a meter away. Then he turned around and instantly bypassed a large tree and hid his body inside. Qianlong's pupils shrank. This way of moving, as if there were eyes behind his head, really surprised him. Even if the weapons could increase his strength and strengthen his 5 senses, he could not do it like Li Su did. He took a step, changed his angle, and went directly behind the tree. Where is the person? Seeing that there was nothing behind the tree, Qianlong's face could not help but change. Where did the person go? Crash. The other side? With the sound captured by his right ear, Qianlong's expression tightened and flames spewed out of his eyes. Bastard, are you going around in circles with him? He suddenly stepped down, opened his mouth and shouted, "Punch the tree in front of him." With a loud bang, the tree with a diameter of about 1 meter was smashed by his punch, and sawdust flew all over the sky, clearing the line of sight. However, there was still nothing in front of him. Qianlong was stunned. Still no one. Where are the people? Where did they go? Hey. Just when he was puzzled, a low shout came from behind him. It was Li Su, who appeared behind the opponent. He took a bow step forward, and his right elbow was like a gun. Before Qianlong could react, he hit the opponent's back spine. Boom. The 8th level of martial arts determines the fate of the world. Li Su's simple collision is not simple. You must know that his martial arts talent is extremely amazing. In addition to the control of the flesh and blood supreme over the flesh, this collision, even a Tyrannosaurus will be killed by him directly, like being hit by a cannon. Qianlong felt a pain in his back, and his eyes went dark. The terrible force bent him, and his spine made a loud noise. If it weren't for the armed protection, his spine would have been directly knocked out of his chest from his back. Even so, he was still struck by lightning. The opponent's power penetrated from outside the armed, and his 5 internal organs received a huge impact. The whole person flew out like a cannonball and hit the stone not far away. Boom. There was another loud noise, and the man fell into it for most of the time, picking up a pile of smoke and dust. Didn't he die? What a pity. The defense of the opponent's black armor was higher than he expected. Not only was the rigidity held up, but the dark power was also digested layer by layer. The thin armor seemed to be separated by more than 10 layers. When the dark power penetrated, there was not much power left. Standing in place, Lee Su did not pursue. After his eyes flickered, he jumped back and disappeared into the forest behind him in 3 or 5 steps, as if he had eyes. It took a full 5 seconds before there was a sound in the smoke and dust. Qianlong struggled out of the rubble. Before he could even speak, he knelt on one knee and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His lung meridian was broken. Not only that, his heart, liver, and gallbladder were bleeding, and he had suffered a lot of damage. Looking at the red light flashing on the monitor in front of his eyes, Qianlong's expression was very stiff, and he couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear in his pupils. He, just now, almost died. If he hadn't been wearing armor, that blow would definitely have killed him. And what terrified him the most was the words on the monitor. Encountered a bright force attack. Encountered a dark force attack. Warning, warning. The target's strength exceeds that of a first level warrior and has general level skills. Please be careful. Damn, what a joke. General level. This joke is not funny at all. In such a large base, how many generals are there? It's just one hand, and he actually encountered one. However, just when Qianlong was extremely shocked, a figure appeared not far away. It was a woman with short hair, military uniform, and heroic spirit. She came very suddenly, as if she appeared out of thin air. Qianlong was startled, and immediately stood up straight, raised his hand, and beat his chest and said, "General." Obviously, the person who came should be the one notified by Liu, who was in charge of patrols, the female General Liu. Looking at the blood on the corner of Qianlong's mouth, Liu was obviously stunned for a moment. You lost. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.